Chapter 1 Treasure School Flower Pregnant, Heartbreak of the Whole School. What, Mu Feng, you want to break up with me? Lu Qiufeng looked at the man in front of her incredulously. The other party was actually going to break up with him? Is he crazy? She is the flower of the department, beautiful, sweet voice, can be pampered, bird-like figure. People chasing her are lined up to the Philippines. Did she hear right? Mu Feng is not joking. Very seriously, Lu Qiufeng, you heard right, I want to break up with you. I've had enough. Let's call it a day. When these words were said, Mu Feng's entire body was lightened, exhausted, and relieved. Lu Qiufeng was infuriated and laughed. Break up, Mu Feng, are you serious? Why? If she could, she did not want to break up with Mu Feng. After all, this man in front of her is so handsome, and she spent a lot of energy to chase each other in the beginning. Now that she hasn't slept with him, Lu Qiufeng is not willing. Mu Feng did not have a trace of emotion in his eyes. Why, in your own heart. Lu Qiufeng froze for a moment. You know? He knows that he is flirting with another man? I don't think so. He clearly hid the hidden very well. Cell phones do not give him to see. Mu Feng is how to know. Mu Feng did not explain. The heart of the breakup is comparable to joining the party. This breakup? He is the flower of the department, the stars of his own was broken up. Outrageous. Dumped. Looking at the back of Mu Feng left, Lu Qiufeng gasped broken defense, split on split. Mu Feng, you're just a poor guy, what's the big deal? Remember, it wasn't you who broke up with me, it was this girl who dumped you. I'm the one who dumped you. I've got a lot of people chasing after me, so who are you? Go to hell, Mu Feng. Mu Feng ignored Lu Qiufeng's impotent rage. Her kind of donkey riding, restless woman is not suitable for himself. There was nothing sad about breaking up with him. There was just relief and happiness. In order to celebrate the restoration of single. At night, his roommate dragged him out for a drink. Bar, DJ. Push the cups. Mu Feng did not know how much to drink. When he opened his eyes the next day, he was groggy. Shook his head, where is this? Into the eyes of the unfamiliar environment, white quilts, recliners, large color TV, transparent bathroom? Wine, hotel. Big bedroom? Mu Feng sucked in a breath and subconsciously touched his butt. Luckily, it didn't hurt. Just how did he get here? Before he had time to recall what happened last night, he realized that there was a woman lying beside him. Skin like condensed fat, face like peach blossom, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water. Cherry-like mouth, shoulder-length short hair, coupled with a plump figure. The sleeping woman still had a pouty face. Surprisingly, there is such a beautiful woman. Just how does it look familiar? The eyes can't help but be attracted. Remember. Schoolflower Li Shuyan, an alumnus of the same school as herself. She has a top-notch figure, beautiful face, and a sensible and elegant temperament. Known as their school's first school flower. If those chasing after Lu Qiufeng are lined up in the Philippines, then those chasing after Li Shuyan can be lined up in France. Well, Li Shuyan deserves to be the school flower. She's so pretty when she's asleep. She looks even better without clothes on. Every inch of Li Shuyan's body seemed to have magic power, emitting a deadly temptation that constantly attracted Mu Feng's gaze. In a haze, Li Shuyan rolled over and turned to his side. With a wooing sound. Confused, she opened her eyes and blinked. With a confused look, she looked at Mu Feng. In the next second, Li Shuyan's scream resounded in the room. Then a hand pulled the quilt over and wrapped herself tightly. Mu Feng's tension-filled body was exposed in the air. Li Shuyan immediately turned red. You quickly put on your clothes, quickly put on your clothes, quickly. So ugly. So ugly? It was the first time Mu Feng heard someone say he was ugly. Subconsciously, he wanted to retort, but he felt a cool breeze. He looked down. Oh, what the schoolgirl said about ugly, it turned out to refer to. Hide the weapon first, so as not to scare the schoolgirl. During Mu Feng's dressing, he heard a rustling sound from behind him. When he turned around, Li Shuyan's eyes flashed, then she left without looking back. When Mu Feng walked to the hotel lobby, the front desk made him pay for a bedsheet before letting him leave. 3 months later. La City University of Science and Technology. Campus student physical examination. Inside the second-floor school infirmary, Mu Feng heard a familiar name. Li Shuyan, you're pregnant. The words of the school doctor caused an uproar. The surrounding students who were waiting for the results of the physical examination looked at Li Shuyan incredulously. Gosh, did I hear it right? The school beauty is pregnant. The schoolgirl is pregnant, is the doctor wrong? I don't believe it, how can my goddess be pregnant, I haven't confessed to her yet. It's not true. It's not true. Li Shuyan got pregnant before she graduated. I'd say she's a prude, pretending to be noble. She's a disgrace to our school. The schoolgirl is pregnant. Guess who's the father of her baby? Who knows? She's got so many chasers, I'm afraid she doesn't even know who the father is if she's pregnant before she graduates. When they heard the news of Li Shuyan's pregnancy, some people were shocked and some people were conspiratorial. Most of those who crickets Li Shuyan were girls, jealous of her beauty and popularity with male students. The shocked ones were almost all boys, who secretly adored her. Various voices reached Li Shuyan's ears. Li Shuyan stared blankly at the medical examination slip in her hand. Pregnant herself? Recalling what happened 3 months ago, Li Shuyan burst into tears. In the end, she covered her mouth and left the infirmary as if she was fleeing. Mu Feng followed without moving and eventually found Li Shuyan crying bitterly in the gazebo. Looking at the helpless Li Shuyan crying in pain, remembering that night 3 months ago, Mu Feng's heart missed half a beat. Li Shuyan, you are pregnant, the child is. Hearing Mu Feng's words, Li Shuyan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes in a jolt of panic and asked incredulously, Mu Feng? Why are you here? Many people in the school know Mu Feng. Not only because he was Lu Qiufeng's ex-boyfriend, but also because he was the recognized school bully of the University of Science and Technology. Li Shuyan had seen Mu Feng many times before at school, and with the incident 3 months ago, she had an even deeper impression of him. Mu Feng didn't answer her question, but continued to ask, You're pregnant, is the child in your belly mine? These words were like a heavy blow that struck Li Shuyan's heart. This all came too suddenly. She didn't know how to answer Mu Feng's question. Nor did she know how to face the baby in her stomach. Suddenly learning that she was pregnant, she wasn't mentally prepared at all. Chapter 2 Activating the System, I'm the baby's father. The baby is mine, right? Mu Feng asked again. Li Shuyan was at a loss for words, and only after a long time did she act as if she had made some sort of determination. Nodded her head in Mu Feng's expectant gaze, it is yours. Mu Feng's taut heart finally relaxed. Looking at Li Shuyan's overwhelmed look, he tentatively asked. Then what are you going to do now, is the child going to be born? What should I do with myself? Li Shuyan's brain was a mess at the moment, having just learned of the pregnancy. She didn't know what to do either. In the end, she was still just a student who hadn't graduated yet. Li Shuyan thought for a long time and finally sighed. Gently caressing her belly, she said, I'll probably give birth to it. Even though it was very sudden and unprepared. But this is a life a little life that chose itself to be his mother. Li Shuyan couldn't bear to abort him. Give birth? Mu Feng knew how much courage it took to say those words. Giving birth to this child meant that Li Shuyan would be unmarried and her studies would be hindered. There was also pressure from her parents, as well as pressure from all aspects of raising the child in the future. He took a deep breath. If you choose to give birth, please let me take the responsibility. I'm the father of the child, it's my responsibility to take care of you and the child. Shuyan, I will do my best to give you and the child a good life. The part-time jobs Mu Feng has done over the years have added up to some money saved before and after. As long as he works harder in the future, he should have no problem raising a child. Li Shuyan stayed for a moment. You said you're going to take charge and raise a baby for me together? Mu Feng's expression was serious, yes. Do you know how much it costs to raise a child, how expensive milk powder is now? The baby's food and clothes cost a lot of money every month. Are you still willing to do that now? Of course Li Shuyan hoped that in the future, when the child was born, he would have a father by his side and a complete family. But she is even more worried that Mu Feng is just a momentary hothead and impulsive. In the future, when the child was born, he couldn't resist the pressure and left them. If that happened, the baby would definitely be very sad. Then it would be better not to show up from the beginning. I'm willing, no matter how hard it is or how tired I am, I will stay by you and the baby and be responsible for you. Mu Feng's tone was full of determination. He had loved children since he was a child, there was no reason for him to not care about his own child. So what if raising a child cost a lot of money? He had arms and legs and was a college student, so he didn't believe that he couldn't support adults and children. If it really came to that, he would buy milk powder for the baby even if he had to sell his blood. Ding, checking that the host's face value is up to standard and has a child, the perfect milkman system is being activated. System activation 10%, 35%, 80%. System activation failed, system is being upgraded is being reactivated 5%, 55%. System activation successful. System binding successful. Send prospective father a newbie gift package, has been placed in the system space, host please pay attention to check receipt. As soon as Mu Feng's words fell, a mechanical voice sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the insight skill. As a father-to-be, you should always pay attention to the physical state of the mother-to-be, and diet is most important. Therefore, the host cannot be taken lightly. To prevent the mother-to-be from eating bad food, please use the host insight skill to protect the mother-to-be and the baby. System, big gift, insight skills? Mu Feng's head was full of question marks. Is it the kind of system in tomato novels? Mu Feng tentatively communicated with his mind. System, open the big gift package. Ding, the system gift package opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 yuan in cash. As the system voice fell, Mu Feng's cell phone dinged. Open the text message and take a look. The Industrial and Commercial Bank showed that it had received a transfer of $100,000. Mu Feng's heart beat wildly. The system. The system in the novel had really appeared. He obtained the system himself. Li Shuyan noticed Mu Feng's unusual look and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" He coughed, "No, I just want to go where to rent to you rent a house." Rent a house, Li Shuyan did not react. Mu Feng laughed a little, "You are now pregnant with a baby, living in the dormitory is inconvenient, live outside better, I can also take care of you." Li Shuyan back to God, "Take care of me?" "Yes, why are you unwilling? You are the mother of my child, it is right to take care of you." Looking at Mu Feng's serious expression, and the anticipation in his eyes, Li Shuyan knew that the other party wanted to promote a relationship with herself. Touching her stomach, in the end, Li Shuyan gave a complicated Seeing that Li Shuyan did not refuse, Mu Feng was pleasantly surprised. The two added WeChat. After letting send her back to the dormitory, Mu Feng opened the rental app at the first time. Prioritize looking for a house near the University of Science and Technology. Nowadays, house prices are expensive, and the price of renting an apartment is also very expensive. Because of the large number of students renting rooms, the single rooms near the school were old and broken, and they were speculated to $900 a room. Mu Feng wanted to rent a better environment for Li Shuyan. It is best to have a neighborhood room. App a search, there are really quite a lot. They are all neighborhoods near the school, with good locations and complete amenities. Schools, hospitals, supermarkets, food markets, subways, everything. Only the price is also very beautiful. 3 rooms and 2 halls 5,000 a month, half a year payment. Mu Feng has a clear goal and intends to rent 2 rooms. A look at the prices are above 2,300. The newer the neighborhood, the better the environment, the more expensive the rent. Finally selected a set of idyllic style of decoration, the address is in the East Lake Bay neighborhood, the rent is 3,000. About 600 meters away from the school. Contact the agent. Mu Feng followed the navigation and set off. Came to the neighborhood, and the picture is the same, the environment of the neighborhood is good. The house decoration is very new. The agent said, "This house is the first time to rent. Students, you should still be a student, right? Rent a house ready to live with his girlfriend, ah?" Mu Feng smiled and did not respond. The agent was a girl, probably 27 or 18 years old. Only to see her looking at Mu Feng with pity in her eyes. Such a handsome little brother is not his boyfriend, it's too heavenly. "Little brother, the landlord needs half a year's payment, but I see that you're still so young, it's not easy, why don't I help you talk to the landlord?" "Maybe I can help you talk to the landlord about a deposit and a payment." Mu Feng's heart moved for a moment, "Thank you, beauty, trouble you." Although he is now bound to the system and has just received a reward of $100,000. Together with the savings from his previous part-time job, he has a bit of money in his hand, and renting a room is not a problem. But if he could negotiate from half a year's payment to a deposit of 1, his pressure would be less. After Li Shuyan was pregnant with his child, he was not alone. It was important to live a smart life. Chapter 3 Miraculous Reward, Brother Feng, you're with the schoolgirl? In the end, the agent lady helped Mu Feng negotiate a deposit and pay for one. He spent a total of 7,500 this time. 6,000 was the rent and 1,500 was the agent fee. Before going back, he sent a message to Li Shuyan in advance, saying that he had already rented the house. Big schoolgirl, these things are very few. Mu Feng took a drop and the luggage was loaded. Coming to the East Lake Bay neighborhood, Li Shuyan was satisfied with the environment of the neighborhood and the house. Rustic style, looking cozy little house. Li Shuyan asked, "How much is the rent of this house?" Mu Feng smiled, "Not much, you don't have to worry about the rent, I said I would take care of you." Li Shuyan shook her head, "No, quickly say how much, I will give you." During the school year, she saved money and had a few $1,000s in her hand. Mu Feng is a student like her, and definitely doesn't have that much money, so he can't be left alone. Mu Feng's heart is warm, really don't need it. "Look, I have money. I said I want to take care of you, and the child in the belly is serious." Oh. After saying that, he opened his cell phone app to show the balance inside. 163,957.96 yuan. Li Shuyan's eyes widened. Mu Feng had actually saved so much money. Mu Feng didn't give her a chance to refuse and moved the luggage into the bedroom. After the two of them did some packing and tidied up the room, Mu Feng took a separate trip back to the school. Simply packed his clothes and returned to the East Lake Bay neighborhood. Li Shuyan leaned on the doorway of her room and looked at Mu Feng's back. She had suddenly moved out to live by herself, and there was an additional man in the house. She was a bit uncomfortable, but at the same time had some expectations. Mu Feng lived in the second bedroom, right next door to Li Shuyan. Looking at the time, it was time for dinner. Mu Feng went out to buy food to prepare for cooking. Ding dong, a quiet environment helps the mother to nourish her fetus. Congratulations to the host for renting an apartment for Li Shuyan and completing the hidden mission. Rewarded skill, legendary cooking. On the way back from grocery shopping, Mu Feng suddenly remembered the system's voice in his head. Another magical skill. Just as he was curious, a lot more knowledge about cooking appeared in his mind in an instant. With the system's boost, the brain absorbed it very quickly. At this moment, Mu Feng had a feeling that he was born to cook, the innate chef saint body. Returning to the kitchen, he couldn't wait to turn on the legendary level cooking skill to see the results. When Mu Feng turned on his cooking skill, the kitchen knife looked as if it had been born in his hand. Li Shuyan was curious about what his cooking looked like. "I don't know without looking, but I was shocked when I looked." Inside the kitchen, Mu Feng's hand rose and fell, only to see the vegetables on the chopping board being sliced evenly, thinly, and in all kinds of ways. All the ingredients to be prepared are categorized like military training and have been neatly put into different bowls. One by one, beautifully carved flowers formed a platter. Good Lord, is this cooking? It's like a work of art. Dazzled. All the ingredients and toppings are ready. Next, start a pot of boiling oil. As the oil heats up, the ingredients are bubbling in the pan. Under the support of the fire, a set of rows like water movement, stir fry, upside down, and finally poured into the wine, cover smothered for a few minutes. A dish of food in the hands of Mu Feng freshly baked. The corner of Mu Feng's mouth slightly raised, satisfied with the effect of the system skills. Outside the door, Li Shuyan's eyes unconsciously flooded with starlight, being amazed by his cooking skills. The fire was turned off and a plate of colorful and fragrant rice was brought out. Greedily, Li Shuyan's mouth watered. Immediately after, she went up to help. When the rice was served, Mu Feng took out the bowls and chopsticks and signaled Li Shuyan to come over to eat. "Taste it and see if it's to your liking." Li Shuyan picked up the rice in front of her and her eyes lit up. "It's so delicious. I couldn't help but take a bite. This is delicious, well, this is also delicious." Seeing Li Shuyan eating vigorously, she signaled her to eat slower. Li Shuyan stood up and opened her mouth. "I declare. This is the best dish I've ever eaten, bar none." The child's mom likes to eat her own cooking. Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "If you like it, I will make it for you later." Eating until half full. Burp. Li Shuyan accidentally burped. Covering her small mouth, she said with embarrassment, "I ate too fast and couldn't hold it in." She thought it was amazing that Mu Feng was so handsome and cooked so well. Li Shuyan remembered Mu Feng's girlfriend. "You live here, but also give me to cook your girlfriend it." Mu Feng back, split. Mu Feng replied, "We broke up. We broke up 3 months ago." Li Shuyan stayed for a moment, split? Mu Feng nodded. Li Shuyan saw that the atmosphere was delicate, so she did not continue to ask. Before going to bed at night, Mu Feng prepared hot milk and sent it to Li Shuyan. If there is anything you can call me. The first night of sharing a room. Both people tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. On a new day, Mu Feng returned to school. Found that the school had exploded. The whole school was talking about the schoolgirl's pregnancy. There were also whispers that someone had seen Li Shuyan and Mu Feng together, speculating whether the two had come together and whether the child in Li Shuyan's stomach was his. Returning to the dormitory, the housemate, Cheng Chun, ran directly to him. Gossiping, he asked, "Brother Feng, it is said outside that you and Li Shuyan are together. The baby in your belly is also yours, really?" At this time the roommate Pu Xingwang came over. "Really fake? When did you get together? You're doing a great job of keeping your head down." Shang Xingwang also poked his head out and couldn't help but poke fun at him. "Feng Kana, the school flower just like this was taken down by you?" Mu Feng's eyes are extremely serious and nodded his head. "Is mine, but I and Li Shuyan's matter you first do not publicize out." After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Cheng Chun. "Because this guy is a walking bullhorn." Cheng Chun raised his hand and swore, "Brother Feng, don't worry, I swear, I promise I won't say anything." Mu Feng gave him a skeptical look. Pu Xingwang burns with the flames of gossip. "Quickly tell us, when did they get together? What's up with the baby?" Boys talk about gossip, not worse than girls. Mu Feng hanging three people appetite, alas. Now that I know that I want to be a father, have to save money, that who owes me $5,000 when to pay me back? I don't think about myself, I have to think about your goddess, right? Apu transferred $5,000 to Mu Feng without saying a word. He looked at Mu Feng with an expectant gaze and said quickly. After receiving the money, Mu Feng directly turned his face away from the account. "This matter, a moment cannot be clear, wait for time to talk to you." Cheng Chun anxious feet, "Aya." You quickly say anxious cannot. Mu Feng said the whole story to the three people. Things are so things. A few people were shocked and envious. That is the school flower Li Shuyan. Recognized as the goddess of the whole school, she had a good figure, good grades, and was excellent at everything, and there were countless people chasing after her. We used to joke about her, but now she's a brother's wife? What are you going to do now? What are you going to do? You don't have much rice. I still have some savings on me, I'll transfer it to you. Puxingwang people honest and thick, the family is not rich, directly transferred 2,800. Shang happy backhandedly transferred 2,000. Cheng Chun did not say anything to transfer 10,000 over. Mom and dad just sent pocket money, a little money. He knew the family situation of several brothers, and was touched by the true feelings of the brothers. Mu Feng did not speak for a long time. Good brothers in the heart, these money you first keep, when I really cannot lift the pot and then look for you to ask. Cheng Chun smiled, if this kind of thing meets my head is good. Mu Feng serious, you grasp the absence. Chapter 4 and the school flower cohabitation, Li Shuyan's intention. Mu Feng from the dormitory out, after 2 more classes. To the end of school time to wait for Li Shuyan to be released from school. Today, the two went to school together, but Li Shuyan did not go to class, but to apply for suspension procedures. When she was done, she saw Mu Feng waiting for her at the school entrance. Seeing Li Shuyan, Mu Feng asked with concern, how did it go, are you tired? Although she stood for a long time, she shook her head, not tired. Finally, they walked home. To the neighborhood downstairs. See Li Shuyan seems a little uncomfortable look, Mu Feng frowned and asked if it is not where uncomfortable. Li Shuyan hesitated, I seem to have numb legs. I heard that the child's mom's legs are numb. What's wrong with that? Mu Feng stooped down, direct princess hugged to pick her up, he is a meter 86 big boy to pick up shorter than his own half ahead of the girl is more than enough. Back home. Put Li Shuyan to the sofa, and then went to get slippers to her change. While changing, he coaxed, you first sit here and wait for me, later I will give you a foot massage. Li Shuyan's face turned red. Li Shuyan didn't wait for her to react. Mu Feng had already come to sit in front of her. Mu Feng signaled her to raise her foot and put it on his knee. Seeing his serious face, it was not easy to refuse, then trouble you. Mu Feng smiled brightly, you are now pregnant with our baby, taking care of you and the baby is what I should do. Li Shuyan's legs are fair. Glowing white, like just peel eggs, smooth and moist. The delicate and tender little feet made people want to bite into them. It was fragrant, as if it had magic powers. Putting his feet on his lap. Mu Feng's gaze was focused, his movements were gentle, and the force of his technique was just right, so he couldn't help but wonder if he had learned it before. Li Shuyan looked at his handsome side face, perfect lines, coupled with his serious gaze. It was hard not to be moved. Being pressed by him like this, it did feel a lot more comfortable. After a long time, Li Shuyan's face flushed red and looked at Mu Feng. That Mu Feng, I'm much better, no need to press it. Seeing that Li Shuyan seemed to have something on her mind, Mu Feng opened his mouth. Do you have something to say to me? Li Shuyan hesitated and finally said her intentions. Mu Feng, what do you say I go out and set up a stall at night? I want to go to the night market street at the back door of the school and set up a stall to sell some trinkets. Now that they have a baby and are both students, there is no stable income. Do not want to give Mu Feng too much pressure. Stalls may be able to earn some money. She has 7 or 8,000 deposits in her hand, which can be used as capital. Set up a stall to sell some jewelry, and is the back door of the school night market street. College students and like a variety of small jewelry, small pendants. Business should not be too bad. Mu Feng understands. Just as Mu Feng was thinking about whether or not to agree with Li Shuyan to go out and set up a stall, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! The host gave a massage to the mother-to-be, completing the hidden mission and rewarding a set of stores. The location is on Qingyun Commercial Street. Please pay attention to checking. The relevant documents have been placed in the first drawer on the left side of your desk. Mu Feng was shocked and delighted when he heard the content of the system reward. Wow! What do you want to come off? Too powerful, so Shuyan do not have to go out to stalls. Qingyun Commercial Street, Mu Feng knew this place. It's near the University of Science and Technology, near the subway entrance. There is a lot of foot traffic over there, and many college students go there to shop after school. It is bustling and lively, with a lot of fireworks. Sell all kinds of have. Mu Feng most impressive is their shopping girls and couples, most like to buy clothes jewelry. Mu Feng looked in front of him as if he had made some kind of determination. Li Shuyan said. No need to set up a stall, I will find you a good location. You don't need to set up a stall? Li Shuyan slowed down half a beat. Mu Feng nodded his head. There are a lot of city police, leave the matter of buying jewelry to me. Li Shuyan did not know what medicine he was selling in his gourd, but the other party's attitude seemed to support himself. Time came to the evening. This is the second night that they shared a room. East Lake Bay environment is good, but the only drawback is that the type of 2-bedroom only 1 bathroom, the main and secondary bedrooms shared. At bath time, Li Shuyan took her pajamas and prepared to take a bath. Just bumped into the living room to play with the phone. Mu Feng. The two eyes on. Li Shuyan's neck cannot help but flooded with rouge color, subconsciously holding the pajamas to block the face. I'm going to take a shower, she said. I'm going to run away. Without waiting for Mu Feng to react, Li Shuyan already ran into the bathroom. There was no way, there was only one bathroom. The two people were under the same roof, looking up but not down. Thinking of the stare just now, Li Shuyan's heart fluttered. Take off your clothes, start bathing. Washing, Li Shuyan suddenly thought, now that he is pregnant 3 or 4 months, can still take a bath on their own, to the back of the stomach is getting bigger and bigger. That can be how to do. Do not want Mu Feng to help wash? Although she and Mu Feng have had a skin-to-skin relationship, she was completely unaware of the situation, and she wanted him to help her wash in the future. No. Li Shuyan quickly shook her head, not daring to think about it further. Half an hour later, Li Shuyan walked out of the bathroom. Wearing a black ice silk halter nightgown, revealing her white shoulders, like a hibiscus that had just come out of the water, both seductive and charming. Of course, Li Shuyan's figure was beautiful and well-balanced, so whatever she wore would be just as charming. With her wet hair resting on her shoulders, she took a towel and wiped her hair as she walked. Looking at her black halter dress, Mu Feng's eyes couldn't fade for a long time. Seeing him staring at herself, Li Shuyan hurriedly took the towel on her hand and covered her chest. With a shy expression, she pursed her lips in embarrassment. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Feng came back to his senses. Oh, sorry. It was a bit funny to see him look like he was caught in the act of making a mistake. It is your turn to take a bath. Mu Feng shook his head. There is no hurry. Look at your wet hair. I will help you blow dry it first. Li Shuyan waved her hand. No need to be so troublesome. I have short hair like this. It will be dry in a while. How could Mu Feng listen to her? Now you are a mom-to-be. If you don't think about yourself, you should also think about your baby. It's not good if you catch a cold and get a fever later. Seeing his resolute attitude, Li Shuyan did not refuse this time. She obediently sat on the sofa. Mu Feng brought a hairdryer, plugged it in, turned it into hot air, tried the temperature on his hand, and began to seriously blow Li Shuyan's hair. Holding Li Shuyan's hair, Mu Feng murmured, full of poetry and pleasant colors. Shu Yan. The child's mom's name is a good pinch. Put in ancient times, high and low is also a big lady, far and near the famous talented girl. The faint fragrance of Li Shuyan lingers on his fingertips. Mu Feng was very careful, his hand gently ruffled her hair, not sparing every bunch of hair. For the first time in her long life, a boy blew her hair. Li Shuyan's heart was warm with an indescribable feeling. After these 2 days together, a boy can be so attentive is really a plus. Li Shuyan thinks he is really good. Chapter 5 Shops to buy at your fingertips? The school flower is confused. After blowing her hair, Li Shuyan's heart was sweet. Mu Feng, thank you, hair blowing finished, you go take a shower. Mu Feng nodded his head and put away the hairdryer to go back to his room to get his clothes. Seeing Mu Feng enter the bathroom, Li Shuyan stroked her slightly bulging stomach. Murmuring, baby, think dad is a good father, can take care of us? Unfortunately, the baby is only 3 or 4 months old and can't answer her questions. Li Shuyan's gaze is loving, now is still small, the baby to grow up quickly, mom is looking forward to meeting the day yo. 10 minutes, Mu Feng came out of the bathroom. Attracted by the sound, Li Shuyan followed the sound to see. Into the eyes of the child's father, a white shirt on the upper 2 buttons are not buttoned, shirt slightly wet, body hidden, as if from the cartoon out of the male protagonist. Looking at this extremely handsome man, cannot help but heartbeat accelerated. Mu Feng is very confident in his own face value, the corners of his mouth do not leave traces of a smile. During the night, Li Shuyan tossed and turned, her mind was filled with images of Mu Feng when he came out of the shower. A new day. The two of them simply ate breakfast, a cup of hot milk for one person, plus a sandwich. After breakfast, Mu Feng took Li Shuyan to Commercial Street to look at the stores. The tram was parked in the parking shed downstairs. Mu Feng put on his helmet and handed the other one to Li Shuyan in passing. Putting on the helmet, Li Shuyan could smell the faint scent of jasmine, the flavor of Mu Feng after he got out of the shower yesterday. Li Shuyan obediently put on the helmet and sat on the back seat. Ready to go. Mu Feng twisted his head over and wrapped his arms around me. Li Shuyan under the helmet shy, obediently embraced Mu Feng. This is her first time to embrace the opposite sex. The heart cannot help but be nervous. It did not take long to depart, the sky is drizzling. Mu Feng took out a raincoat from the carriage and put it on Li Shuyan. Now that she is a mom-to-be, she can't catch a cold. After putting on the raincoat, the entire space became smaller. It was filled with Mu Feng's scent. With this oncoming manly smell, Li Shuyan was giddy. Leaning on Mu Feng's back, she could even hear his heartbeat and feel his body temperature. Embracing him had an unprecedented sense of security, and at this moment, her eyes were slightly red, and there was a warm current surging in her heart. Unconsciously, arrived at the Qingyun Commercial Street. Even though it was daytime, there was still a lot of traffic here. Passing through the crowd, Mu Feng stopped in front of a store. Li Shuyan was puzzled, not knowing what Mu Feng had brought himself here for. Could it be to buy something? In the next second, Mu Feng walked straight to the unopened store, took out the key from his pocket, and unlocked the roller shutter. Opening the door, a square, roughly 30 square feet store appeared in front of him. Thinking back to yesterday when he talked to Mu Feng about setting up a stall, a crazy thought appeared in his mind. Mu Feng shouldn't be. Just as she was fuming, a voice rang in her ears. Shuyan, come in and take a look, do you like this set of stores? Li Shuyan looked around and was satisfied. In her heart, however, she couldn't be happy. The Qingyun Commercial Street is near the school, belonging to the University Business Circle, very lively, with a high flow of people, and the rent is frighteningly high. As far as she knows, the rent for a 10 square meter store here is 12,000 a month. Now this is at least 30 square meters, the monthly rent must be too high to think about. Li Shuyan had mixed feelings. You plan to rent this store? I just want to set up a stall to subsidize my family, the rent here is too expensive, it's not worth it. Mu Feng shook his head and said, this is not a rental, I have already bought this store. Hearing Mu Feng's words, Li Shuyan couldn't believe it. You bought it? She felt like she was dreaming. 30 square feet of store, in the Qingyun Night Market Street, and belongs to the University Business Circle, location and good, at least 2 million. Where did Mu Feng get so much money? Hearing Mu Feng say that he bought it, how rich is he in the end? Li Shuyan felt that she did not understand Mu Feng at all. seeing Li Shuyan's unbelievable eyes. Mu Feng smiled and nodded. Shuyan, you didn't hear me wrong, I have bought this store. Li Shuyan stared wide-eyed. Really? Mu Feng nodded. You did not say yesterday that you want to set up a stall to sell jewelry. While I do not think it is necessary to set up a stall, open a store is more convenient. Opening a store does not need to wind, sun and rain, and does not need to worry about city management. Yesterday, he just said, today he bought a set of stores. Li Shuyan was confused. Is she not dreaming? Is she sure she's not dreaming? However, the next second Mu Feng completely told her that she wasn't dreaming. She only saw Mu Feng take out the real estate documents of the stores from his bag. On the real estate document, his name was clearly written, and the person who belonged to it, Mu Feng. Mu Feng smiled brightly. Shuyan, in the future we will open a store here. Don't you want to open a jewelry store right away? The store rewarded by the system is well decorated, so if you open a jewelry store, you don't need to decorate it at all, you just need to buy some cabinets, display cabinets, and so on, and then you can set it up. Li Shuyan casually mentioned this idea yesterday, not expecting him to buy the store the next day, and the price was ridiculously high. Looking at Mu Feng paying so much for himself, Li Shuyan was so moved that she didn't know what to say. But in a flashback, how did he have so much money to buy this set of stores? Li Shuyan asked him suspiciously, what does your family do, so have so much money to buy this? Mu Feng thought about it. My family is rural, mom and dad in the village farming. As for the money to buy stores, is my speculation earned these years I part-time saved some savings, did not expect good luck speculation earned. Unbelievable, the same as a college student. Mu Feng good excellent I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to get out of this, but I'm going to be able to get out of this, he said. Li Shuyan reconfirmed, are you sure you want to open a store with me? Mu Feng looked extremely serious, I'm sure. Hearing Mu Feng's words, Li Shuyan had an indescribable feeling. The next time the two looked left and right in the store, Li Shuyan was excited. Close to the door here, let's put a cabinet to display hot items. Inside, put a row of shelves against the wall, and then put mirrors on the top, so that they can see the effect when they try it on. Put another one around the corner here. Run to the other side, make a big circle with your hand, and put a big round table in the center, so that you can show the products clearly. Right, but also put chairs and tables, when they pick tired rest, in the decoration of the wall, you can take pictures. Li Shuyan finished her gesture. Do you think this is okay? Memorizing her words one by one. She looked at her with a doting look and said, I will listen to you. Like a joyful sparrow, then it is so happily decided. The two settled on a preliminary design plan. At noon, the two returned home together. Chapter 6 Another reward, yesterday stores, today Mercedes-Benz, school flower hemp. The next morning, Mu Feng took advantage of the fact that Li Shuyan did not get up, and after preparing breakfast, he went out to apply for a business license. The name of the store, they thought of it last night. It's called Windy Lane. 3 miles of spring breeze, 3 miles of road, step by step, 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 wind mile. 9 o'clock to the Trade and Industry Bureau. There are a lot of people in line, but the good thing is that the staff is very efficient, less than an hour, it is done. Next wait for the purchase of goods back, you can open for business. Just as Mu Feng walked out of the Business and Industry Bureau, the voice of the system rang in his head. Ding, the host opened a store for the prospective mother and gradually became her dependents, completing the stage task, rewarding a Mercedes-Benz C260. Hearing the voice in his head, Mu Feng's footsteps lurched. Mercedes C260. Mercedes? It wasn't, was it? Now one has a car? I was still worried about buying a van when the store opened. I never thought that the system reward would come. It's really a pillow delivery when you doze off, the system is too considerate. With the Mercedes-Benz C260, not only can it be used to haul goods, but it can also transport Shuyan. Mu Feng calmed down the excited mood. Doubt in system communication, then where should I go to get the car? The system returned, the host do not worry, the system has already arranged for people to deliver it to the door. As soon as the system's voice fell, a white Mercedes-Benz drove to the entrance of the Commerce and Industry Bureau. It stopped in front of him, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked down from the car. Mr. Mu, this is the car you bought, please accept it. The middle-aged man's tone was respectful, and Mu Feng knew that this was the tool man arranged by the system, and didn't be polite with him. Directly sit on the car. After handing the car over to Mu Feng, the middle-aged man walked into the crowd and disappeared into the crowd. Mu Feng drove back. Felt a bit worthy of being a Mercedes, very good to drive. Returned to the neighborhood and parked the car. Opened the door to the house, and saw Li Shuyan excitedly walking over. Holding his cell phone glowing said, "Mu Feng, I have found a source of goods, and so on into the goods to be able to open the business." Feeling Li Shuyan's happiness, Mu Feng could not help but have a smile on his face. The business license to take out, to Li Shuyan in front of a pass. The business license is also done. Now wait for the cabinet and tables and chairs and benches to buy back. Set up a good can officially open for business. Li Shuyan couldn't hold back her excitement after hearing this. Oi! Finally have their own jewelry store. After a while, Mu Feng mysteriously said to Li Shuyan, "Shuyan, go, I'll show you something." What to see? Li Shuyan was puzzled, not knowing what Mu Feng mysteriously wanted to do. Mu Feng was a secretive person. He was so secretive that he didn't know what he wanted to do, but Li Shuyan still followed him downstairs. Arrived at the negative floor. From afar, he saw a beautiful luxury car appear in front of him. Li Shuyan's eyes lit up. Mercedes-Benz C260. She recognized this car and liked it for a long time. Unfortunately, it is too expensive, and now it is $300,000 to $400,000. Seeing Mu Feng walking straight towards the car, Li Shuyan followed closely behind. Mu Feng took out the key from his pocket and opened the car door. The action is done in a single breath. Mu Feng turned back and signaled Li Shuyan, "Shuyan, come over to see if you like it." Li Shuyan walked forward. Simple and generous center console, with high-grade leather seats, sitting comfortably and good wrapping power. The noise insulation is good, the full LCD dashboard, and the ambient light is turned on to create a comfortable driving experience. The interior is spacious, especially in the back, for families and friends traveling together. This car is very popular with women, and Li Shuyan is no exception. Li Shuyan has liked this car for a long time. It was only too expensive for her to afford. Thinking about what Mu Feng just said, she hesitated and said, "Like it, but Mu Feng, what did you bring me here for? Did you rent this car? Or is it a friend's?" Mu Feng shook his head, "Neither. I've already bought this car, in the future we can drive it to work at the jewelry store, and we can also use it to haul goods." Li Shuyan's eyes are full of unbelief. "I don't even dare to think about it. Really want to buy this car? It's $340,000. An ordinary person with a monthly salary of $3,000 would not eat or drink for 10 years before they could afford it. If it were someone else, the hostess would not believe it. After all, the other party is still a college student." But recalling yesterday's store, Li Shuyan took a deep breath and asked in confirmation, This car, you really bought it?" Mu Feng nodded his head affirmatively, "Bought it with full payment. In the future, the two of us will rely on it for traveling." After saying that, pulling Li Shuyan, who did not return to her senses, to get on the car to experience. Started, ambient lighting is turned on, the surrounding is full of romance. The interior is high class, the face value is beautiful, and really Mercedes-Benz understands women. Once on the car, Li Shuyan liked the car even more. Mu Feng asked her if she has a driver's license. "Do you want to try?" Li Shuyan is a little timid, but after getting a driver's license has not driven. Mu Feng patiently comforted, "All right, I'm beside you, it will be fine. Besides, the child's mother is so smart, must be able to." After listening to Mu Feng's warm comfort, Li Shuyan felt warm in her heart and decided to experience it. Li Shuyan drove for the first time after getting her license. The whole time she drove on the road, she was careful. When she got out of the car, her palms were sweaty. Yesterday's store, today's Mercedes-Benz C260. The other party is still the school grass, countless people's dream boy god. Li Shuyan heart melancholy, "I really deserve him?" Subconsciously lowered his head and touched his belly, his eyes are tender. Back home. Li Shuyan continued to dock with the manufacturer of jewelry. No surprise these 2 days will be able to pick up the goods. Mu Feng took the time to give his roommate Chun Chun call. "Afternoon, have time? You go to the furniture market to buy me some cabinets and chairs back, the style will be sent to you. By good arrangements for people to send to the Qingyun Commercial Street." At school, Mu Feng and Chang Chun have the best relationship. He patted his chest, "Wind brother, no problem, based on our relationship, not to mention the purchase of furniture, even if the mountain of knives under the frying pan I do not hesitate." But Chang Chun is curious, "Brother Feng, why buy furniture there? I'm going to open a store with Li Shuyan to sell jewelry there. Chun Chang was shocked that Brother Feng was going to open a store there with Li Shuyan. As far as he knows, the rent for the store there is very high. It's a big place and costs more than $10,000 a month. Cheng Chun is worried, Brother Feng, although there is a lot of traffic there, but the rent is so expensive, worried that you will lose money. Mu Feng lightly back, this store I have bought, do not have to worry about the problem of rent. Hearing his words, wide-eyed, Wind Brother actually said bought, sounds like not like a joke. Cheng Chun unbelievable. The stores there are so expensive, let's say millions of it. Mu Feng hesitated for a moment, it is a long story, there will be time to talk to you later, you first go to help me buy furniture. Cheng Chun chest beat clanging. After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng transferred the money for buying furniture to him. Chapter 7 Brother Feng, you will not be adopted by a rich woman, right? Cheng Chun is really the Mu Feng account of the matter at ease. Just hung up the phone, went out to purchase. On the way there, he wondered where Brother Feng got so much money to buy a store. Is it because he's been adopted by a rich woman? The rich woman, wire ball. Shook his head, the Wind Brother should not be so. It shouldn't be so bad, right? 5:30 in the afternoon. Do not look at the usual staggering, but the efficiency is very high. The Mu Feng need to buy things to buy good, and let people arrange for the car to be sent to the designated address of the Qingyun Commercial Street. See no key. Cheng Chun to Mu Feng call. Brother Feng, I finished buying the stuff and I'm at the address you gave me. But I don't have a key and can't get in. Mu Feng, wait, we will drive over later. Cheng Chun In less than 10 minutes. Cheng Chun thought that Brother Wind was driving an electric car over like before. In the end, when the hero appeared in front of him, he was sitting in a brand new Mercedes-Benz. Cheng Chun is a car enthusiast, no money also like to shop no car emperor. The car in front of him, he recognized the style at first glance. Mercedes-Benz C260. As a German luxury car, it has a handsome appearance and a smallpox edge-level interior. The most striking feature is the huge Mercedes-Benz badge on the front of the car. This model is equipped with a series of active and passive safety technologies to provide all-round safety for drivers and passengers. This car is one of Cheng Chun's dream cars. Unfortunately, it cost $300,000 to $400,000, and he can only think that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to afford it in his lifetime. Mu Feng actually drove this car here. Cheng Chun's head was confused. Could it be that he had really been adopted by a rich woman? But if he was adopted, how could the schoolgirl still be with Brother Feng? The car stopped. Cheng Chun saw the two men from afar and greeted them warmly. Wind Brother, you accounted for me to buy the furniture are bought. I go, Mercedes-Benz C260, new car hey, Wind Brother you bought? Mu Feng nodded, yes, just bought not long ago. Cheng Chun heard his words and was struck by lightning. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Brother Feng bought his dream car. Not only that, but he also bought a store. As a good brother, he knew exactly how Mu Feng's financial situation was. Cheng Chun is very curious. What has happened to Brother Wind during this time? Mu Feng did not explain the car. Introduced them to each other. This is Li Shuyan, this is my roommate and best friend, Cheng Chun. Li Shuyan smiled and said hello. Cheng Chun returned coyly, hello, sister-in-law. Cheng Chun blushed, he belongs to the type of person who has a big grin in the dormitory and blushes when talking to girls outside. Not to mention the fact that this is the school's flower girl, Li Shuyan, who he can't even think about. After introducing each other, Cheng Chun greeted them as they went over to look at the cabinets and tables and chairs. Mu Feng is still very assured of his work. All of the items purchased were the styles that Cheng Chun had sent to him earlier. They began to set up the room according to the previous plan. Under the discussion of the three people, they still planned to put the table and chairs outside, which would be beneficial to the utilization of space. Not only can it make good use of the space and decorate the facade, it also serves as an attraction, and then buy some outdoor umbrellas and greenery to decorate it. After setting up the store, Mu Feng and Li Shuyan bought back parasols and green plants, as well as some decorations. When the goods are stocked and placed, the effect will be beautiful. Cheng Chun asked, Brother Feng, sister-in-law, when are you going to get the goods back? Mu Feng returned, tomorrow, let people send over. We have already looked at a good day, wait for tomorrow to organize and arrange the ornaments, the day after tomorrow can open. Hearing Mu Feng say open the day after tomorrow, Cheng Chun hurriedly said, the day after tomorrow. Chang Chun hurriedly said, the day after tomorrow? Then I will come over to help. No, tomorrow the goods arrived must also be very busy, I have to go over to help. After thinking about it for a while, he added, by the way, I'll pull those two over here. Immediately after that, he asked, Brother Feng, no advertising? Li Shuyan shook his head and said, for the time being, we will not advertise, just hand out flyers at the door on the opening day. Cheng Chun hummed, and in his heart, he was even more certain that he would have to come and help at that time. Finished with the store. Mu Feng said, thank you Ha, wait to eat together, my treat. Cheng Chun hurriedly waved his hand and elbowed him. Quietly, hey, I do not want to be a light bulb, we are how many years good brother still with me polite it. I'll just go back to school and eat. Mu Feng saw Cheng Chun attitude resolute. Think about it, then wait for the time I invited you to dinner. Cheng Chun returned to the dormitory. Told Shang Xingxin and Pu Xingwang about today's events. Let me tell you, Brother Feng asked me to help out today, and guess what? Happy and Pu immediately came up. Cheng Chun told what he had seen and heard today. When they heard that Mu Feng had bought a store on Chengyan Road in a luxury car, they stared at each other with wide eyes, thinking that Cheng Chun was teasing them. Pu Xingwang was the first to speak up. Jay, it must be a joke, how can it not be? The two of them have moved away, seeing that the two of them don't believe in it. The two have walked away. See, two people do not believe the appearance. Cheng Chun laughed, I know you do not believe, photos and video are recorded to see, this is the Wind brother bought stores, this is his car. The video here is still fake? The two ran back again, close to the phone to take a look. It's true. Stores, luxury cars. How is this possible? The two men looked at each other with disbelief written all over their eyes. However, with the facts in front of them, coupled with Cheng Chun's colorful description, they gradually believed it. Shang Xingyi and Pu unanimously sucked in a breath of cold air, and the two of them wondered how Mu Feng managed to have a store and a car in just a week's time. Sun Chun was very flattered to see the expressions of the two housemates. Cheng Chun smiled and said to the two housemates that Brother Feng and the schoolgirl's jewelry store was ready to open, so they would go over together tomorrow night to help them pack up the goods. When they also heard that Mu Feng was going to open a store with Li Shuyan, their jaws dropped in shock. The amount of information was too much, and the two people's brains didn't turn around. Seeing that, Cheng Chun said with a nose and eyes, Shang Happiness and Pu Xingwang think that 9 times out of 10 it is true. Crying. The two had mixed feelings. Originally Feng was the same as them, but as a result, now suddenly took off, too unbearable. And I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. There are stores and cars, the gap is too big. Originally there was a hint of doubt. When the next day evening, Shang Happiness and Pu Xingwang followed Cheng Chun to Qingyun Commercial Street to help. When they saw the stores and Mercedes-Benz, they were completely convinced. The two secretly sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Brother Feng is bullish. Took off without a word. The trinkets have already arrived in front of the store. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan are cleaning up, waiting to finish cleaning up before moving in. A few people to the store. After greeting, Mu Feng moved the goods at the entrance into the designated place. Li Shuyan used a pen to record the registration. The three housemates were helping to pack and arrange the goods. Chapter 8 Opening, the sensation caused by Li Shuyan. First time buying goods. There were a lot of things. Mu Feng went back and forth to the store. Without realizing it, sweat dampened his forehead and collar. Over the past few days, Mu Feng has been working hard for the store, and Li Shuyan has seen it all. Seeing him sweating, Li Shuyan was full of heartache. Mu Feng, do you want to take a rest? Mu Feng saw Li Shuyan's concern for himself and stopped moving. Li Shuyan handed everyone water. Took out a tissue and wiped Mu Feng's sweat. Mu Feng's features were exquisite, his cheeks had hard lines, his nose was straight, and he exuded a charming and unrivaled attraction that couldn't help but make Li Shuyan's heart beat faster. The sweetness of the two, the three looked on with envy. Brother Feng, NVO. The three of them coaxed. Li Shuyan was embarrassed and ran away as if she was running. Mu Feng gave the three of them a look, letting them comprehend for themselves. The three guys, with a cheeky smile, came up. Cheng Chun asked in a low voice, Brother Feng, are you two all on good terms to this extent now? Brother Feng did a good job. Mu Feng couldn't do anything with them. You guys take a rest first, I'll go pack up the goods. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening after packing. We arranged to meet in the morning, and the three of them left. Back home. It has been a busy day. Mu Feng first led Li Shuyan to take a bath. He went to make dinner. With the system to give skills, Mu Feng cooking up is also particularly easy. After eating, Li Shuyan lay on the bed and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Her mind was all about what Mu Feng had done for her during this period of time. Whether he was good to herself or the baby in her belly, the other party gave her enough security. In addition to having a good feeling towards Mu Feng, at this time Li Shuyan's heart was also loaded with nervousness and anticipation. The jewelry store was going to open tomorrow. Mu Feng had done so much for himself. Li Shuyan was determined to do well with the jewelry store and not let him down for being so good to her. Pregnant women get tired easily, and with thoughts running through her mind, without realizing it, Li Shuyan fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the yellow calendar said that everything was appropriate. 10 o'clock in the morning was the auspicious time for their opening. The two of them woke up early, ate a good breakfast. Li Shuyan specially put on a light makeup. Li Shuyan wore a white dress, revealing a white slender swan-like neck and white jade-like delicate skin, with a pair of flat shoes to leave the whole person looks delicate and pure. Walked out of the room and appeared in front of Mu Feng. At that moment, Mu Feng was stunned. The moment the two people looked at each other, Li Shuyan was also surprised by Mu Feng. Li Shuyan was also stunned by Mu Feng. Mu Feng was wearing a dark suit with smooth lines, a white shirt that was clean and sharp, and a red tie that made him look elegant and easygoing. Mu Feng complimented Li Shuyan, "Shuyan, you are so pretty. More beautiful than the fairies in the sky." Li Shuyan cannot help but blush. "You are also very good looking, very handsome." Now it's Mu Feng's turn to be embarrassed. The weather is beautiful. Today, the wind and sunshine, the morning air is very fresh. After getting ready, the two went out beautifully. The face value of the two is the school flower school grass level, coupled with the Mercedes-Benz C260. Out of the door is the most beautiful boy on the whole street. Arrived at Qingyun Commercial Street. Just got off the car and attracted the attention of the surrounding people. God is so handsome and beautiful pair. This pair of I envy, crushed all the showbiz stars. What national goddess, white moonlight are weak. If I had such a handsome boyfriend I would run home every day. Crying, hi rich handsome white rich beauty, why other people's life is so successful. This car is too handsome, sold I cannot afford a wheel, so I want to have one, I sell blood to refuel. Hearing the comments around them, Mu Feng and Li Shuyan looked at each other and smiled slightly. Hearing others say that they were right for each other, they were still very happy in their hearts. From afar, I saw the signboard of Windy Lane. It was very pretty and cute. Mu Feng had specially found someone to design the facade. Full of young girl's heart, full of vitality. At this time, the three roommates have been cleaned up, board squarely standing in front of the jewelry store. In order to wind brother jewelry store opening. 3 people last night specifically ran to cut hair, let Mr. Tony give them a new image design. Although the look wasn't very handsome, the mental outlook was very circumspect. Different from Mu Feng's maturity and stability, the 3 of them still have a hint of childishness in their eyes. Seeing Mu Feng Li Shuyan come over, the 3 of them greeted them with smiles. Cheng Chun smiled and greeted the 2, brother Feng, sister-in-law, good morning. Mu Feng nodded in response and asked what time they came. Cheng Chun smiled and said just arrived. But in fact the 2 roommates know that he did not tell the truth with brother Wind. They came over at 8 o'clock after breakfast in the neighborhood. The Wind brother jewelry store opening, this kid is very excited, early in the morning to pull them up and come over early. Li Shuyan opened her mouth and thanked you for coming over to help. Thank you from the schoolgirl, the 3 were flattered. After saying hello, the group walked towards the jewelry store. Due to Mu Feng and Li Shuyan's appearance, they attracted quite a few passers-by to come forward and watch. Wow! Is this a new store opening? The facade is so cute, it's pink. Wow! You're so young to open a store, and you're a handsome man and a beautiful woman, so envious. The owner is so handsome. Do you sell jewelry? See if there are any discounts for the opening today. So soon there are people inquiring, Li Shuyan surprised to greet passers-by. It is a new store opening, yo. Yes, buy jewelry, there are bracelets, necklaces, our girls like things. The first day of opening have discounts, yo. Today full of 50 discount 10%, send a circle of friends set full of 30 likes to receive 5 yuan coupon. Cheng Chun 3 people see the school flower has been greeting customers, have acted into the house to take the pre-prepared flyers, in front of the door enthusiastically distributed. After advertising for a while, look at the time, almost ready for the ribbon cutting ceremony. There are Mu Feng and Li Shuyan to advertise. The two of them stood at the door, and this moment had already attracted a large wave of passers-by. Cheng Chun realized that there were even quite a few alumni of their school. In the crowd, there was a lot of chatter among those who knew them. Hey, isn't this our school beauty? Isn't this our school's schoolgirl? Why is she here and opening a store? The one next to her is the school's grass, right? How did the two of them get together? I heard that the schoolgirl is pregnant. Could it be related to the schoolboy? No. I'm a goddess fallen, wow. Talking about it, someone even took pictures and sent them to the school exchange group. Eating melon is human nature, let alone the school flower, school grass. Soon the school's major exchange groups exploded. Some melon eaters jumped out at the first time. Isn't this the school flower Li Shuyan? How come she opened a store outside? I heard she's pregnant, is it true? It must be true, I was at the medical checkup with her, she was right next to me, I heard the doctor say it. Some of my classmates were yelling at me, yo. She's pregnant and she's still showing off. You deserve it. Now that I'm pregnant, I can't help but work to subsidize my family and support my baby. 666, pretending to be noble at school, now that you're pregnant, you don't know how dirty you are playing outside. Isn't it in Qing Yun Street? Seeing that she is pitiful, later this princess will have mercy to take care of her business. Chapter 9. School flower and school grass are together, heartbroken. There were people who liked Li Shuyan, and naturally there were people who hated and envied her. For the ones who didn't like her, they were happy to fall on their swords and watch her laugh. There was even an invitation in the group. Team up to take care of the schoolgirl's business and see the schoolgirl's humble working appearance. At the same time, after Mu Feng Li Shuyan cut the ribbon, the jewelry store officially opened. The opening discount, coupled with the two people's divine face value, the store's business was even better than what Li Shuyan had imagined. Trinkets were originally a business for little girls, and with such a big handsome guy like Mu Feng standing here, it attracted even more girls. There were two girls passing by. The new jewelry store, do you want to go in to shop? Accompanying her with the girls originally did not want to go, Mu Feng appeared in their line of sight, wow fun. You see that boy is so handsome, oh, then my favorite beans are also good looking. Yes, handsome to me. The girl was also in a state of bliss. He's got a great body, and he looks great when he smiles. Let's go in and take a look, maybe we can even add WeChat. Into the store, the two looked left and right. The jewelry here is so delicate and beautiful, you say if you can let the little brother help will be what kind of feeling? Little sister egged her on, goa, can let him bring to help were you on the peak of life, I give you a picture of shivering tone. In the sister's encouragement, the bold sister took the hair card to Mu Feng in front of the small brother. You can help me put this on? Expectant eyes looked at him. Mu Feng was startled by the sudden request. With help-like eyes, he looked at Li Shuyan. Although he and Mu Feng were not lovers, the other party was the father of the child in his stomach, and being thought of by someone else in front of him was strange and uncomfortable. Li Shuyan smiled, took a step forward, warmly greeted the two and gave them to wear. The girl was lost, a look of pity flashed in her eyes. But quickly and happily. A big beauty to their own service. Hey, the key Li Shuyan's beauty, even the girls also like. After Li Shuyan put it on the girl, he complimented her for being so beautiful. The girl blushed, you're the one who's pretty. If only I could have half of her face value, I could wake up with a smile in my dreams. The girl asked Li Shuyan, are you a couple? Li Shuyan froze, not knowing how to answer. Mu Feng smiled and answered for her, yes, she is my child's mother. Hearing that both of them had a child, the two sisters were shocked. How old is your child? Mu Feng replied, 3 months, not yet born. The surrounding people heard Mu Feng's words and thought that when the child was born, the face value must be very high. After all, the pair in front of them were divine face values. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan had a very good, easygoing feeling. People passed on, and more girls came to buy jewelry. Suddenly someone asked, schoolgirl, I know you owe, I am your fan, I also want to buy jewelry, may I ask what you recommend? The woman who spoke was from the same school as Li Shuyan, standing in front of the display rack with a tangled expression. The woman had long hair, a pill head, and a sports outfit. Li Shuyan went up to recommend the crushed flower large intestine hairband, saying that this is suitable for her. The effect of wearing it must be very great. The girl put it on and was pleasantly surprised that it fit her very well. She was very satisfied with what Li Shuyan recommended for her and said admiringly. Before graduating, she went out to work to earn money. It's awesome, you are my idol. Li Shuyan smiled. The business of the store was getting better and better, and Li Shuyan was very busy. At this time, several women with heavy makeup came to the door. They were alumni of their school who wanted to come over to see Li Shuyan's jokes. Inside the store, Li Shuyan heard voices coming from outside. The tone was conspiratorial. As if she was talking about her with someone else. That girl is pregnant, so she is forced to work here. We are classmates, so we came here to take care of her business. She was pregnant before she got married, and her relationship with her classmates at school was not good, so she can't afford to raise a child. They were so loud that Li Shuyan and the customers around her heard them. Their voices were so loud that both Li Shuyan and the customers around her heard them. Their jealousy of Li Shuyan could be heard from both sides of their words. Chang Chun and Shang Xingyi also heard it, blatantly cricketing the school flower in front of them. As Mu Feng's best friend, Chang Chun stood up for Li Shuyan. Are you crazy? You're the one who works here. The school beauty is the boss's wife here. The store is owned by her. A few girls looked disdainful. Who are you to talk to us like that? They're all schoolgirls, they know a lot of men because of their good looks, and they don't give a damn about a student like Chang Chun. He's just a loser, and he's worthy of talking to himself? And also the boss's wife, this who believe Li Shuyan her like, play all pregnant, but also as the boss's wife here, you do not blow will die She is confident that her body is not much worse than Li Shuyan's. She is the boss's wife, but I am still the mayor's wife. I don't like it. She's also the mayor's wife, she didn't take a piss and look in the mirror, who gave her the courage, Liang Qingfu? Chang Chun's temper could not tolerate them, but was pulled back by Shang Happiness. Just like you, to look like no looks to figure no figure, with what my school flower then? What's wrong with opening a store with a schoolgirl? She's pretty and she'll kill you, you plastic surgeon. Chang Chun's mouth is very poisonous. The little girl's face was turned into a palette of colors. Her nose is all crooked. I just had a little cut myself, how did I become a plastic surgeon? As soon as Chang Chun's words fell, Shang Happiness couldn't listen anymore and went forward to assist. That's right, what the hell, how can a bunch of snake faces go out? Jealous of my sister-in-law, do you deserve it? Damn, you can't spit ivory out of a loser's mouth. Sister-in-law, who's your big brother? What are you pretending to be? A little sister in the group of younger sisters is not convinced. Shang Happiness chest up, listen up, my big brother is Mu Feng. In the future, the school flower is my sister-in-law. Mu Feng, when the crowd heard this name, they were all taken aback. Wasn't this the school's school bully? He's with the schoolgirl? The students of the University of Science and Technology in the crowd were surprised. The schoolgirl was pregnant and still with the schoolboy. Could it be that the schoolboy took over? Or was Mu Feng the father of the child? When they heard that Mu Feng and Li Shuyan were together, the hearts of the girls from the Science and Technology University in the crowd were broken. The schoolboy has a date, it's going to break. Schoolboy actually has a date, I'll never have a chance again. Can't have a monkey with school grass. The girls were also shocked to learn that Mu Feng and Li Shuyan were together. Mu Feng was the #1 schoolboy at the University of Science and Technology, and there were many people who had crushes on him. A few of the girls were face controllers and naturally recognized Mu Feng. Previously, they had even accosted him, but unfortunately, the other party didn't give a damn about them. Now that they learned that the other party and Li Shuyan were together, their faces were even worse than eating flies. Now that the other party is with Li Shuyan, their faces are worse than flies. The male god has been taken away from them, and their envy and jealousy towards the female lead has increased. Wanting to get back their revenge, they continue to taunt Li Shuyan. As a result, Shang Happiness jumped ahead, what are you looking at, you are not welcome here. Ugly bitch, hurry up and get lost, go find your yellow hair. Oops, what's that dirty thing, get away from me. Shang Xingxin said while covering his eyes in an exaggerated manner. A look of pain, the presence of the eaters are amused. Chapter 10 Shocking turnover, oh no, revealing. The number of people gathering outside the door to watch the fun was increasing. Mu Feng heard someone outside looking for trouble. Looking for trouble from his own child's mom. How can he tolerate this? He went out to protect Li Shuyan behind him, and looked at the several women who were causing trouble with a murderous look in his eyes. Shu Yan is my child's mother, whoever dares to talk about her again, I'll kill her. Get lost, you are not welcome here. If I see you here again, I'll beat you up once. After saying that, he took the broom from the store and rushed out to beat them up. A few girls and their big sister, see Mufeng's posture, really want to beat people. They panicked and fled in all directions. The surrounding people were warmed by Mufeng's actions. Bravely protecting his woman, such a man was too manly, too secure. This was the school bully they were talking about, right, really handsome. Woohoo, the way he rushes people is so handsome. The way he protects his wife is so manly, my boyfriend would be half as good as him. The moment he picked up the broom, I even thought of a name for my child, but unfortunately this man who was so handsome that he glows doesn't belong to me. Touched by Mufeng's feelings for Li Shuyan, many people went to the store to support his business. Li Shuyan saw that Mufeng disregarded his image of safety to protect himself and took a broom out to drive people away. Also protect yourself behind. Li Shuyan moved to tears. Although already trying to hold back not to cry, but the tears keep falling down. Mufeng calmed her down, telling her not to think too much, and that he would be by her side in the future to take care of her and protect her. Feeling his gentleness, Li Shuyan's tears were like falling pearls. After all these ups and downs, everything went very smoothly later on, and the store's business was better than in the morning. Cheng Chun and the three of them stayed at the store to help out and were busy until 9 p.m. before they went back. Back home, after a busy day, Mufeng went to take a bath. Li Shuyan sat down in the living room and lowered her head to write and calculate today's turnover. A few minutes later, Li Shuyan more and more excited, and finally could not hide the surprise of jumping up. More than 8,000. Li Shuyan was so excited that she finally jumped up in surprise. Today's turnover was actually more than 8,000. Damn, it's more than her savings. Hearing the commotion from outside the door, Mufeng pokes his head out and asks what's going on. Li Shuyan was dancing around. The big schoolgirl is hanging on to his appetite, so I will tell you when you come out. Mysterious. Seeing the child mom's happy appearance, nothing should happen. After taking a shower, Mufeng had a towel hanging around his neck and his hair was wet. Li Shuyan is 1.7 meters tall, but she looks petite and cute in front of Mufeng. Guess how much money we made today? Mufeng cooperated with her like coaxing a child. Bowed his head and thought for a while, was there 5,000? No, over 8,000. That's more than my savings in one day. If I go on like this, 240,000 a month, I'll make 2,880,000 a year. This way I won't worry about money in the future. Li Shuyan smiled from ear to ear. Looking at the WeChat collection balance, it felt like a dream. There was also a bouquet of pink roses on the sofa. This was what Mufeng bought her this afternoon. In Cheng Chun's words, this was Mufeng's little surprise for her. Looking at the flowers and the balance, Li Shuyan was in a great mood. Take a screenshot, take a picture, and send it to the circle of friends. Edit the text, thank you, love rose. In less than a minute. Girlfriend Shihan, what does sharpening the knife mean? Secretly falling in love behind my back, is it? Who sent it? Mothers, it is quite nice, is it sent by the boyfriend? Li Shuyan thought in her heart, finished, caught again. She quickly deleted it, deliberately blocked them both, and continued to send it. The next second, girlfriend Shihan called the video aggressively. Shihan is Li Shuyan BFF, from elementary school to now the relationship is relatively good, can be said to be a good sister without words. After the university, because the two like different majors, after the university is not in a city, although the contact is not more than before, but the relationship is unchanged. Just answered, Li Shuyan, what do you mean I can't believe you're secretly in love behind my back. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that, but I think I'm going to be able to do that, he said. Shihan opened his cell phone to look for the circle of friends just now, wanted to comment on it, but the result did not turn to. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person, and I'm not a good person. Li Shuyan lightly back, shielding you this way you cannot see, not see for clean. But I already know, now also found that you shield me, more angry. Li Shuyan afraid of her breaking defense, I just casually send a circle of friends only, do not think so much. You better send a friend circle only, or you are not finished. Li Shuyan slightly not so what, anyway, you are not in La City, you cannot take me. Shihan is going to explode at any time, you give me to wait, 3 days later, I will fly to Lucheng, the tickets have been bought. Finished the purchase record to her to see. Li Shuyan surprised and happy, not you really come ah. I told you it was a joke. Seeing Li Shuyan's look, Shihan was pleased. No, I'm going to your side of the school in a few days, so I'll find you to play. Hang up the video. This time Li Shuyan came back to God. She has a boyfriend, she stormed, to know that the pregnancy will not be able to peel their own skin. Li Shuyan shook his head. No, 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 no. I don't want to. When the time to improvise, sent to the hotel to live, take her to eat dinner shopping, mix it 2 or 3 days, it is estimated to go. Later have the opportunity to explain to her. On the other side, Li Shuyan is replying to her girlfriend's and mom's messages. Mu Feng was cooking in the kitchen, thinking that Li Shuyan was pregnant and needed to give her more nutrition. So while cooking, he called his mom, Mother Mu, on the phone. I'm not sure if there are any more chickens in the house, but I'm sure there are. Yes, why are you asking me this all of a sudden? I'll send it to you when I have time. No, I'll just go down and get it myself. Will you be able to cook it? I'll go up and do it for you, so you don't waste a chicken for nothing. Mu hung up the phone without waiting for Mu Feng. After dinner, it was time for bed. Li Shuyan remembered the scene that happened today. The relationship between the two people was getting more and more subtle, and there was an unprecedented sense of solidity in her heart. Looking at the balance displayed in the cell phone again. Touching the baby in the stomach, the baby will have something to look forward to in the future life. You have to be good and grow up, yo. At night, Li Shuyan fell asleep beautifully. She also had a dream that she and her baby were living happily with Mu Feng. The second day of opening. Mu Feng just sent Li Shuyan to the jewelry store, suddenly received a phone call. Is the mother called? At this moment, she had already arrived in La City and had already spoken to Chung Chun on the phone. Mu Feng's heart panicked. Chapter 11, Old Mom freaks out, so angry at me, right? Li Shuyan hasn't graduated yet, and now she's pregnant. If Mom knew, she would definitely be drowned in spit. Mu Feng hurriedly called Cheng Chun's 3 people and asked them to explain that they were just joking with Mu's mother. But Mu's mother had already believed it. Now that Cheng Chun's trio continues to talk, she only thinks that the trio is covering for her son. Mu mother thought that her son was living with Lu Chou Feng outside and wanted to eat a meal of the family's souvenirs before looking for her own souvenirs. Thinking that her son had gotten the woman pregnant before he was even married, she was so angry that her blood pressure shot up and called Mu Feng. Xiao Feng, are you living with Lu Chou Feng? I heard Xiao Chun and the others say that Xiao Feng is pregnant, is it true? How can you do this? Getting someone pregnant before you're even married is not good for a girl's reputation. Mom, there's something I can't talk about. Where are you now? I'll pick you up. Hang up the phone. Mu Feng told Li Shuyan about Mu's mother coming to La City. After settling down, Li Shuyan went to pick up Mu's mother. When he saw his mother, Mu Feng was like a child who had made a mistake. Mu's mother was furious. She suppressed her anger and said, "What's going on? Xiao Feng is pregnant? Bastard, I'll beat you to death." Mu Feng pretended to be calm. Mom, I broke up with her. Mu's mother and Lu Chou Feng met a few times. Her impression is not very good. Mu's mother to see thinks she is not big and small. But for the sake of her son's happiness, she didn't show it. Why did you break up? Didn't you have a good conversation? The two of us do not see eye to eye. See, son broke up not sad, but also quite spiritual, good color. They did not say anything. Her own son, what character she is clear. The breakup is definitely Lu Chou Feng's problem. So it is impossible to say that cohabitation and pregnancy. Cheng Chun told me that when I almost believe, my son so understanding and good, it is impossible to do such a love. Mom does not say this, take you to dinner. Mu Feng took the snakeskin bag, which is loaded with chickens and ducks, the bag to dig a few holes. The chickens and ducks stretched their heads out to breathe. Mu mother so brought over. Put the chickens and ducks in the trunk. Let Mom get on the car first. Fasten the seat belt. Mom, what do you want to eat? I'm not like you kids. I'm not picky. Mu's mom got in the car and started looking around. She knows this brand. The car is new, the texture is good, the seats feel soft, and there's plenty of room. Is this your friend's new car? It's so classy. Or you specially rented to pick up Mom's. This car is very expensive, right? Spend this waste of money to do what? Open your small tram on the line. Mu Feng, this car is not a friend's car, nor is it a rental car. I bought it myself, so that it is convenient to go out. Mu's mother stared wide-eyed. You bought it? It must have cost a lot of money. Less than $400,000. Mu Feng faintly returned a sentence. Mu mother's jaw dropped in shock. Nearly $400,000. You really bought it? Where did you get so much money? Mu Feng is still using the same set of words as before. I earned some money on a part-time job, and got lucky with my investments later on. I've always known that my son was doing part-time work to earn money, but I never thought he would invest and have such good luck. Mu mother slapped his thighs. Brat, you confused. More than 300,000 to buy a house in the city of music is not good. Buy what car? Do you live in the car? You really pissed me off. Have you spent money like this? Now the price of the car will drop as soon as it hits the ground, and you still have to pay for the insurance, and now the gas is expensive, so Mu's mother doesn't think it's cost-effective. Mu Feng said while driving, Mom, you don't have to worry about the house, I can solve it myself. The son has grown up, Mu mother does not care about him so much, but still good gas. Finally sighed. You have your own measure on the line, you have grown up, Mom cannot control you. To the eating place. Mu Feng to Mom ordered a few home cooking. Did not eat a few mouths. Mu mother see Mu Feng like what matters, eating absent-minded. Mu Feng has not yet thought of how to tell Mu's mother, this delay is not a solution. I've been working with your father in the village all these years, and I've been working with your father in the village all these years. Over the years, your father and I have saved up some money from our work in the village, so we will give you the money to make a down payment for a house in Lucheng, so that you don't have to worry about us. We only have one child like you, and we don't expect you to make a name for yourself, we just want you to be safe and find a daughter-in-law to rely on in life. Which way to go in one's life is one's own choice, and the most important thing is to live a happy life. Mu Feng is full of emotion. Mom, I have something you just say. That after I said, can you not be angry? Mu Feng is so handsome, all because of heredity. Although Mu's mother is from the countryside, she has a good face, and Mu Feng's high nose and big eyes are all inherited from her. Mu mother encourages her son not to be angry. Mom, what big storms have not encountered, said to see if Mom can help. Then you cannot hit me. Mu mother. You see, when I hit you, when you were young, you disobeyed as your father hit you. That being said, Mu's mother's face became serious and she looked like she would teach you a lesson if she didn't speak up. That is, whoops, it's a long story. Mu mother is really anxious to slap him, then say the point. Mu Feng cleared his throat and said in an understated manner, in fact, that Cheng Chun said is not entirely wrong. I do live with my girlfriend, and I am pregnant. Mu mother heard directly picked up in front of the menu shot over. Your kid really good, actually let people really pregnant. Your father and I usually how to teach you, I have to teach you a lesson for your father today. I thought you were still the good kid you used to be. Don't you know how much unmarried pregnancy hurts a girl? Mu Feng ducked away, his expression aggravated. Didn't you just say you wouldn't hit me? You see what you have done, but also dare to talk back, see if I do not clean you up. Let's look at each other's wishes, engagement and marriage cannot be missing. Mu mother found that the guests around her cast a melon-eating gaze. Controlled as fire, and I came out with me, find a place to say it clearly. Mu Feng told Mu's mother about the matter one by one. Now the two people are living a good life, the relationship is also very stable. Although Mu Feng did not do the right thing, but things have happened. Mu mother can only compromise. Back to God. Cannot hide the inner excitement, but also reveal the expression of relief. She is going to be a grandmother. See Mu Feng looking at himself. Mu mother expression 180 degrees change. Look at me, why, go. Let's go home and deal with the stuff we brought. She's talking about the chickens and ducks. Back to the East Lake Bay neighborhood. She told her son to boil the water, while she killed the chickens on the balcony. She's used to living in the countryside and is quite skillful. There are just a few drops of blood dripping on the floor. Half an hour later. Mu mother took a chicken to the kitchen and put it in the pressure cooker to stew on, the rest of the chickens and ducks put in the refrigerator. Then she took out the ingredients from inside and started cooking. Turning sideways, she instructed Mu Feng to say, you clean up the balcony, take the water and wipe it a few more times, don't smoke my daughter-in-law in a while. Chapter 12. You guys go and get a license first. Li Shuyan received a message from Mu Feng. I'm not going to be able to do that. Push open the door and smell the rich aroma of food. This flavor is very familiar, one smell know that it is a small chicken stewed mushrooms. The chicken bought at the market could not be stewed with this flavor. The smell was wafting out from the kitchen, looking into the kitchen. In addition to Mufong, there is also a middle-aged woman inside. Mufong walked out to introduce. Shuyan, you are back, this is my mom. Just as he finished speaking, Mu's mother wiped her hands clean and greeted her with a smile. How are you? You are Shuyan, aren't you? I am Mufeng's mother. Looking up, in front of me was Mufeng's mother. Li Shuyan was a little nervous about meeting her parents for the first time. Auntie, how are you? Well, 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 well. Mufeng's mom is too enthusiastic. Li Shuyan didn't know what to do, and obediently went to sit on the sofa. Mu mother also instructed Mufong, small window, you come over to the Shuyan wash some fruit over. When Mufong came over, Mu's mother grabbed him by the ear, you kid are not understanding a little bit, so good looking girlfriend you just secretly happy. Mom. I know, let go pain. Mu mother sneaked a glance at Li Shuyan in the living room. Forget it, clumsy, I come, you watch the fire. After washing, Mu mother brought fruit to the living room. Smiling at Li Shuyan, heart like not, this is the countryside to bring the fruit, are not polluted, taste it, good or bad. Thank you, auntie. Mu mother can see that Li Shuyan is a bit constrained, auntie is here for Xiaofeng today, and it was only today that I learned about you and Xiaofeng. I just found out about you and Xiaofeng today. It's our Mu family's fault for letting you suffer. Auntie didn't prepare a gift in a hurry, so I'll prepare a gift for you next time. Li Shuyan knows that Mufong treats himself very well, so it doesn't matter if he sends a gift or not. Auntie, it's okay, Mufong is very good to me, there is no need to send any gift. Although the contact time was not long, Mu mother could feel that Li Shuyan was a very good person. It was much better than the impression Lu Qiufeng gave her. For this object of her son's, Mu mother was very satisfied. The prospective daughter-in-law said she didn't want a meeting gift. After thinking about it, Mu's mother changed her mind and said to the two of them, your children are all there now, and it's not a good idea to keep going like this. Xiaofeng, tomorrow take Shuyan to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the license. However, before you go, the wedding ring should not be missing. Mufong and Li Shuyan's hearts skipped a beat when they heard Mu's mother's words. Mufong said to Mu's mother, would it be too hasty? He was not at all mentally prepared. Mu mother gave him a blank stare. How can it be too fast? The child is already there, don't you want to give Shuyan a name? Have you thought about Shuyan? As a woman, she knows exactly what is in a woman's heart, especially if she is pregnant. Mufong was choked by his mom's words and turned his head to look at Li Shuyan. Li Shuyan felt Mufong and Mu mother's gaze, her heart was complicated. Mu mother is right, she is pregnant for more than 3 months, and now she lives with Mufong, whether it is for herself or for the child, in the future, it is inevitable to get a license. But now Mu mother's appearance, and the words she said were too sudden, she was not mentally prepared. Mu mother looked at Li Shuyan and said, Shuyan, are you not willing to marry our family Xiaofeng? Li Shuyan panicked in her heart and hurriedly waved her hands, no. Mufong is very good, I am willing to marry him. Just. Mu mother happy directly interrupted her and said, willing to good, then auntie do the Lord, tomorrow you will go to the certificate received it. For the sake of the child, it is better to get the license sooner rather than later, don't you think? Li Shuyan's mind was filled with thoughts and finally looked at Mufong. A scene of what Mufong had done for himself during this period of time flashed in her mind. She could feel that Mufong was treating himself well from the bottom of his heart and also truly loved the child. Later on, she took a deep breath and nodded to Mu mother, okay, auntie, tomorrow Mufong and I will go to get a license. Mu mother's face showed a smile. Such a good child, his own child cannot miss it. Don't think that you can trap a woman for life just by having a child. Society has changed. In their village, for example, several girls had children and then ran away without them. That's why Mother Mu was so quick to urge Mufong to get a license. After eating, Mu mother pulled her son to the side. Took out a black plastic bag from her backpack, which was wrapped with a thick pile of money. Xiaofeng, this is $30,000, take it to buy a ring for Shuyan. If the money is not enough, I will go home tomorrow and bring the savings. Mufeng's nose is sore. Mom and dad have been busy for most of their lives, but they don't buy new clothes and spend all their money on themselves, so when will they be able to live for themselves for once? Mom, I don't want this money, I have money. Mu mother glared at him. Parents earn money is not for their own children to spend it. I cannot use the money in the countryside. You are not a person now, you have to consider for Shu Yan and children. Mom, take the money yourself and buy yourself and dad some supplements, food and clothes will do. Aya, the local chickens and ducks raised by mom are much more nutritious than those supplements, so you can take this money. After saying that, Mu Feng did not wait for him to open his mouth, and shoved the money into his arms. Mu Feng stood still for a long time, speechless. When you go to bed at night. Mom, why are you sleeping in my room? Mu mother with a strange look, here is the guest room, I do not sleep here, where to sleep? Mu Feng thought to himself, this isn't my room. You sleep with Shu Yan, I'll sleep in the guest room. Mu's mother raised her chin and said, what am I doing here when you two are sleeping together? Mu Feng said. Mu mother did not listen, you hurry to rest, time is not early, tomorrow we have to get up early, otherwise the Civil Affairs Bureau queue is too long. Mu Feng still wants to fight for a bit, Mom. Mu mother which will give Mu Feng a chance. With a bang, the door closed. The remaining Mu Feng and Li Shuyan looked at each other face to face. They have not slept together except for the last time they drank too much and had skin-to-skin kisses. The biggest thing in the master bedroom was this bed. There are also 2 nightstands on the side, a closet, and a dressing table, leaving only 2 narrow aisles. Mu Feng scratched his head, why don't I sleep in the living room? Then if your mom sees you, how do you explain? Today she also said we are close. Mu Feng thought about it, then you sleep on the bed, I sleep on the floor. Li Shuyan surveyed the not-so-wide aisle, are you sure? Mu Feng nodded his head in the affirmative. Li Shuyan looked at the bed, and then looked at the aisle, and said intolerantly, why don't we all sleep in half? Mu Feng was surprised. This is not to attract wolves into the house? I am a boy, are you sure? Li Shuyan held him, I believe you. Chapter 13, Sleeping Together, Wearing a Wedding Ring. Li Shuyan held him, I believe you. Mu Feng. So trust yourself, should I say that she is stupid, or she looks too righteous? The room is open to cold air, it is best to cover a thin quilt when sleeping at night. Fearing that Mu Feng will catch a cold from blowing on the air conditioner at night, Li Shuyan found a quilt for him. Gestured, here, you sleep on this side, I sleep on this side. Mu Feng looked at her, it is you who let me sleep here. Li Shuyan gave a The idea in her head was simple, she was not a dead person, if Mu Feng really did something, she would definitely resist and ask for help. She wasn't stupid, she was just testing Mu Feng's behavior. The time came to 11 o'clock. Li Shuyan yawned, I'll sleep first then. Not more than a few minutes after saying that, she fell asleep. It should be that the store was too busy today. The quality of sleep was proper, so it was good, otherwise both of them would be embarrassed if they were awake. Mu Feng turned his back to Li Shuyan, closed his eyes, and unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. Thought that he could be this peaceful and quiet until the next day. But Mu Feng is still too young. Never thought that Li Shuyan's sleeping posture would be too ugly, right, she is the school flower. Li Shuyan's sleeping posture can be described as various, a hand on his body, a moment and hold the quilt, but also love to kick the quilt. Just when he was ready to fall asleep, and was given a foot by her. If Mu Feng hadn't seen her sleeping, he would have suspected that Li Shuyan did it on purpose. Mu Feng stood up and watched as Li Shuyan took the entire bed for herself. Luckily the bed was big, otherwise it wouldn't have been enough for her to build. Mu Feng watched as his place disappeared a little bit, so he could only hit the floor for the time being. Luckily, Li Shuyan had laid a carpet on the floor, or else there would really be no place to sleep. However, in less than half an hour, Mu Feng couldn't stand it anymore, the floor was too hard and made his back ache. Getting up to see, his own position is vacant, and he smoothly lay back. Thought that the latter half of the night, Li Shuyan slept more deeply. I did not expect the face to come too fast. Not a moment after lying down, Li Shuyan directly wrapped around Mu Feng like hugging a tree. Mu Feng tried to break free to no avail, and could only cry for help. Li Shuyan's sleeping patterns are quite varied, and she is a different person from the daytime. Mu Feng stared at Li Shuyan for a while and realized that her features were exquisite, and her skin was fair and soft, so delicate that she couldn't see any flaws. It is said that the gas exhale orchid, Li Shuyan exhale out of the air as if blowing into the heart of Mu Feng, soft, fragrant, causing his heart itchy. Mu Feng tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. It feels so hard, but after thinking about it, it's normal, he is a normal man. After enduring for a few minutes, Li Shuyan finally let go of him, rolled over and twisted her head to sleep again. Mu Feng got up and went to the cabinet to take a quilt out, resting in the middle of the two. When Li Shuyan rolled over, she was indeed holding the quilt. Mu Feng was relieved that he could finally get a good night's sleep. Looked at the cell phone, 4:30, outside the sky is still dark. I'll hurry to sleep again before it gets too light. The time came to 7 in the morning. Mu mother had already made breakfast for them, and saw that they didn't move and didn't bother them. Li Shuyan usually likes to sleep in, and won't get up until 9 o'clock. Mu Feng was tossed around by Li Shuyan and slept for a long time. At 8:30 there was no movement. Mu mother looked at the refrigerator, not much food, decided to go out to buy food. At 9 o'clock, Li Shuyan woke up in a daze. When she opened her eyes, an extremely handsome one came into her eyes. She was relieved to see that it was Mu Feng. Good guy, looking down at himself like a boneless octopus, the whole person wrapped in the quilt. That situation, as if life and death will never be separated. Ah! What kind of posture is this? You are the school beauty, but you can also make such a posture? Just when she was ashamed of her sleeping appearance, Mu Feng opened his eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Li Shuyan was a little embarrassed. Hi. Good morning, ah. After saying that, she withdrew her arms and legs. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Of course he knew that she didn't do it on purpose, ah. Sleeping in a messy way. Mu Feng let out a hum. Mu Feng looked at the time, it was already 9:30. Yawning, I'll go wash up first. I'll go wash up first. When Mu Feng went out, Li Shuyan buried her head in the quilt and let out a loud scream. Ah, I haul a school flower, why sleep looks so bad? But also by the school grass saw, this is more difficult than killing me. After finishing breakfast, Mu mother also came back from buying vegetables. Mu Feng asked Li Shuyan to prepare the account book. Li Shuyan's heart fluttered. She realized something. It was going to be time to get a license. Although she had mentally prepared herself last night, her heart couldn't help but be nervous and apprehensive when Mu Feng said this. Mu mother also smiled and said for them to hurry after dinner to get things done. She told them to pay attention to safety on the road. After dinner, the two prepared the account book and set off. The yellow calendar says that today is a good day for a wedding, with wind and sunshine. Before getting the license, Mu Feng drove Li Shuyan to do one thing first. Buy a ring. Mu Feng brought Li Shuyan to the jewelry store in the mall. Li Shuyan chose a price of more than 5,000 models, belonging to the classic style. Mu Feng, on the other hand, looked at the one next to it, priced at more than 10,000. The price was beautiful, the shape was also beautiful, and this one had a brilliant diamond set in the center, glowing. How about you look at this one? Li Shuyan looked at the ring, it was quite nice. Seeing that she likes it, then we will buy this one. Li Shuyan looked at the price again, not very unattractive. Li Shuyan quickly stopped, handing over the ring in her own hand. No, to this will do. Mu Feng insisted on buying the one he chose, and asked to give Li Shuyan a try. Li Shuyan's hand is very nice, slender and white, wearing a ring is even better. The shopper smiled and said, your boyfriend is really good to you, this ring is worn for life, significant, definitely need to buy a better one. In between their conversations, Mu Feng looked at the side of more than 60,000 worth of. Compared to the 10,000, this one is more delicate and dazzling, the diamond is more sparkling and bigger. Try this one. Li Shuyan has a little understanding of diamonds, a look to know the price is not cheap, she does not want to let him continue to break the bank. She touched the ring on her hand. No, I want this can be. The shopper girl, without saying a word to Li Shuyan, put on more than 60,000 yuan of the one, in the light of the addition of the more sparkling, more bright. Li Shuyan heart although like, but really Mu Feng family situation, there is no need to buy so expensive. Mu Feng looked in the eyes, buy this. Li Shuyan stared wide-eyed, are you crazy? What's the point of buying such an expensive one? Mu Feng smiled and told the shopper, please ask where to pay. Sir, the lady's ring you purchased is a new product in our store, and we will also give a man's ring as a gift, so you can come over here to pick a model. The shop assistant led them to the next counter. The price here is almost around 2 or 3,000, picked as simple and generous. Wear it just right. Mu Feng went to the checkout, Li Shuyan followed, should we think about it? Dropped, swiped the card. Li Shuyan's heart is more and more unable to see through Mu Feng. Back to the car. Li Shuyan back to God, the wedding ring is not necessary to buy so expensive, a symbolic buy to wear a little can be, the future does not often wear. P.S. Chapter 14 Rich to Scary Rewards, time for the 7 pearly wolves to appear. Mu Feng looked at him and shook his head and smiled. No matter how much money it is not expensive to buy it for you. When I have money, I will buy you a bigger and shinier one. This is his sincere words. Li Shuyan bowed her head, not knowing what to say in her heart. Mu Feng was too good to her, she didn't know how to repay him. Mu Feng smiled brightly and said that there is no need to repay, as long as she is happy every day, safe and sound. I've been to the Civil Affairs Bureau. There are already a lot of people lining up at the door. Seeing that there is a photography store next to it. Mu Feng knows that girls want to be beautiful when it comes to taking pictures. There are also photoshops in the Civil Affairs Bureau, but the effect is just forget about it. Mu Feng brought Li Shuyan to the photography store. The owner warmly greeted him. He opened a photography store so many years, the first time to see the value of such a high pair, so after taking pictures really need to be slightly brightening, in the opening of some grinding skin can be. Two people look at the photo are very satisfied, directly let the boss wash out on the line. Then went to print the ID card, household register. Finish these two take the photo out. Mu Feng smiled, before I heard that marriage as long as 9.9 can be, and now the light printing on more than 9.9. Li Shuyan looked at the photos just out of the oven, a look of satisfaction, the effect is great. The two came to the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were fewer people. A little bit of a moment to arrive, the staff first gave them a medical examination form, told them to go upstairs first medical examination. After the checkup, they will come to me to go through the relevant procedures. The checkup items include blood sampling, limbs, family genetics, and so on. After the checkup, it was 11:30, so I took the report to the staff. Are the photos ready? Yes, the family register and ID card are all in there. The staff looked at the age of the two people and found that they met the criteria for marriage. Pass the document to Mu Feng and Li Shuyan, you will read the document carefully, there is no problem, if not, sign the signature column, and add the date at the back. When the two of you have finished reading the document and there is no problem. The staff confirmed again and again that you are voluntarily married to each other? Mu Feng and Li Shuyan nodded in unison, yes. The staff took away their completed documents, gave Mu Feng a number and told them to wait by the side. The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, after being busy all morning, they finally had time to rest. After waiting for a while, Number 38, Mu Feng, Li Shuyan, to the license office to receive documents. The two people got up at the same time. They came to the license office and waited for the staff to confirm that there was no mistake, and then stamped the seal in front of the two people. Finally, hand them the documents, this one is yours, and this one is yours. Wish you two have a knot in the same heart, 100 years of good luck, happy wedding. The staff sent their sincere blessings, and the two of them presented the wedding candies. Of course the wedding candy wasn't prepared by the two of them, first time getting married, no experience. The wedding candies were prepared by Mu's mother when she went grocery shopping today. The staff and the newlyweds present were given wedding candies, and everyone was happy and laughing. Everyone present gave their blessings to the young couple. The two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Officially promoted to husband and wife, and neither of them reacted. When they reacted, Mu Feng looked at Li Shuyan with a smile. Li Shuyan first froze for a moment, her face instantly reddened, old husband. A beep suddenly sounded in the brain. Ding, congratulations to the host and the child's mother for obtaining a license, rewarded with a wedding gift of 18,888,888 yuan and a sapphire necklace X1. The host gave the child's mother a wedding ring, rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash. Mu Feng was taken aback when he heard the sound of the system's rewards, not realizing that it was a continuous reward. The sapphire necklace, just right for Li Shuyan. Mu Feng held Li Shuyan's hand. Wife, please teach me more in the rest of my life. Li Shuyan looked up at him with infinite beauty in her eyes. Husband, please teach me more. The two looked at each other and smiled. Before going home, the two went to the market to buy food, intending to celebrate tonight. The day after receiving the license, Mother Mu went back to the village in a hurry. When she returned home, rummaged through the boxes. Mu's father saw that she started looking for things as soon as she came back. What are you looking for? Did something happen to little Feng? Mu's mother found the bracelet. This bracelet was passed down from Mu Feng's great-grandmother. Great-grandmother passed it on to great-grandmother. Grandma passed it on to his grandmother. Mu Feng's grandmother passed it on to Mu's mother. Passed down from generation to generation, it could be said that this was the heirloom of their family. Moo mother didn't answer his words, just hummed. Moo father asked, "How is little Win doing in the city? Did he take the money we gave him?" Moo mother nodded, "Must have," indicating that she is 100% assured in her work. During the lunch break after lunch, Moo mother walked to the room with the belt and placed it on the bed. Moo's father saw the 7 wolves and his eyes narrowed. "Wife, what are you doing?" Moo mother snorted coldly, "Tomorrow take the 7 wolves to go up to the city to teach Moo Fong that boy, more and more disobedient, kill forget it." Moo's father was startled and thought he was going to beat himself up. "What's wrong with you? Is something wrong with Moo Fong?" Moo mother organized her emotions and began to perform. "He in the city of music to the other little girl to get pregnant, this bastard thing you see I do not beat him to death." Moo father heard these, angry up. "This bastard thing, usually teach a good one to the city of music itchy skin is it, tomorrow with you on the city, we mix doubles." Moo father just finished. Moo mother directly holding a whip to the air a wave, "Tomorrow we take this to kill this little brat," to the woman an explanation. Moo's father was smart enough to duck, or the whip would have landed on him. "Don't be angry, tell me what's going on." Moo mother put what she knew originally set out. "You don't know, she's a beautiful girl, even better than the stars in TV dramas. Our son's appearance, although he also has our genes, but honestly not really worthy of others." Moo's father was not happy to hear this. He's not happy to hear that. He's talking about his son as he is. It's not just talking about yourself. "I think Xiao Feng is quite handsome, and his character is good, so how can he not be worthy of other girls?" Moo's mother gave Moo's father a blank look. "Don't you know it's hard to find a date nowadays with so many men and so few women? Don't look at our family Xiao Feng handsome, but our family conditions are average, if he is older. If he gets older, he won't be able to find a good match. Moo mother is also drunk, old ignorant what he knows." Then she sighed again, "The child is already more than 3 months pregnant. It's probably about to show its belly. Inheriting Xiao Feng's and her genes, the child's future face value will definitely not be bad." Moo's father's eyes glowed, "A high face value is good, I like beautiful little grandchildren." Moo's mother was deliberately stern. "What's so good about it? Usually how we educate him, now he made such a big mistake, and you are still here screaming good?" After saying that, she picked up the belt and swung it at Moo's father. Frightened, Moo father dodged, afraid of being whipped by his wife. "Child's mom, calm down first, don't make yourself so angry. It's true that it's not right for Xiao Feng to do this, but it's not so bad that he's driven to extinction." Chapter 15 Mom, you only have one precious son for me, you have to protect me. Moo mother cold eyes, "So what now, right? Other girls are going to show their pregnancy, if you don't take a stand what do you let a girl do? Although our Moo family is not rich and famous, we can't treat them poorly, we can't pretend that nothing has happened." Moo father calmed down, "So, we prepare a few days to meet the gift, then sent to the people. I'll call him now and see what he's up to. I will call him now and see how it is." Moo mother pulled the belt on her hand, "Put this on, then see how I teach him a lesson." Moo's father picked up his cell phone while replying to Moo's mother. "The fight is definitely to fight, but the death is not so bad, things are bad, but there are ways." Moo's mother saw him really want to call her son and grabbed Moo's cell phone. This cannot really let him call. He was having a good conversation with his son. "What are you doing calling him now? Don't disturb his sleep, I guess he hasn't gotten up yet at this hour." Moo's father was confused, and had just said that his son was bad here and there. Now he is concerned again. Seeing that Moo's mother is not angry, Moo's father is no longer entangled. Waiting for the night to sleep. Moo father can't sleep horizontally, smoking in the yard, smoking to the middle of the night to understand, this cigarette is not what he wants, this evening breeze is not what he wants to think about today's wife's anomaly, full of books are written out of place. Obviously usually his wife is so good to his son to talk about the object, and have a child instead of how to beat up his son? The next morning, Moo mother called her son. When he learned that his parents would be coming up to see them tomorrow, Moo Fong was apprehensive, as he was usually most afraid of his father. Moo Fong cautiously asked, "Mom, how's Dad doing?" Moo's mother smiled and hid a knife. "Your father said to go up to bring his 7 wolves up to whip you. It took me a lot of persuasion to coax him into doing so, but a beating is inevitable, so be prepared." Moo Fong secretly complained bitterly, "Mom, when you stop a little, you only have me such a baby son." Seeing that the situation is developing in the direction that he wants, Moo mother covered her mouth and snickered, and gave a Moo mother played this chess game well, both sides let her count. Li Shuyan was now more than 3 months pregnant. Mu Feng had recently read a lot of knowledge related to pregnant women. After hanging up the phone, take her to the hospital to build a file and do a checkup on the way. I looked it up online, and before the checkup, you need to take blood on an empty stomach, and try not to drink water. After the checkup, I'll take you to dinner. After these few days together, Li Shuyan has already gotten used to Mu Feng's arrangements. Mu Feng does everything in a well-organized manner, following him will not go wrong. This time, you need to prepare a copy of your ID card and household registration. Driving to the hospital, Li Shuyan would have liked to get off first to register. Mu Feng told her that she had already registered on the public number, and now she should go to the registration office and wait until the number is called to register. Mu Feng carried a bag in one hand and led Li Shuyan to the obstetrics and gynecology department with the other. Li Shuyan looked at the two holding hands and was a bit lost in thought. Li Shuyan is now 3 months pregnant, a hospital is crowded, and there are many sick people, for fear of contagion. Before going out, Mu Feng put a mask on Li Shuyan. But the temperament does not diminish, that eyebrows, that body still cannot hide. She was very dazzling in the crowd. There are too many people, so take Li Shuyan to the chair next to her and sit down. We are now sitting over here for a while, waiting for the number to be called before we go over. Nearby are pregnant women with big bellies and accompanying family members. Mu Feng has distinctive features, sunny and handsome, and stands out in the crowd. There is an old aunt on the side looking at them. The young man. You look quite young, are you going to be a father? Congratulations. Thank you, Auntie. Congratulations to you too. Please ask number 9, Li Shuyan, to consult in room 1. Please ask number 9, Li Shuyan. When he heard the name, Mu Feng picked up Li Shuyan and went to the consulting room. It's a female doctor in her 40s. She's the first one on the bulletin board. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan nodded. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan nodded, the other party's vision is too accurate. The doctor continued, first time here for a filing and maternity checkup? The two nodded their heads. Mu Feng stepped forward and handed the information in his bag on the table. The doctor took it and asked, did you eat something in the morning? Li Shuyan shook her head, no, came on an empty stomach. The doctor nodded, I will first give you a file. Soon the file was built, and then the doctor gave them a bill, and then the blood will be drawn. This is the payment code, you can scan the code here to pay the fee, you can also go to the first floor payment office to pay the fee. Receiving the list, Mu Feng also asked, where is that blood draw, and after the blood draw is it possible to eat? Mu Feng physical quality is good, usually in addition to a small cold and fever, take some medicine can basically do not go to the hospital, so do not understand the general location of the hospital. The doctor is kind, in the 3rd floor elevator on the left-hand side of the entrance, wait for the report to come out and then come back to me. There are a lot of people in line. Mu Feng went to line up, Li Shuyan sat in a chair and waited. After 20 minutes, it was Li Shuyan's turn to draw blood for examination. He asked, Doctor, when will this examination report probably come out? He asked, when will the report come out? Almost 2 hours. Because Li Shuyan came for her first maternity checkup, the doctor prescribed many checkups for her. The blood test report would take another 2 hours, so Mu Feng first took Li Shuyan to go through the other basic physical examination items. Height, weight, blood pressure, and so on, and at the back was the ultrasound. The other items were pretty quick, but the ultrasound was a bit more detailed and took a bit longer. But still came back before the report. Mu Feng prepared small bread for her before leaving the house. You first eat this pad, busy after I take you to eat. Half an hour later. Mu Feng checked the report on the public number and went to pick it up when he saw that it was all out. Waiting for 2 people to pick up ready to leave, saw next to an uncle in front of the report machine back and forth, anxious to jump feet, why they can print, but not mine. Is it broken? Uncle, you put that code against here, wait for him to recognize while out. Saw the machine hissing printing sound, the screen appeared on the word is printing. The old man expressed his gratitude to Mu Feng. Thank you, young man, I'm here to get half a day. Did not see him out of the old man is not very good with these. It's okay, by the way. Mu Feng Li Shuyan took the report to the clinic to find a doctor. At this time, the doctor is not in the office, there is only a couple, the woman covered the stomach, pain straight out of cold sweat. Li Shuyan went forward and asked with concern, are you okay? The woman couldn't stand up straight from the pain, and her hand pinched the man's arm. The man answered for her, she is about to give birth, the doctor went to get someone. The doctor has gone to get someone else. If I had known it would hurt so much, I wouldn't have given birth. It's all your fault, you asshole. I won't take this sin anymore. Although the woman was in pain and didn't even have much strength, she still retained the strength to curse. The man next to her apologized while comforting her. Well, I won't give birth next time. If I can give birth, I will give birth instead of you. Okay, wife, bear with me again. After coaxing the woman, the man shouted anxiously, the nurse, how not to come, the nurse. P.S. I do not know if there are any old readers in the chase. The small author of the deposit is almost the same. Today began to update normally, and now the new book period. I do not know what to say. I wish you all the treasure child learning progress, work, and get rich. Chapter 16. Meet the parents, the arrival of the Mu father and mother of the Mu. The doctor who examined the Li Shuyan with two nurses, as fast as possible, pushed the bed and ran to the door of the clinic. The two men, who had never seen this kind of scene, hurriedly stood to the side. The man carried the pregnant woman out and put her on the bed, followed by the nurses to push her into the labor room. The doctor returned after seeing the couple off. She had strong emotional management skills. Quickly returned to work. Explained to Mu Feng Li Shuyan that this kind of unexpected situation was normal and told them not to be nervous. After saying that, she asked them for the inspection report. The results of the examination are all fine, the indicators are normal. Next time you come to do the Down syndrome screening, this is very important, don't forget to finish the examination. I am afraid that Li Shuyan is hungry. Mu Feng took her to the hospital cafeteria to eat. The food in the hospital, not to say it's not bad, but compared to what Mu Feng does, the flavor is far worse. Li Shuyan didn't eat much before she was full, and there was still a large portion left. You can't eat anymore, give it to me, you can't waste food. You're still eating my leftovers? What's wrong with eating leftovers? When I was a kid, I was a big eater, and I ate all the leftovers at home and at my grandparents' house, except for the leftovers in Xiaobai's bowl, which I didn't eat, and then I killed everything else. Li Shuyan couldn't hold back her laughter. At that time, if I dared to eat Xiaobai's rice, he probably wanted to fight with me. Mu Feng told her about his childhood, and he was naughty at that time. It made Li Shuyan laugh out of a goose. After eating, go out of the hospital. The system's voice rang in Mu Feng's head. Ding, congratulations to the host for bringing the child mom to the hospital to establish a file and start the first maternity check, rewarded with the in-fetal nutrient liquid X1. Note, after the mother-to-be takes it, she can 100% guarantee the safety of the fetus and completely avoid the risk of miscarriage. Hearing this reward, Mu Feng rejoiced, worthy of being a system, the rewards are truly magical. With this fetal safety nutrient solution, the child in Li Shuyan's belly would be much safer. Li Shuyan saw that Mu Feng was excited and asked him what he was smiling about. Mu Feng shook his head and said he wasn't laughing at anything, just the thought of having such a beautiful wife made him happy. Thinking of what the doctor just said, pregnant women need to eat more fruits to replenish vitamins. Passing by a supermarket, Mu Feng intends to buy some fruit to go back. Let's go buy some grapes, listen to the jitterbugs that say eat more grapes and give birth to babies with big eyes. Li Shuyan nodded her head and also heard this saying. The two of them went home after buying fruits. Back home, Li Shuyan yawned. Mu Feng knew that pregnant women were sleepy and prone to sleepiness, so he let her go to bed first. At night, Mu Feng made her a nutritious meal. This is a recipe he learned on Shakeology. At the dinner table, Mu Feng told Li Shuyan about mom and dad coming. When Li Shuyan heard this news, her heart fluttered and her eyes were filled with nervousness. The next day, Li Shuyan finished cleaning up the house and went back to her room to pick out her clothes. This time, she was even more nervous than last time when she had to meet Mu Feng's mom and dad. When Mu's father and mother arrived at the East Lake Bay neighborhood, Mu Feng had just finished making lunch. Mom and Dad, why did you arrive directly? I was planning to go to the station to pick you up. Mu mother carried her things into the house. Mu father had a stern face and gave him a look that wants you to look good. Mu's father and mother cleaned up a bit before arriving, looking refreshed. Knowing that their daughter-in-law was pregnant, they brought 2 chickens, some pork, and a duck. There are also homegrown vegetables, without pesticides. After entering the house, Mu's mother saw the meal on the table. This is all you do? Yes, Mom, I followed the internet to learn. Since entering the house, Mu's father has not given Mu Feng a good face. Mu's mother gave her son a wink to indicate that he should not provoke Mu's father. Mu's mother looked around the house and didn't see Li Shuyan. Where is Shuyan? Where is Li Shuyan? She should be in her room, I'll go take a look. In the room, Li Shuyan changed her clothes and redressed. Mu Feng was amazed by her. It's okay, my parents are very nice to talk to, it's not like you haven't seen my mom before. Let's go out to eat. In the living room, Mu's mother warned Mu's father, wait for the daughter-in-law to come out and you still have such a stinky face to scare her, you will be finished, I tell you. Mu's father adjusted his emotions, didn't you tell me to beat him up together? What's the matter with you now? Beat to beat, but not the time, now daughter-in-law is still in the daughter-in-law, we beat him is not good, want her to know we are bad parents, how to do. Mu's mother pushed Mu's father's head, are you stupid? When you have time, pull out and beat him up. Mu father pulled his thoughts back and cleaned up his expression. Right, when there is time to beat it, the two of us together. Mu Feng led Li Shuyan out of the room. Mom and Dad, this is Li Shuyan. Mu father and mother stood up and both turned back, their faces full of cordiality. Li Shuyan greeted the two old men. Uncle, auntie, good day. Mu's mother went forward to hold Li Shuyan's hand. Well, this is Xiaofeng's father, he has always been serious and honest since he was a child, don't mind Mu's father did not expect his son to find such a good-looking daughter-in-law, this time he knew why his wife said that his son was not worthy of each other. Mu's mother pulled Li Shuyan to the dining room table and said, okay, let's eat first, wait for the food to get cold. Let me taste my son's handiwork to see if it is good enough to take care of Shuyan. At the dinner table. With Mu Feng sitting by her side to accompany Li Shuyan, Mu set the mood. Li Shuyan's nervousness gradually relaxed. Obediently eating, while listening to Mu mother chatter. Ayo, my son now cooks so well, Shuyan, I tell you, you don't know, in the past, Xiaofeng almost blew up the kitchen at home. We haven't let him in the kitchen since then, but I didn't expect to cook so well now. Mu's father was also fanning the flames at the side. At that time, little Win sat at the door with a dark face and fell asleep. The family happily finished the meal. Mu's mother took off the bracelet on her hand. Shuyan, last time auntie came in a hurry did not bring a gift to meet you, today for you to bring. This is what Grandma Mu Feng gave me, and now I'm giving it to you. Li Shuyan was flattered and waved her hand. Auntie, no, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. Without waiting for Li Shuyan to refuse, Mu mother already put the bracelet on Li Shuyan's hand. Mu mother picked up Li Shuyan, put on the bracelet hand, finger long white, the small hand is good looking, put on the bracelet will be even better. Li Shuyan's eyes turned to Mu Feng. Mu Feng smiled brightly, Mom gave it to you, just take it. Mu father nodded on the side, right Shuyan, our family has nothing to give you, this is auntie's heart, you just accept it. Li Shuyan was touched, this time she did not excuse herself, she accepted it generously, thank you uncle and aunt. Mu father and mother nodded with satisfaction. Mu mother opened, you and Mu Feng are licensed, still called uncle aunt It's time to change the name. Mu father stared wide-eyed, not? No one told me about the license. Li Shuyan rushed, voice broken, Mom and Dad. Mu father and mother smiled, hey, that call a happy. Chapter 17 Mu father angry, to beat. Afterwards Li Shuyan and Mu Feng went to wash the dishes. Mu mother smoothly took the plate in Mu Feng's hand, after cooking so many meals today you should be tired. Xiaofeng, you accompany Dad to chat for a while, Shuyan you go eat some fruit, the fruit brought up today is very sweet, go and try it. I'll clean up here. Mu Feng knows what Mom is up to, and she is clearly pushing herself into the fire pit. Mu Feng apprehensive, Dad. Mu father turned his head to Li Shuyan, Shuyan, you take the fruit to the bedroom to eat, I want to talk to Xiaofeng alone. Li Shuyan obediently obeyed, took the fruit and went to the bedroom, and could not help but be curious to lie on the door and eavesdrop. Your mom told me about you and Shuyan, what's going on? I usually in how to educate you, you like this people will think we as parents did not teach you no. I told you to be careful when you're out and about, to be serious about everything, and not to get carried away. Now you have a child before you get married, what will the village say about you? See if I don't clean you up today. Mu Feng stood motionless, at the disposal of the appearance. Mu's mother took out the 7 wolves from her bag and handed them to Mu's father. Li Shuyan heard these which cannot stand it, the child father was beaten himself cannot stand idly by. She pushed the door out and walked straight to Mu Feng, protecting him behind her. Dad, this matter I also have responsibility, cannot all blame Mu Feng. I didn't ask him to be responsible for it at first, but he insisted on being responsible for it after he found out he had a child. He's really good to me, Dad, please don't hit him. The 3 members of the Mu family froze. Li Shuyan, who had just been a good boy with a small voice, was now righteously blocking in front of Mu Feng for the sake of Mu Feng. Mu father sighed, Shu Yan, it is our Mu family that has wronged you. Mu Feng, you say, what are your plans for the future? Mu Feng looked seriously at Li Shu Yan, his eyes were firm and affectionate, he said. To be able to meet Shu Yan is my good fortune, even if I spend all my luck in this life, I am willing, Mom and Dad, you can rest assured, I will definitely try to let Shu Yan live a good life. Definitely won't let her suffer half a bit, will definitely take good care of her, and definitely won't let her down. In the future, I will definitely work hard to be a competent father, take good care of Shu Yan and the baby, and let them live a happy and joyful life. No matter what happens in the future, no matter how hard it is, I swear that I will definitely treat Shu Yan well. Only then did Mu's father's expression ease up a bit, and he spoke in a serious tone. Shu Yan, our family does not have much money, working inside the village, I and Mu Feng mom do not have much ability. If you marry into our family, Mu Feng is not good to you, just tell us, let us clean him up, we will treat you as good as our own daughter. Li Shu Yan was warm in her heart. She could feel the sincerity of Mu's father and mother. Li Shu Yan had a very good impression of Mu Feng's parents, and could see that both were very kind people. They were being kind to Mu Feng and themselves from the bottom of their hearts. They saw the situation between their son and Li Shu Yan in their eyes. In order not to disturb their two-person world and enhance their feelings for each other. After the two of them discussed the matter, they got up and went home. When exiting the gate, Mu father said to Li Shu Yan, we will go back first, if Mu Feng treats you badly tell us, we will back you up, okay? Li Shu Yan nodded. Li Shu Yan had wanted to send the two old men back together. It was rejected by Mu mother, Shu Yan, you are too tired today, just rest at home, just let Xiao Feng send us there. Li Shu Yan came downstairs and eyed the trio. In the car, Mu father surveyed the car. Asked Mu Feng, did you buy this car in full? I heard from the village that this car is almost $400,000. His son suddenly bought such an expensive car, Mu father had the feeling of living in a dream. Mu Feng nodded as he drove. Continuing to open his mouth, Dad, don't worry, the money to buy the car I earned in a formal way, you and Mom don't need to worry about the house, I will find a way to buy it as soon as possible, to give Shu Yan a stable life. Mu father sat in the back row, looking at his son's back. For a moment, he felt that his son had grown up, and was no longer the naughty boy he was when he was a child. He now had his own family and was ready to become a father. There are 1,000 words in my heart, but I don't know where to start, and I finally opened my mouth. The house matter these years your mom and I saved 160,000, someday I let her bring back to you. If Shu Yan think there is a house down to earth, we can first pay a down payment, now I and your mom body is okay, can still work a few years, when you pay the loan. Mu Feng eyes red, raising 100 children, worry about 9. Now that they have grown up, Mom and Dad are still so worried about themselves. Inhaled his nose and shook his head, Dad, no, the house I should soon buy, no need to loan. Mu's father only thought that his son was comforting himself. What his son says he doesn't care. How he thinks, go back and continue how to do. In the evening time, Mu Feng and Li Shu Yan went out shopping. The sky was drizzling. Li Shu Yan was wearing a loose top and casual, sharp, wide-legged pants, looking elegant and gentle. The clothes were loose and the pregnancy phase was not visible for the time being. The two of them were holding umbrellas and buying things for pregnant women. There were many people in the mall, because facing a small long vacation, no matter how big or small stores are engaged in activities. While the two had time, they prepared all the prenatal things. Mu Feng and Li Shu Yan had done their homework on what to buy before they arrived. The first thing was the things Shu Yan would use when she gave birth. Pajamas for easy feeding of the baby, disposable underwear, maternity pads, tummy tucks, breast pumps, milk storage bags, and so on. For the baby, there are clothes for the baby to wear, excess size diapers, nappies, wraps, etc. The baby temporarily do not know male baby female baby, so Mu Feng bought pink, blue each 2 sets. When he passed by and saw the olive oil, Mu Feng stopped in his tracks. He learned on the internet that after a long pregnancy cycle, the belly is getting bigger and bigger, and then there will be ugly stretch marks. Hearing Mu Feng's explanation, Li Shu Yan was shocked. She hurriedly lifted her spirits and picked up the olive oil to read it carefully. Seeing the two, the shopper introduced the roll of olive oil. After hearing this, Li Shu Yan did not say a word. Buy 2 bottles, no, 3 bottles. Mu Feng added, to be the most effective. Then the two walked to the maternity clothing area. Li Shu Yan was selecting postnatal pajamas and communicating with the shopper about the fabrics. Mu Feng came over with different colors and sizes of underwear. Shu Yan, see if this size fits you, and this one is also adjustable. I've brought you every color. See what color you like. Or do you want to buy them all? Li Shuyan turned her face away, her face flushed like a tomato. Li Shuyan pointed to the right-hand adjustable underwear. Buy a few of these. Mu Feng returned, okay. After saying that, he went back to check out. Li Shuyan thought inwardly, she saw these are a little shy, he is a big man with these running around is not shy. Chapter 18 Super Reward, House to Hand, Girlfriend's Door. The shopper saw them young, and so loving. Enviously. Beauty, your husband is really good for you, usually come to me here to buy things couples, all women pick their own, men are either playing the phone or impatient urging, only your husband running around, to help you pick. Originally shy Li Shuyan, but heard the shopper said so. Looked up and looked at Mu Feng who was running around and sweating. The heart is warm. Came to the milk powder area. Mu Feng knows that milk powder is a consumable product, and it is very stage. The shopper gave them a detailed introduction. There are 0 6 months and 6 12 months. There are also those after 1 year of age. After the introduction, the shopper learned that Li Shuyan was also pregnant for just over 3 months. The shopper suggested, handsome, it's just over 3 months now, it's too early for you to buy, wait for the child to be born and then come over to buy it. It's better to wait for the child to be born and then buy a new one, because it's just a matter of putting it away now. And this milk powder, in the market sales has been top. 1, price reduction is not cheap to wear the. You can take the phone on the official website of others to check, basically in this price fluctuations up and down. Mu Feng smiled, the first time to be a father, want to know more, I did not expect that there are so many to pay attention to. The shopper felt that he was a meticulous person. It would be good if he himself had such a subject. After chatting, Mu Feng thanked the shopper and said he wanted to buy here in the future. Back home. The system's voice rang in Mu Feng's head. Ding, congratulations to Li Shuyan for obtaining the recognition of the host's mother and father, and for the first time to buy baby products for the baby, to complete the hidden mission. Reward Jingya Yuan Neighborhood, a set of house. The relevant real estate documents have been placed in the drawer of the room, please pay attention to check. Note, you can take possession of the house in 2 days. Hearing the system's voice, Mu Feng was excited. This time the system actually rewarded a suite. Or a house in Jingya Yuan. Mu Feng knows that the house there, in the city belongs to the high-grade neighborhood. I heard that the house in Jingya Yuan should be at least $10,000 a square meter. This cell door luxury atmosphere, the first eye into the door cooling water fountain. The neighborhood greening is very advanced, planted with a lot of expensive trees and flowers. The surrounding facilities are very complete, there are attractions, supermarkets, hospitals and schools and so on. I heard that all the people living in the neighborhood are rich. The price of the house is $10,000 a square foot, and the rewarded 3 rooms now cost at least $1.2 million. It was hard as hell for people like them, who had no background, to buy a house in La City. It was hard to imagine themselves having a house in La City. Mu Feng was happy all night and planned to give Li Shuyan a surprise when he took possession of the house. The first day of the new year. Li Shuyan is working at the jewelry store. Mu Feng went back in the middle of the day to get something. Li Shuyan suddenly received a phone call from her best friend Shihan, saying that she had already arrived at the downstairs of her rented room and was ready to kill up to see her. Li Shuyan was startled. Mu Feng has returned home, the two meet will not fight, right? At the same time, East Lake Bay home door was knocked bang bang, Shihan unlimited arrogance. Open the door. Open the door, Li Shuyan. Open the door, I'm coming to get you. Mu Feng heard the door knocking, raging, fought the door to find Li Shuyan stumped, carrying a knife to the door. Open the door and take a look. Both people were puzzled. Who are you? Mu Feng saw that the opposite person was still holding a suitcase. Who are you again? Best friend Shihan sized up the man in front of him, slender body, handsome cheeks, deep eyes, it's hard not to be moved. Shihan pulled back his thoughts. I am Li Shuyan's best friend. You can't be the one her friend's circle is talking about, right? Well, you Li Shuyan, you have such a handsome boyfriend hidden at home, no wonder you are not interested in other men. Mu Feng heard that it was Li Shuyan's best friend and let out a hum and put the knife down. Shihan silently breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Feng greets her, come in first. Shihan dragged his suitcase and walked in. Sitting on the sofa, she saw the baby items they bought yesterday and was shocked. Fei Chan wouldn't be pregnant, right? An expression of waiting for her to come back to make her look good. frantically giving Li Shuyan a call to tell her to hurry back. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Mu Feng poured her a glass of water. Less than 10 minutes. Li Shuyan returned home. Just as she entered the door, a figure came over and touched her stomach. Li Shuyan was startled, and only after a closer look did she realize that it was Chi Han. Chi Han stared at her with a look that wanted to knife someone. Li Shuyan, you better explain to me what's going on with the baby in your belly and this man, or I won't spare you. Li Shuyan skimmed over Chi Han with her eyes and said to Mu Feng, can I let myself settle this? Mu Feng nodded and turned around to go back to his room. Chi Han had big waves, delicate looks, trendy clothes, and belonged to the durable type. Li Shuyan sat on the sofa and was greatly generous. You guessed it right, I am pregnant, more than 3 months. Chi Han sat next to her and hummed, just that person S? Li Shuyan nodded. Chi Han was silent for a long time, then they got a license? Collared. Chi Han pursed his lips and asked, then, do the uncles and aunts know? Li Shuyan shook her head for a long time before saying, no. I didn't tell them. I'm going to wait for the baby to be born, then I'll talk to them. Chi Han was surprised by the hair. Little, you do this, in the future, uncle and aunt will be angry by you. Li Shuyan had made up her mind. Even if mom and dad get angry and kick her out of the house in the future, she would admit it. Everything will be said after the baby is born. Seeing her determination, Chi Han sighed and asked, have you really thought about it? Li Shuyan nodded. Chi Han moved to ask, that their family conditions? Li Shuyan eyes more than a touch of happiness. Conditions can be, we now open a store, he is also good for me. Chi Han captured the gaze in her eyes. And let out a long breath in his heart. I'm relieved that the conditions are okay, at least when the child is born, you don't have to follow him to suffer. Then, do his parents know about it? This was the second issue Chi Han was worried about. Li Shuyan pursed her lips and smiled, no, we even met, they have a good impression of me. Look, this is her mom gave me, ancestral O. Said shook the jade bracelet on her wrist. Chi Han was amused by her silly look, said, look at your beauty, you're so beautiful, as long as it is a person like you, right? The family's ancestral tomb is smoking. Chi Han asked, his parents know you and the family, how do they plan? Li Shuyan shook his head, did not say, take a step to see a step. Chi Han think little sister is too naive, now this situation is not ready for anything. What technology university school flower, I think it is a stupid girl, stupid white sweet just. Chapter 19 showing girlfriends of face, visiting the new house. Li Shuyan and Chi Han chatted for a long time. In the evening, it was dinner time. Mu Feng was cooking in the kitchen. Chi Han's eyes lit up when she smelled the aroma. I cannot imagine, oh, your man is very good at cooking, look well, so fragrant. Li Shuyan had a smug look on her face, go and take a look? Chi Han came to the interest, go. Came to the outside of the kitchen and looked in. Inside the kitchen, Mu Feng was wearing an apron, and his movements were flowing, his hands rising and falling. Every move is silky smooth, as if eating 10 pounds of dove. Chi Han looked dazzled, have a vision, and handsome and can cook, is simply a treasure boy. Li Shuyan complacent, that of course. The two people in the line of sight. Flames rose from the pot with a boom. Li Shuyan was already not surprised by this kind of scene. The iron pot made a gurgling sound. Mu Feng gently stirred the ingredients, the fragrant and fresh air lingered in a long and circuitous way, mouth-watering. Mu Feng's cooking was comparable to a 5-star hotel chef. 40 minutes later. The dishes were served one after another. The three of them took their seats. Mu Feng gave Li Shuyan soup. Now that Li Shuyan is pregnant, she eats lighter food, so I don't know if it's to your liking. Chi Han looked at the wide array of dishes on the table, colorful and fragrant, his mouth is going to flow out, what do you care if it is to his liking or not? Li Shuyan smiled lightly, I grew up with Chi Han, she usually eats everything, not picky. Chi Han blankly glanced at her and grunted, yes, I am not picky. Tasting a bite, her eyes widened and she almost bit off her tongue. Ma yeah, it's so delicious. Crying, this flavor is fantastic. Li Shuyan, the corner of her mouth rose, of course, Mu Feng's cooking is comparable to a 5-star chef. Chi Han was shown a face, and the dog food was fed directly into his mouth. She moved to the side, not wanting to see her little sister's arrogant face. Li Shuyan smoothly gave Chi Han dishes, fearing that she had not eaten enough dog food. Eat this prawn, it's the best, this is Mu Feng's specialty, try it. Come on, there is also this, carp and tofu soup, old fresh and delicious. And this this. You see, you have lost weight recently, eat more, huh? She doesn't want any of her girlfriend's sudden love. I'll do it myself. A few days ago, Shihan just told Li Shuyan that she had recently gained weight and wanted to lose weight to come. She usually went to the gym to work out and ate fat-reducing meals just so she could wear beautiful clothes in the summer. Now Li Shuyan must be getting back at herself for giving her so many dishes. It was so hard to lose a little weight, and now looking at the delicious meals now she was really not in control. Shihan regretted it after eating. Coming to the balcony to rest, recalling her days of eating fat loss meals and running the gym every day, she was as tired as a dog every day. Thinking about the sweat and hard work she put in, one meal pulled her back to the pre-liberation era. There is no way, Mu Feng's cooking is too delicious, always can't help but want to eat more. On this side, Mu Feng and Li Shuyan said that tomorrow they would take her to a place to see and give her a surprise. Next to him, Shihan got excited upon hearing this. Surprise. This guy is quite romantic. I can't help but ask, what kind of surprise is it? Mu Feng smiled mysteriously and said she would know tomorrow. Shihan said that she would go with him tomorrow. A new day. After breakfast, Mu Feng took Li Shuyan out, followed by a small tail behind him. Coming to the garage. Sitting in the car, Shihan was startled. Secretly surveying the surroundings, she asked Li Shuyan in an inquiring tone of voice in a whisper, "Is this car Mu Feng's? Or is it borrowed?" Although Shihan doesn't know much about cars, she still recognizes the Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi that runs on the road. Mu Feng drove this as this year's latest model of Mercedes-Benz, to say the least, also want 300,000 to 400,000. Shihan was the first time to sit in such a high-class car. Li Shuyan nodded her head and whispered, "Yes, this is his car, bought in full." Shihan heard incredibly said, "You did not say that his family conditions in general, parents in the village, how to buy up so expensive car?" Li Shuyan hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a long story, I'll talk to you later." Looking at his girlfriend's expression, Shihan knew. Mu Feng, this car is not rented, right, in order to coax you happy. The more Shihan says, the more likely he thinks it is. Nowadays, a lot of men do this to cheat women. Not to mention that my best friend is so beautiful, Mu Feng in order to save face in front of her rushed big head is not impossible. Li Shuyan shook her head and said, "No way, Shihan, don't be paranoid. A person who can buy a store with full payment, is it necessary to rent a car to fool her? That is absolutely impossible." Shihan pursed his lips, still feeling that his guess was possible. Mu Feng concentrated on driving and didn't deliberately listen to the conversation between the two. "Come to the gate of Jingye Yuan and get off." The gate guard narrowed his eyes. Mu Feng took out his access card. With a drop, the door opened. The doorman was puzzled. When did the neighborhood come to the new residents? Have not seen anyone before them. I am looking for. Mu Feng went forward and asked, "Hello, sir. I would like to ask how to go to the 8th building, Unit A?" The doorman pointed in the direction. Mu Feng, "Thank you, Grandpa." "You're welcome." After entering the neighborhood, the two followed Mu Feng, unable to guess what drug Mu Feng was selling. Shihan scanned the surrounding area. The neighborhood was very high class, as evidenced by the gate and the fountain in front of it. The greenery was exquisite, and the exterior walls of the buildings gave off a feeling of nobility. It would take at least tens of thousands of dollars a month to rent it. She would have to work for hundreds of years before she could live here. Shihan didn't even dare to think about it. Shaking her head, she pulled back her thoughts. The three of them came to the elevator. There was an ant waiting for the elevator at the elevator entrance, carrying a vegetable basket that should have just returned from buying vegetables. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan look like a couple. Shihan is alone. His eyes fell on Mu Feng and Li Shuyan. "Young man, young girl, did you just move here? Why haven't I seen you before? Wow, you two are so well matched. You are really a talented man and a beautiful woman." Li Shuyan's cheeks were slightly red and she was embarrassed to look at her toes. Older people always like to talk about themselves. Auntie sighed again. "Alas, my son is 30 years old, is still a person. Asked him to find a date, it is not willing. Let him go to the blind date, he said, busy. I can't do anything about him, I can't control him now that I'm old." Mu Feng would have liked to comfort a few words. Ding! The elevator door opened. Auntie said her own side out of the elevator. Mu Feng did not say anything. Mu Feng didn't say anything. Ding! The elevator opened and displayed the 6th floor. Li Shuyan and Shihan walked behind Mu Feng with doubts. Fine 603. It was also Mu Feng's first time here, and he didn't know what style the interior was decorated in. When they opened the door, the decorations that met their eyes made the three of them light up. Chapter 20 Girlfriend's Shock, Moving into a New Home. What met their eyes was the luxurious decoration. New Chinese style. 3 rooms and 2 halls, about 128 square feet. Once inside, the general tone of the entire house was in a combination of wood color and milky white. The floor used walnut-colored flooring, and the walls were painted with white latex paint. There is a shoe cabinet in the foyer, where you can put shoes and hang clothes in bags. In the living room, one side of the embedded TV on both sides and wooden bookcases and green plant embellishments, the other side of the beige sofa. Shihan pulled Li Shuyan to sit on the sofa. Feel soft, white plush carpet under the coffee table. The two people are full of amazement. Mu Feng took the two to visit. The first to visit is the master bedroom, with a separate bathroom and check room, a large bed, desk, dresser. The ceiling is designed with a ceiling on the side of the smallpox, and the internal light strips create a cozy atmosphere. Shihan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I go, is this the house where the rich live? The bathroom is even bigger than my house. The other 2 rooms. One is the guest room and one is the children's room. The guest room belongs to the standard, the bed and dresser closet have, only there is no bathroom and check room. The children's room, full of energy. All the elements that little babies like, cute and adorable. Entered the door 3 people all like on. Then came to the balcony. It is a terrace, about 15 square meters, belongs to the bonus area. You can barbecue here in your spare time. After looking at the house inside and outside, we returned to the living room. Shihan looked left and right, wondering what the surprise Mu Feng said was. Li Shuyan also looked at Mu Feng in puzzlement. What did you bring me here for? Mu Feng did not answer and asked her instead. Do you like this house? Li Shuyan looked around. To be honest, she liked it. It was bigger and more spacious than the house they lived in at East Lake Bay. But with their financial conditions, they simply couldn't live in a house like this. Just simply nodded. Hearing the conversation between the two, an unbelievable thought came to mind. Shihan asked, Mu Feng, you won't buy this house, right? Mu Feng let out a yes, I have bought the house. Li Shuyan and Shihan dropped their jaws in shock. Shihan thought about how he had just casually said it, but it was surprisingly true. The houses here are all well decorated, they should cost a lot of money, right? Shihan had never seen this kind of scene before, and sat on the sidelines, not daring to speak. A house of more than 100 square meters can be bought just like that. Mu Feng sat on the other side of the sofa, found an excuse. I invested before to know a friend, and now he migrated to live abroad. The house has no one to live in, it is sold to me at a low price. Li Shuyan looked puzzled and seemed to be thinking about something. Mu Feng took out the real estate certificate from his bag. Li Shuyan took the real estate certificate, and Shihan also came over. Jingye Yuan, Building 8, with the 2 big words Mu Feng written on it. Seeing this, Li Shuyan almost didn't hold it steady. This time both of them believed what Mu Feng said. Li Shuyan asked Mu Feng, where did he get so much money? The money I earned from investing with them before, plus the money I saved from my wife. Anyway, you don't have to worry about money. Now that you have a baby, I thought of letting you and the baby live a little more comfortable, so I bought this house. When the baby is born in the future, we will design a room as a children's room, so that the baby. Hearing this, Li Shuyan was moved to tears. Shihan was infected by the atmosphere of the scene. Mu Feng, this guy seems to be quite good to his hair, buying a car and a house for her. Without waiting for Mu Feng to finish, Li Shuyan took the initiative to hug Mu Feng. Mu Feng, thank you. Mu Feng did not say anything else and waited for Li Shuyan to calm down. On the way home, Mu Feng asked Li Shuyan, do you like this surprise? Li Shuyan was busy nodding her head, yes. Finally, she has her own home. At night, Li Shuyan couldn't sleep. Mu Feng saw her get up and draw something on her desk and curiously went over. Shuyan, what are you doing? I am drawing the children's room. Although our children's room has already been decorated, I still want to redesign it. Mu Feng rubbed Li Shuyan's head. It is very late now, wait until tomorrow to draw. I am not sleepy yet, you go to sleep first, wait until I finish this painting. Mu Feng was afraid that she would sit by herself without inspiration. He sat beside Li Shuyan and discussed the design of the children's room together. Unconsciously, the time had come to 1 in the morning. According to the discussion between the two have completed the design program, when the time comes to find someone to build it. The house is hard covered and can be moved in now. When the time to move in, if the shortcomings of what in slowly add. I'll be moving in tomorrow. Li Shuyan has long wanted to move. It was their first home of their own. On a new day, after breakfast, they started moving. Li Shuyan rolled up her sleeves and worked hard. Mufeng smiled and said, "Shuyan, you take a good rest and watch out for the baby in your belly, just leave the rest to me." Shihan also said, "Right, Shuyan adult, just take a good rest, leave the rest to Mufeng, he alone can handle it." Li Shuyan gave her a speechless look. Shihan spat out her tongue. "Just saying, do you really think she won't help?" Fortunately, moving into the rented room didn't take long, and it didn't take long to pack up. It was lunchtime when they moved into their new home. Mufeng made a hearty meal to celebrate the new residence. Watching the image of Mufeng pinching food for his little sister, Shihan secretly recorded a small video, helping Li Shuyan to record this little cozy moment. After the meal, Shihan said to Li Shuyan, "I have to go back, remember to think of me when the time comes." Li Shuyan frowned, "Why so fast?" "I'll stay for a couple of days." Shihan said reluctantly, "I can't help it, I have to go back and meet up with my teacher today. She has a mission this time. It's time to go back after being out for so long." Moreover, Shihan was not a fool and could see that the relationship between her little sister and Mufeng was very delicate. Her staying here would only affect the process of the two. Hearing Shihan say that there was a school trip mission, Li Shuyan then spread her eyebrows. "Well then, studies are important. You have to visit me more often when you have time in the future." Shihan smiled, "That's a must. We'll be good sisters for life." Before leaving, Shihan said to Mufeng, "Don't look at Li Shuyan, she's silly and childish all day long, but she's not sloppy with her feelings, I hope you take good care of her. I'm the only good sister I have, if you encounter any tight things tell me, we'll figure it out together." Mufeng nodded his head and promised to take good care of Li Shuyan, so that she can rest assured. Arriving downstairs in the neighborhood, Li Shuyan and Mufeng originally wanted to send Shihan to the airport. Shihan refused. "Aya, I'll just take a taxi there myself. I have to meet up with my teachers and go back with them." "On the contrary, it's you've just finished moving and there's still a lot of things to collect, so there's no need to send me." The cart Shihan took arrived. The two of them parted hand in hand, reluctant to part. "I'll see you later. Give me a message when you get there." Shihan turned back, "I know, I'll come back to play with you when I come to Lucheng." Chapter 21 finished, exposed, Motherly arrives. On the way home, the two were holding hands. Passing by the store downstairs, a girl with long hair and a pink blouse and white skirt walked out of the store. Seeing Mufeng and Li Shuyan, the other party opened her mouth in surprise. "Mufeng, Li Shuyan, it's really you guys." Mufeng and Li Shuyan are the celebrities of the school, many people know them. "It's rumored in the school that you guys are together and even opened a store together, it's true. Why are you here? Did you just move in?" The girl is excited, like seeing a celebrity idol. Seeing the school flower and schoolgirl walking together hand in hand, the gossip attribute was instantly full. Mufeng and Li Shuyan looked at each other suspiciously. The other party knew his name, but also talked about the school, guessing that it should be a school with them. Did not wait for Mufeng to open his mouth. Sister first introduced himself, "School flower, school grass, I am also a student of the University of Science and Technology." "I am also a student of the University of Science and Technology." The other party was so enthusiastic, Mufeng smiled and responded, "Hello, classmate. Yes, we just moved in today." Knowing that the other party is an alumnus, Li Shuyan also followed the greeting, "Students hello. The girls have lived here for years, and I never thought I'd run into them. Ask them if they bought a house here." Mufeng nodded. After moving all day today, perhaps a little tired, see Li Shuyan yawning. After greeting, Mufeng brought Li Shuyan home. Looking at the back of the two holding hands, the sister secretly took a picture with her cell phone. Backhandedly sent to the school exchange group. "Guess who I just saw in the neighborhood?" It was Mufeng and Li Shuyan. They actually lived together and bought a house here. In the next second, the melon eaters bubbled up. The group exploded. Clicking on the picture was really the school flower and schoolgirl. Painful, extremely painful. They're living together. They are living together. My dream is shattered. A few days ago just opened a store to buy a car, and now buy a house, life went awry. The same as a college student, I still play games in the dormitory, and even buy skin cannot afford to buy, people have already bought a house. I don't even have an object in the game, other people's wives or schoolgirls, crying. I'm the man the schoolgirl can never get. The group chatted feverishly, and soon the girl sent the cell positioning. Once again set off a climax. This neighborhood I know, one of the upscale neighborhoods in Lucheng, really envious. I am a waste of college students, even a toilet cannot afford to buy, not to mention the house. Can I afford to buy a house in this life? Is there any hope in life? On the other side, Lu Feng has just returned from a date with a rich young man and is in a beautiful mood. Inadvertently looked at the cell phone. Today's exchange group is particularly lively. Curious, I clicked in. She found that all the people in the group were talking about Mufeng. The more she looked, the deeper her frown became. In a short period of time, the other party not only opened a store, bought a car, and now in the Jingye Yuan bought a house. At first, she didn't know that the other party was so rich. What's more crucial is that the other party is still with the school flower. See Mufeng over so good, the heart suddenly blocked panic. So I sent him a WeChat. How have you been doing recently? On the other hand, Mufeng saw WeChat has a message, clicked to see it as Lu Feng, phot not directly pull black. Lu Feng saw him delayed to return the message, thought he did not see, continue to edit the message. Clicking send, a red exclamation mark came into view. He himself was pulled black. Lu Feng was furious. Damn, actually pulled me black. Immediately afterward, she called Mufeng again. Mufeng will not give her a chance, after pulling WeChat along with the phone also pulled. Lu Feng found that the phone was also pulled black, angry straight stomping feet, nose are angry crooked. She swore she would find Mufeng and ask him about it. At this moment, Chi-Han is also in the car editing the circle of friends. Smilingly editing the text. Hair little face-to-face feeding dog food. And with the video taken at lunch today. Click send. Watching the video, Chi-Han was in a good mood, her best friend found her own happiness and was happy for her. Chi-Han laughed not a few minutes, but could not laugh out. Soon realized that he was hasty. I forgot to block Li Shuyan's mom. The other party left a message, my daughter has a date? Fuming emoji. Chi-Han cried out in his heart that it was bad, he had been found out. Finished, it seems like I've done something to apologize to my best friend. What goes around comes around. Chi-Han was still worried about her girlfriends being found out by her family. The next second, the cell phone rang. At a glance, sure enough, it was Li Shuyan's mom calling. Chi-Han took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and connected, hey, auntie. The voice of Li's mother cutting straight to the chase came from the other end of the phone, Xiaohan, Shuyan has a boyfriend? They're not living together, are they? The corner of Chi-Han's mouth twitched. How should I answer? Luckily, she didn't say anything about her little sister's pregnancy. Otherwise, auntie would definitely fly over and skin Li Shuyan. Chi-Han's mind was spinning fast. But before she could think of a good response, Li mother's voice came again. Okay, you don't want to cover for her, I know just by looking at you. You honestly tell auntie, how is that man? What kind of person is he? Chi-Han could hear that she was very angry. So she snorted. Auntie, I don't know. Does Shu Yan have a boyfriend? No, I don't think so. Auntie, I really don't know, I messed up my circle of friends, I'll delete it right away, just pretend it never happened, okay? What do you think? Li's mother obviously doesn't buy her argument. She still thinks that her daughter is hiding something from her. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of Chi-Han, she went to her best friend, Ms. Chi. Mother Chi was Chi-Han's mother, and the two knew each other before Li Shuyan and Chi-Han were born. On a new day, Li Shuyan continued to work at the jewelry store after Chi-Han left. What she doesn't realize is this. At this time, there were two more figures outside the Lu City bus station. They were Li's mother and Chi's mother, carrying large bags of things. Mother Chi looked around and lamented, big cities are different, there are skyscrapers everywhere, buying a house here will cost a lot of money, right? When Shuyan graduates, she will be able to take you here to enjoy her life after she gets a foothold here. Li mother lowered his head to clean up their own things, you do not laugh at me, that silly girl, can get out of what career, peace and quiet on the line, do not want her to be rich and famous. She mother to comfort her, you cannot think so, Shuyan is beautiful and understanding, good grades, will certainly be married to a rich family, then enjoy the blessings of the time, do not forget me this good girlfriend Don't make fun of me. She said so on her lips, but seeing her own girlfriend praising her daughter, she was still very happy in her heart. Although Li's mother was in her 40s. Her looks were a bit similar to Li Shuyan's, and although her face had developed a few wrinkles, she still couldn't hide her style. Chapter 22 Exposed. Auntie, the schoolgirl has long been living with her boyfriend. Arrived at the University of Science and Technology. She mother looked around. Shuyan's school is much bigger than our school. It was more than 10 years ago that we went to college, and now that technology has advanced, it is definitely different. She mother ignored her and took out her cell phone to take pictures of herself. Li mother was worried that no one asked about her daughter's situation. Two female students passed by and recognized Li's mother. Are you Li Shuyan's mother? They are in the same class as Li Shuyan. They had met Li's mother before when she came to the school to look for Li Shuyan, and Li Shuyan was the school flower, so they were impressed by Li's mother. Mother Li sized up the two. Yes, may I ask classmates, do you know where my daughter is? The number of classmates who gathered around grew. Many people recognized Mother Li. The two classmates were full of doubts and looked at each other. Didn't Li Shuyan take a break from school? Did she not tell her mom? But it seems to be true. How can she talk about this kind of unseemly thing? She must be beaten half to death. Auntie, don't you know? Li Shuyan has moved out with her boyfriend. My daughter moved in with her boyfriend? Yes, Auntie, it's been a while, the whole school knows about it. Hearing this, Li's mother's eyes widened and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Sure enough, her daughter was hiding something from the world. Li Shuyan was the school flower, and there were naturally a few students who were jealous of her. Seeing the crowd of onlookers talking about it grows. Li mother tried to restrain her emotions. Leaving the University of Science and Technology, she took out her cell phone with a black face and called Li Shuyan. The phone was quickly connected. Baby, what are you doing? Are you busy now? How are you doing at school? Li mother hated to immediately give her a big slap in the face. She wanted to ask her if her brain was in the water and she was so quick to talk to someone. Li Shuyan thought that her mother didn't know. Smiling, Mom, not busy, I just came back from class, in school over quite good. Although she shouted at her all day long as a silly girl, but her own daughter is not silly at all. Who are you bluffing? I'm at your school right now. How long do you want to keep this from me? I heard you took a break from school, are you going to kill me you? What's wrong with you? You don't learn anything, and you're falling in love early. You've got a boyfriend outside. You can afford me? You. When will you bring that man over to meet me? You really? The more Li mother said, the more angry she became. Li Shuyan saw the crazy output from the opposite side and hurriedly covered her cell phone with her hand and held it far away. I don't understand how Mom knows that she is talking to someone. I don't understand how my mom knew that I was dating someone, but I haven't been in touch recently. Mu Feng saw Li Shuyan's hands were busy and thought something was wrong. He wanted to open his mouth and ask. Li Shuyan made a gesture with her hand. Hush. My mother. Mu Feng read her meaning and obediently shut up. Li Shuyan tentatively listened to the opposite side of the output finished. Seeing that the opposite side has no sound, Li Shuyan with a hint of petulance slowly opened her mouth. Mom is not as bad as you think, I have my own ideas. Li mother even more angry, what do you think, now is the age of study, you do not study later how to do. Now, immediately come to pick me up, I will wait for you in front of the school, otherwise I do not have you as a daughter. By the way, take that man with you. After saying, snapped and hung up the phone. Li Shuyan was shocked. She didn't get over it. How the hell did Mom know about her? Forget it, Li Shuyan shook her head. The priority now is to go pick up Mom. After seeing Li Shuyan calm down a little, Mu Feng asked what happened. Li Shuyan told the story in general. After listening, Mu Feng carefully asked, then what are you going to do, are you still going to hide it from her? Li Shuyan shook her head, I can't hide it, later she even asked me to take you to see her. Then will Auntie like me? Li Shuyan thought for a while, it should be, don't look at her just raging to knife people, but she is usually quite good to me, she should still be angry, besides, you look so handsome, she will definitely like it. Seeing Li Shuyan so serious, Mu Feng also tense emotions also relaxed. Then we go to pick them up now? Li Shuyan nodded, things have come to this, it can only be done. On the other side, Li mother finished hanging up the phone. discussed her daughter's matter with Mother Chi. Do you think Shu Yan can rely on that man? Xi's mother thought about it. It should be reliable. Shu Yan is so good looking, the person she is looking for must not be bad. Besides, Shu Yan is so smart, it is impossible to be cheated, don't worry. What's the use of being handsome? The more handsome you are, the more scum you are. You can't beat a boatload of people to death with a single stroke. There are definitely honest ones who are handsome. Li Mother thought about it and organized her thoughts. So I should give him a good face when we meet later? It's up to you. Li Shuyan and Mu Feng are in the store, close to the school. 10 minutes away from the school. Soon a Mercedes-Benz C260 parked in front of the school. Just arrived at the school gate, Li Shuyan saw two people. Mom didn't say that there is also Auntie Chi and Ah. From the car down, to Li Mother two people waved. Mom, here. Li Shuyan jogged to the side of the two. Mom, Auntie Chi, why didn't you notify me when you came here? I'll go pick you up. Auntie Chi was the first to speak. No, originally Auntie and your mom wanted to give you a surprise, so they didn't tell you. Li's mother looked serious. Still notify you? If I had told you, how long would you have kept it from me? Li Shuyan pulled Li Mother's hand, pampered. Mom, I have their own plans. When the time is right we'll naturally tell you. Don't be angry, Mom. Li Mother was already heartbroken daughter, led Li Shuyan in another city to live and she certainly do not feel at ease, but also blamed himself for not taking care of their daughters. The mother's heart has slowly softened. She began to ask her daughter where her partner was. Li Shuyan answered obediently. He went to park the car. He will be here in a while. This side is not good for parking. The next second, a handsome figure came from the intersection. Appeared in front of them. Mother Li and Mother Chi's eyes lit up. A black casual dress, slender and perfect body, eyes deep and bright, inside seems to hide a piece of star, between the light and shadow glittering love, all permeated with noble. The moment it came into view, it stunned the two. Li Mother pushed Chi Mother. Look at people, handsome and sunny, running up are so good looking, good sunshine and so mature. Handsome. Too handsome. Chi Mother lamented, if he was still young high and low chase a hand, but unfortunately now old. Li Mother also has the idea in mind, if his daughter object would be good, the two look how well matched Lang talented girl. When there are children in the future, the value of the face must be very high. The hearts of the two men fluttered. Li Shuyan followed the line of sight of the two. So Mu Feng is walking towards this side. Mom and Auntie Chi are not talking about Mu Feng, right? Chapter 23 Seeing the mother-in-law, the shocked mother-in-law. Auntie, how are you? I'm Mu Feng. Hearing Mu Feng's voice, the two were like a spring breeze. Worthy of being a pretty boy, his voice is so nice. Mu Feng's voice continued to sound, I am Shu Yan's boyfriend. Li Mother and Chi Mother looked at the shockingly handsome man in front of them. The other party is Li Shuyan's boyfriend. Li Mother's first feeling was that her daughter had found a very handsome object. The face value is even more handsome than Yan Zhu. The temperament was also so attractive. Strangely enough, she was quite angry, but when she saw Mu Feng's face, most of her anger subsided. But his daughter is right next to him, so he needs to put on a straight face. The expression is not cold and light greetings. Knowing her mother is like a daughter, Li Shuyan knows that her mother's impression of Mu Feng is certainly not bad. So smiled and said, Mom, Auntie Chi, the road is crowded, let's get on the car and say it. I will help you take it. Said, Mu Feng went forward to take the things in the hands of Li Mother Chi Mother. Mu Feng's carefulness, Li Mother see in the eyes. Mu Feng carried the things and walked in front to lead the way. Li Shuyan held Li Mother's hand and chatted behind her with a smile on her face. When they arrived at the parking place, Mu Feng skillfully opened the trunk. Mu Feng skillfully opened the trunk and put everything in. Li Shuyan jogged to help open the car door. The two saw the car, obviously froze for a moment, but did not say anything. Getting into the car, Mu Feng started the car. The car's exterior and interior are very new, it should be a new car. Li Mother is not sure if it is in order to pick up her and specially go to rent. But it doesn't matter, it's enough that her son-in-law is so handsome and capable. Suddenly, for a moment, Li Mother felt as if she had a little bit of face control. Recovering their thoughts, the two felt the car. The cushions are soft and feel textured, and the back seat is spacious. Auntie Chi couldn't help but ask, Xiao Fengma, this car is you bought, so new, should we just bought it? Mu Feng drove back, yes, Auntie, this car was just bought some time ago. Seeing that this car is so advanced, the price should not be cheap, right? Mu Feng snorted and didn't say the exact figure. See, Mu Feng car is their own to buy. Two people lamented, alas, buy a car is not as good as to buy a house, so that down to earth point. Back to Jingya Yuan. Li Mother and Auntie Chi stood in the center of the district, not moving to survey. Li Mother asked, "This is a good environment, do you live here?" Li Shuyan helped Mu Feng take the luggage off the car. Looking back to Li Mother, "Mom, this is not rented, it is also bought by Mu Feng." "Buy it?" Mother Li and Mother Chi were shocked. The house here isn't cheap at first glance. This location, and looking at the surroundings and facilities, it should cost at least $1 million. Li Mother began to doubt Mu Feng's identity. At a young age with a car and a house, I wonder what his family does. Back home. Entering the living room, the eye is the luxurious new Chinese decoration, this style of decoration, not to mention the young people, middle-aged people like it even more. Li Mother and Chi Mother secretly surprised. Auntie Chi circled around the house, this decoration is so beautiful. Mu Feng put things away. Take out the ingredients from the kitchen. Auntie Li and Auntie Chi, you guys rest first, I'll go cook. The two thought they had heard wrong and looked at each other. Nowadays, men who can cook are getting fewer and fewer, not to mention this kind of good-looking ones, even fewer. Li Shuyan smiled cheekily, "Mom, Auntie Chi, don't worry, leave the cooking to Mu Feng, he cooks deliciously." Seeing their daughter praising him so much, the two men were half convinced. Li Shuyan poured water for them. "Oh, don't believe me, you'll know later." "Mom, Auntie Chi, let me show you around." After saying that, she got up and took the hands of the two of them. Li's mother and Chi's mother curiously followed behind Li Shuyan. Each room is beautifully decorated, upscale and cozy, with good lighting and square. It is much better than your own house. Pleasing to the eye, following a set of tours down, Li Mother and Chi Mother are in a happy mood. Back in the living room, Mu Feng has already washed the fruit. "Auntie, you guys eat some fruit first, the food will be ready in a minute, wait a minute." Soon the sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Outside the living room. Li Shuyan still can't figure out how her mom knows about her date, but the other party doesn't know about her license and pregnancy yet. "Forget it, I don't want to, if I tell her now, she will kill herself. First hide it, then say." Chi Mother took a grape, stretched out, "Your son-in-law is not bad, and can cook and careful. Still Shuyan back to find, unlike my wild girl, all day long do not know what to busy." When Li Shuyan heard this, her heart tightened. "That Mom, Auntie Chi, you guys rest here for a while, I'm going to help Mu Feng cook." After saying this, he grayed out and ran into the kitchen. Li Mother smiled, "Yes, is quite good." Looking at the two busy figures in the kitchen. The way her daughter's hands were busy washing vegetables, Mother Li couldn't help but smile. It was obvious that her daughter was happy to stay with Mu Feng. The two people's jostling and unintentional smiles were permeated with warmth and happiness. Li Shuyan found a few rotten leaves. "Look, this dish is bad, in the future we do not go there to buy." Mu Feng laughed, "Next time we won't go there, let's just pinch off the bad ones. After you finish washing the dishes, go out first to accompany the aunt, here the fumes are big, I can do it. I'll take care of it." With the support of the legendary culinary arts, Mu Feng's movements were skillful. The operation was smooth and flowing, with the style of a master. The aroma slowly drifted out from the kitchen. Smell the fragrance. Mother Chi inhaled her nose. At a young age, little Feng's cooking skills are outstanding, they can surpass ours. You have to know that in their time, they had to start cooking when they were around 10 years old. Now that times are different, youngsters are not willing to cook in the kitchen at all. I didn't expect Mu Feng's cooking skills to be so amazing. Shu Yan had met the right person this time. Seeing Mother Chi praising Mu Feng so much, Mother Li was becoming more and more satisfied with Mu Feng. She couldn't help but wonder how the male lead's cooking tasted. Early this morning, she and Auntie Chi started rushing to catch the bus, and had not eaten until now. Touching her stomach, she was starving. After contact, she realized that Mu Feng, besides being handsome, had other flashpoints that she needed to understand. After Li Shuyan finished washing the dishes and came out, she saw Li Mother and Chi Mother looking at the scenery outside the balcony. Li Shuyan went over to her and asked, "Mom, how do you know about me?" Li Mother scolded her, "Don't meddle in adults' business. If I don't know, how long will you keep this from me? If I didn't know, how long would you have to keep this from me? The first thing to do in school is to study, but you gave me such a big surprise. You're taking a break from school, and you didn't even tell your family. Do you still have me and your dad in your eyes? You simply want to be angry with me, ah?" Chapter 24 Hemp, completely shocked, what is the identity of Mu Feng? Li Shuyan haha fake smile, that is not afraid of you guys worried? We are only worried if you don't say it. In the face of her daughter's petulance, Li mother took her no way at all. She held back her anger. Now there are so many scum men out there, 3 or 2 words of flowery language to you these young girls cheated round and round. She mother agrees, now on the network a lot of play girls' feelings of yellow hair, no matter what, and did not thoroughly understand each other when you cannot take it lightly. You must learn to protect yourself when you are out and about. However, Mother Chi's impression of Mu Feng seems to be quite good. Luckily, you met someone like Xiao Feng, and at a glance, Xiao Feng looks like someone who will live a good life. This way, your mom also feel more at ease. Li Shuyan knows that her mom loves her the most, saying that she is afraid that she will meet bad people. Continuing to be pampered, she buried her head into her mother's arms. Touching her daughter's hair, this girl is still as cute as before. I do not know how long it was. Mu Feng carries the dishes to the dining room and greets the 3, Shuyan, 2 aunts, the meal is ready, wash your hands and you can eat. Li Shuyan ran over to help. Li mother is polite, good, hard work little wind. The food is served. A few people took their seats. The table was full of colorful and fragrant dishes, Mother Chi couldn't wait. Li Shuyan picked up her chopsticks and said brightly, Mom, Auntie Chi, try it, Mu Feng's cooking is delicious. Chi mother couldn't resist the temptation, then I won't be polite. Mapa tofu, stewed beef brisket with tomatoes and potatoes, braised pork ribs, stir-fried beef with celery, garlic lettuce, and corn rib soup. Chi mother picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth, and when she took a bite of it, she couldn't stop praising it, and shed tears of deliciousness. This is too delicious. This cooking is much better than what I do, Xiao Feng have time to teach auntie. Li mother see good sister so exaggerated. Cannot help but taste. Taste absolute, then outside the 5-star hotel chef to do are more delicious. Xiao Feng, you are too good, I have never eaten such a delicious meal. Mu Feng modestly, Auntie, you like it is good, come to taste this pork chop soup, see if it fits the appetite. After saying this, he took out a new bowl and served everyone soup. The 2 of them picked up the ribs, took a bite, and it came off the bone easily. This is also too delicious. Li Shuyan looked at them, I told you that Mu Feng's cooking is delicious, now believe me. Mother Li and Mother Chi ate it with rave reviews. Mother Chi thought to herself, if only she had a son-in-law like Mu Feng, who wouldn't like a man with good looks and a good cook. After finishing the meal, a few people were all stretched out and sat in the living room chatting. Li mother asked, now you have taken a break from school, Mu Feng is also a college student, and there is no job, where do you get your income? Li Shuyan replied, I have a job now, Mom, don't worry. Li's mother asked again, what kind of work, part-time? Not part-time, Mu Feng, and I opened a jewelry store. Li Shuyan asked, what kind of work? Li mother looked at Li Shuyan in doubt. Li Shuyan added again, Mu Feng bought a set near the school. Mother Li and Mother Chi were surprised. Buying another house? You bought a house and a car, and now you are buying a store, and it's near the university, so the price must be very high. The store is her own, so she doesn't have to pay rent and saves costs. Mother Li asked Li Shuyan how her business was doing. Li Shuyan smiled and took out the income screenshot to show them. On the first day of business, the profit was over 8,000. But not so much now. Hearing her daughter say so much, Li mother's heart clenched for a moment, thinking that her daughter's business was not so good. Li Shuyan thought about it, now the daily average is only 5 or 6,000. Seeing her daughter's disgruntled look, Mother Li was numb. 5 or 6,000. It was more than the salary of many people working for a month. Mother Chi was also shocked, thinking in her own daughter Chihan, I do not know when she graduated from the job high or not. The 2 asked Li Shuyan in a whisper, what does Mu Feng's family do, so rich at such a young age, his family should be in good condition, right? Li Shuyan explained. Mu Feng's family is from the countryside, parents at home farming, for him to go to school, after going to college Mu Feng began to work part-time to earn their own money. The parents are both working at home in agriculture. Learning about Mu Feng's family conditions, the 2 were surprised, Mu Feng's family is from the countryside, there is no background, relying on their own efforts to buy a house in the city, buy a car and open a store. Unbelievable. Mother Li and Mother Chi have mixed feelings. After resting, looked at the time. Thinking about the jewelry store that earns big thousands of lost dollars a day. Chi mother jumped at the chance to ask if she could go to see the store. Li Shuyan looked at Mu Feng. Mu Feng nodded his head and said that there was no problem. Li Shuyan cheered, Auntie Chi, Mom, go. Now we'll set off. Now she was with Mu Feng. Wanted to let her old mom know about her situation so that she could rest assured. Say go and go. Mu Feng drove them out. Arrive at Qingyun Street. Getting out of the car. Mother Chi and Mother Li realized that there were a lot of people on the street. Surrounded by shopping malls and schools, there were young people coming and going. This place belonged to a popular area for netizens. There were all kinds of stalls, and many tourists and young people came here to play. On the road, Mu Feng and Li Shuyan's face attracted sideways glances from passers-by. The two of them are so well matched, the girl is so beautiful. Really want to cry, why can other people's object can be so handsome, if my object is also so good looking it would be good. Are the two of them stars? The face value is so high, I would like to go up to the autographs and take a photo together. The man is really handsome. If only there was such a handsome one in our school it would be good. Li's mother heard passers-by praising her own daughter and Mu Feng. She felt that the two were a good match, and she became more and more satisfied with Mu Feng. In the midst of the crowd's stunning gazes, Mother Li saw a beautifully decorated jewelry store from afar. Was that the store opened by her daughter and Mu Feng? Soon she knew the answer. Opening the door, Li Shuyan introduced, Mom, Auntie Chi, this is the jewelry store Mu Feng and I opened. Taking the two of them on a tour of the store. There was a wide array of jewelry, what with all the bracelets, rings, earrings, and necklaces. All the things that girls like. The store is beautifully decorated. Mother Li was puzzled. Now that the door is open, there is no one. This store can really earn $5,000 or $6,000 a day? Just then, there was a shout from outside the door. Wow, I waited for a few days but didn't squat, but today it's finally open, so I can buy beautiful jewelry again. I don't know if the boss will come today, and the boss lady is also good looking. This time I brought my good sister over, must be a big sale, I don't know if there is a discount. Jitterbugs say it is true, really did not lie to me, the boss is really good looking. Li mother looking for the sound of the voice to look at, only to see a group of excited girls outside the door to come. It looks like they are here to buy something. Li Shuyan went forward to greet them. The boss's wife received them personally, and a few girls wailed with excitement. Chapter 25 Shocking Marriage Certificate. Mom, listen to my sophistry. Just opened the door shortly. There are a lot of girls in the store. It looks like they are all fans of Mu Feng and Li Shuyan. There are more and more people. Mother Li saw that the two of them were simply too busy. So she came forward to help. Some girls saw Li's mother. One of them went up and asked, Hello, Auntie. Is the owner of this store your son? He's so handsome. Auntie, you are so elegant and young looking. Mother Li smiled, not knowing what to say. But she was still happy to hear others praise her. Mother Chi quietly came to her side. Pushing her shoulder, business is so good, no wonder you can earn a few $1,000s a day. According to this development, Shuyan won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Li mother smiled brightly, looking at the lively situation in the store, happy for her daughter. She took out her cell phone and recorded a video, intending to bring it back home to show her father. Just finished recording the video. In the store came a group of girls dressed up in a sexy way, with green and flowery hair. In normal times, Li mother has no good feelings for this kind of people, but now her daughter is doing business, the other party is a customer. There is no reason to drive customers out. The purpose of this group of girls was clear. It was directed at Mu Feng. After entering the store, they walked straight towards Mu Feng. Some of the girls looked towards Mu Feng with a teasing tone. Handsome guy, look at what's suitable for us here, you can help us pick out a few. Handsome guy so handsome, can you add WeChat? My sister has her eye on you. When there is time to invite you to drink milk tea. In front of a few fancy dress women, exudes a bad perfume smell. I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. I can't believe that you are ignoring yourself. The spirit of the little sister is not willing. Pick up the jewelry in front of Mu Feng to compare. Handsome man, look at this, is suitable for me or not, and these. Mu Feng was speechless. Come up and tease hard, good downward behavior, they can't do a little business. Mu Feng's attitude towards the opposite sex, Li mother saw it in her eyes. More and more satisfied with him. Spirit little sister annoyed. With her own beauty, how had she ever been ignored by a man? Usually, as long as she hooked her hand, countless men would come up like pugs to kneel and lick themselves. How can you be a boss and not know how to serve your customers when you see them? Don't you know that the customer is God? Wanted to go forward to help, but Mu Feng waved his hand and said he could solve it. With a stern face and a cold tone, he said to the spirit girls to let them hurry up and leave. For women who harassed themselves, even if they had money, Mu Feng did not earn it. Seeing that Mu Feng looked like he was going to hit someone, the spirit little sisters panicked and slipped away. After the spirit girls left, a few people continued to be busy. In the blink of an eye, it was 9:30. During this time, people came and went without a break. Before closing and going back, Li Shuyan and Motherly calculated today's income. 7,452 yuan. Motherly and Motherchi couldn't believe it, earning this much in one day, much easier than them. Back home. Finish eating. Knowing that Li Shuyan and Motherly hadn't seen each other for a long time, they must have a lot to talk about, so Mu Feng asked them to sleep in the master bedroom together, and he slept in the guest room at night. Li Shuyan went to take a bath. Inside the room, Motherly looked around, seeing the dresser in disarray. She knows her daughter, how she was at home, how she still is now. Li Mother shook her head. Stinky girl, the old habits have not changed at all, still like to put things in a mess. Sai, who asked for her own daughter. Li Mother began to help Li Shuyan clean up. After cleaning up almost, pull open the drawer. Suddenly there was a snap. A pile of information fell to the ground. Li Mother rolled her eyes. Everything is put everywhere. If the important documents are missing at that time, she will have to look for them. Help her to organize. Seeing a pile of red certificates at the back, Li Mother is very pleased. Think it must be the daughter in the school obtained excellent certificate. Put the certificates on the bed and look at them later. Finish tidying up. Motherly was ready to start appreciating her daughter's achievements. This time, Li Shuyan had already finished her bath and was blow-drying her hair outside. Seeing her mother holding her certificate, she was secretly pleased with herself. That was what Li Shuyan had taken out to show off to Mu Feng. Now her mother had found it. She would have to let her mother praise her a lot. Motherly looked through them very carefully. On each one of them, there were 4 big words written on the certificate of honor. Li Mother had a look of determination, her own daughter's show off. Turning to the back, 2 small red books came into view. Fixed his eyes and took a look. Marriage license. Motherly froze. This is something she is familiar with, because she also has. She apprehensively flipped it open, taking a chance. It mustn't be her own daughter's. Seeing the 3 big words Li Shuyan, her heart was half cold. Taking another look. Mu Feng. Flustered, she flipped over and looked at the photo. She was confused. It was her own daughter, it was Mu Feng. She froze in place and couldn't believe what she was seeing. Back to her senses, her daughter took a break from school, outside and live with the object. Do not tell her even if, I did not expect to get a license. Also do not tell her. This time she really angry. But suddenly thought. Since the contact, Mu Feng gave her a very good impression, is a rare man. A man as good as him, start before it's too late. Handsome and gold, talented. Which girl doesn't like it? And the car, the house, and the store were all built by Mu Feng himself. This man is dependable. It does seem like a good choice for his daughter to be with him. On the other side, Li Shuyan finished blowing her hair and didn't know what happened, thinking that her mom only saw her certificate. Hey! Those are my 2 years of hard work to fight out. Your daughter is still a bit of a good thing, although not yet finished reading, or more, by the time you cannot even take it. Li Shuyan, a face of complacency, like a baby waiting for compliments, eyes blinking. She didn't notice the slightest difference in Li Mother. Seeing Li Mother's serious face, Li Shuyan scratched his head. So what? Don't praise even if it's not, but also bored face. What is going on? Li Mother snapped and slammed the red book in her hand onto the bed. You see, this is a certificate of honor? I look at you like a certificate of honor. The eyes fell. The eye falls down, and there are 3 big words written on it, marriage certificate. Li Shuyan realized why her mother didn't laugh or praise her. Who can laugh at such a big shock? Li Shuyan raised her feet and knelt on the bed, hiding the marriage license behind her back. Mom, you listen to my explanation? Li Shuyan thought about when the marriage certificate was not placed in the cabinet properly. How did it appear here? Li Mother looked like she was very angry. Okay, I will listen to your explanation. Nowadays, universities are so good? They still issue marriage certificates. I didn't have one before I went to college. Li Shuyan, you are really good and is a suspension in marriage license, is not a little wind revealed. I send you to college, the school is how to teach you? I sent you to college, is that what the school taught you? You took the marriage license back with a bang, and you didn't take it seriously at all, you thought you were a kid playing house? If I don't give you clean up, I don't even know my daughter is married. If I don't know how long you still want to hide from me, you're a dead girl. Dead girl hiding everything from herself. The more I think about it, the more angry I am. I won't say anything. When the time comes, let your father know that he shall not beat you to death. Chapter 26. Li mother cried bitterly, daughter married. Li Shuyan first time to see mom so angry. I'm not afraid of you worrying about it. I'm not afraid of you worrying about it, when I was trying to talk to you about it, but then I thought that you were too busy to care about me, so I didn't talk to you. Plus I was very busy at that time, and is moving and is opening a store decoration, your baby girl are tired thin, you see. Side said while gesturing. Seeing that her mom did not forgive herself, Li Shuyan went forward and rubbed herself. Li Shuyan went forward and rubbed against Li mother. Mom, you see I am not living quite well now, Mufong's so good to me you also see in the eyes is not it? Don't worry, we will live a good life in the future, we will be happy. Looking at her daughter's aggrieved, pathetic appearance. Li mother powerless. She is not willing to hit, scolded not willing to scold Li Shuyan will tell the whole story, but she didn't say anything about her pregnancy. If she had said this, Mother Li wouldn't have chipped her. How can she bear to scold her daughter when she is so weak? Li Shuyan knows that her parents love her, and since she was a child, she has always known how to play pitiful and sell her misery. Li Shuyan knows that her parents love her, and she has always known how to play the poor and the miserable since she was a child. Seeing that Li mother did not say anything, Li Shuyan did not dare to say anything more. For a while. Only then did Li mother slowly open her mouth. Mom is not aware of really scolding you, look at you, without saying a word, received a license. If you meet a fraudulent marriage, cheating you to the mountain nooks and crannies, I will see how you can come back. Luckily, you met a thoughtful man like Xiao Feng, otherwise I don't know where you are now washing dishes. Although it is said that the daughter of the license is not told. But now that the license has been issued, even if she doesn't agree, what can she do? Luckily she met Mu Feng. She has a good impression of her daughter's boyfriend. No, now it's the daughter's husband. After all, it's already been licensed. Motherly stared at Li Shuyan, her tone serious, bring the marriage license over to me. Just now, she was so busy being angry that she didn't have time to take a serious look at it. Now she wanted to take a closer look. Hearing her mother's words, Li Shuyan snickered and hurriedly handed over the marriage certificate. Li mother opened it, looked at the name, and then looked at the photo. Not bad. The effect is really good. Her daughter is good looking, she looks good in any photo, and she has the same face value as she did when she was young. Mu Feng is also very handsome. This features this face, handsome sunshine, mature and stable. You do not say. I don't know. They look like a married couple. Looking at the photo on the marriage license. In the photo, the two of them are smiling brightly, very infectious, overflowing with happiness. Mother Li couldn't help but smile. Baby girl had secretly gotten married and was secretly happy. Growing up, she left mom and dad. Thinking of this, tears overflowed from the corners of Li mother's eyes. Seeing her mom shedding tears, Li Shuyan was heartbroken. Quickly hugged her to comfort her. Mom, don't worry, I will try to live a good life and not let you and dad worry. Besides, you have not been with me to the store today to see it, business is so good, now earn money, daughter can take care of themselves. Back 1,000 steps, if not, there is still Mu Feng, how he treats me, you can see, I will be fine, mom, you do not worry about me. Daughter not only can take care of herself, he in the future, Mu Feng, and I will also be good to you. Said and patted Li mother's back. Li mother touched Li Shuyan's head. Silly child, mom is happy for you. My baby has grown up. Li Shuyan's soft voice continued to sound. Mom, don't be angry, anger is not good for the body. She had never seen her mom cry since she was a child, and this was the first time. In her eyes, her mother has always been a very strong person, usually what things have to do themselves to rest assured that the family large and small things are under her control, she has never been negligent to do things in a well-organized manner. Seeing her mom like this, Li Shuyan's heart aches. Li mother rubbed her eyes, saw her daughter helpless, looking at herself with baffled eyes. She poked her hand on Li Shuyan's forehead. You girl, I'm not angry because you got a license with Xiao Feng, but you didn't tell us about such a big thing. Mom is worried that you are alone in a strange city, no one to rely on, worried about being cheated. In the future, when you encounter anything, you talk to mom and dad. No, do not always solve the problem alone. I know mom, I know you love me the most. Li mother did not have a good temper. You just know in my here pampering, when the time comes you yourself to explain to your father. By the time your dad knows that his precious daughter, who he holds in his hands for fear of dropping and in his mouth for fear of melting, has run off to get a license with another boy, his expression will definitely be wonderful by then. Li mother continued to joke, his little cotton jacket to leak, must be sad bad. She might even come to Lucheng to meet her future son-in-law. Li Shuyan and Li mother stick close, pampered. Mom, when the time comes, you can say good words to dad. Besides, the family is not you in charge of it. You nodded. Who dares to say no? Is not it? Mom. You're the best. Why didn't you think about the present situation when you hid it from me, and now you know that you're thinking about me, huh? It's too late. I don't care what happens to you, you can do it yourself. I'll just watch the show from the sidelines. Li Shuyan was unreasonable, soft and cute. No, Mom, you can't just sit back and do nothing. I'm your precious daughter. That I was killed, you'll lose me as a sweetheart. Li mother was amused by her action, originally intended to scare her. Why did she still take it seriously? The two of them went back to the way they were at the beginning. Suddenly Li mother remembered something and asked her if Mu Feng had given you anything when you got married. Li Shuyan took out a jewelry box from the drawer. From inside, she took out the ring she bought last time. She put it on her hand and waved it in front of her mother. Mom, look, this is what Mu Feng bought for me at that time. Li mother looked at the ring. This diamond is very big and very flash. Then she asked, this must cost a lot of money, right? Li Shuyan back, at that time to buy more than 60,000, I would have refused to come, he insisted on buying. Seeing her daughter smile constantly should also be very happy. Finished, Li Shuyan remembered Mu mother gave her bracelet. And bent down to go to the cabinet to get. Because it is a Mu family heirloom, Li Shuyan put it extraordinarily well, for fear of breaking it. Showing it to Li's mother, Mom, this was given to me by Mu Feng's mom, saying it was a family heirloom. I don't even dare to bring it now for fear of breaking it. Mother Li looked at the bracelet. It's green, and at a glance, it's very valuable and worth a lot of money. People should value you very much. The family heirloom is given to you, must not let people down, can't see clearly no? Li Shuyan nodded her head and put the things away again. Waiting for her daughter to finish collecting. Li mother came back to her senses. Stinky girl, you are busy, right? People's parents know you are not willing to tell me. If it is not to see Chihan's circle of friends, she is still in the dark. Chapter 27 and Mother-in-Law Conversation, anxiously Shuyan. This will Mu Feng in the living room watching TV. The mother took the red book out of the room, her face could not be seen expression. Li Shuyan did followed behind her mother and gave Mu Feng a wink. Seeing the red book in Li mother's hand, coupled with Li Shuyan's wink, it is not difficult to guess that Li mother knows about their license. Mu Feng was calm inside. He and Li Shuyan were going to live a lifetime. Sooner or later, Li's father and mother knew about them. What he had to face next, Mu Feng knew in his heart. Mother Li walked over to the sofa. Asked Mu Feng, is it convenient? There is something I want to talk to you about. Convenient auntie, anytime. Hearing the answer. Mother Li turned back and looked at the little tail behind her. Li Shuyan had an expression of I don't know, it's none of my business. She glared at her, what are you doing out here, what's your business? Li Shuyan knew what her mother wanted to talk to Mu Feng, Mom. But the words were not finished. She received Li mother's knife man's eyes. She was flustered in her heart, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Then you guys take your time to chat. Li Shuyan retreated to the room and silently closed the door. In the next second, pasted on the doorway to eavesdrop on the movement outside, to have an accident she immediately went out to persuade the fight. Seeing her daughter go back. Li mother opened the door, Xiao Feng, you and Shuyan things your parents know? The matter of the license, they also know? If Mu Feng's parents don't know about this matter, she can balance her heart a bit. As expected, it was not what he expected. Mu Feng calmed down. I know, when I and Shuyan received the certificate that time my mother was in the city. Li mother angina, stinky girl is not at all in their own say. The mother also asked, what are your plans for the future? Mu Feng did not have a hint of hesitation. Now I and Shu Yan have been licensed, and we are not on impulse to receive. No matter what, I will be good to Shu Yan. Li Mother nodded. You are still small, there is no serious thought of licensing is a major event. You at least have to talk to the adults to make a decision. So what is the matter of the abrupt? Mu Feng listened very seriously. Auntie, at the beginning of the license did not tell you is my negligence, it is my ill considered. I intended to let Shu Yan tell you to discuss with you, but I didn't find the right opportunity. Mu Feng scratched his head. But auntie, you can rest assured that I can definitely take good care of Shu Yan, so that she won't suffer a little bit of aggression. The end of the room GA. I don't know when the door was opened a gap, the doorway stretched out ahead. Seeing the two people find themselves, Li Shuyan was embarrassed. Still chatting? I thought you guys were done chatting. I was just thirsty and wanted a drink of water. You don't need to worry about me. Continue to talk about yourselves. Li Shuyan went to the kitchen bar and got a glass of water. Li Mother didn't say anything, just quietly watching her performance. At the same time, she was also a bit helpless, how uneasy her daughter was with herself, and she had to come out to drink while poking around. Sure enough, she has grown up and turned her elbow outward. Not to the mom. Li Mother did not have a good temper. Finished drinking? Li Shuyan nodded and put down the cup. Then why are you still waiting? Go back. Oh. Li Shuyan smiled at the two men and ran back to the room. Mu Feng saw the closed door of the room, said very seriously, Auntie, after graduation, I will marry Li Shuyan. Marry after graduation. Hearing this, Li Mother could feel his sincerity towards her daughter. Getting Mu Feng's answer, Mother Li was quite satisfied. This way, she was assured that she would hand her daughter over to him. On the other side, Li Shuyan still wants to continue to eavesdrop. Before lying on the door cracks can hear a little, now after the door is closed cannot hear. Li Shuyan was in a hurry. She was afraid that her mom would make things difficult for Mu Feng. Next to the guest room, heard the movement outside the living room, Chi Mother curiously walked out to look. Seeing her good sister and Mu Feng chatting about something. With a serious expression, she guessed that it should be related to Li Shuyan. Walking to the master bedroom, she knocked on the door, and sure enough, it opened at once. After entering the room, Mother Chi asked what happened. Li Shuyan took a breath. Anyway, her mother knew, so she also told her in Mu Feng's matter one by one. You and Mu Feng got a license to get married? Mother Chi's eyes widened and her expression was the same as Mother Li's just now. This news hit her too hard. Surprisingly married. Unbelievable. No wonder she saw Mother Li's expression so serious just now. Listening to Li Shuyan finish. Calming down, seeing her anxious look, Mother Chi couldn't help but smile. Gesturing her not to be nervous. Shuyan, don't worry, your mom won't make things difficult for Mu Feng. Your mom still has a good impression of Mu Feng, she won't say anything. Really, Auntie Chi? Auntie Chi smiled and said, sure, see how good and careful little Feng is to you, your mom won't give him a hard time. Li Shuyan immediately came to the side of Chi Mother. I did not tell my mother to get a license thing, and now I just know to go to Mu Feng. Is it still okay? What if my mom won't let me be with Mu Feng because of this? Chi Mother read Li Shuyan mind. Mu Feng is so young, and responsible, careful, and understanding. Your feelings are so good, your mother cannot let you separate. Besides, your mother has long recognized this future son-in-law. Chi Mother thought if such a good son-in-law good sisters do not want if she wants. She would have introduced her to Chi Han in a minute. Now the situation outside, at most told each other to take good care of their own daughter, do not let her down similar words. Or ask each other when the wedding. How could she not know what her old friend was thinking? After listening to Chi Mother's words, Li Shuyan was in a much better mood, feeling that her worries were unnecessary. Her husband was so excellent. There was no reason for mom not to like him. When the two finished chatting, Li Shuyan quietly came to Mu Feng's side. In a low voice, she asked, what did my mom talk to you about? Isn't she super mean? Mu Feng shook his head. Auntie is very good at talking. Specifically Mu Feng did not say, just let her rest assured. Have confidence in your husband, he can handle it. Li Shuyan arched her eyebrows and was very happy. Couldn't help but give muamwahaha. He ran back to the room in high spirits. Li Shuyan just left. Mu Feng received a call from Mu's mother. Asked him and Li Mother chat how it is. Learning that the other party had a good impression of her son, Mu Mother offered to meet with the other party. Tell Shuyan that your father and I will go up to see them tomorrow. In the morning, you can buy some of their favorite dishes. On the phone, Mu Feng could feel that his mom was very attached to this matter. Mu Feng nodded and said he knew. Mom, be safe when you come over tomorrow. Before hanging up the phone, Mu's mother added, tomorrow you do not have to come to pick us up. I'll just take a taxi with your dad. Mu Feng, Mom, I changed the place to live, a moment I will send you the location, tomorrow you take a taxi to come here on the line, I will come downstairs to pick you up. Mu mother a sound, did not think so much, only thought that his son to change the place to rent. Chapter 28 Both parents meet, Li mother angry. New day. In the morning, when Mother Li and Mother Chi came to the living room, they found that breakfast was already ready. Breakfast is ready so quickly, where is Shu Yan Mu Feng? Mu Feng went to the market to buy vegetables and will be back in a while. Right Mom, later Mu Feng's parents are coming over. What? You mean Mu Feng's parents are coming to the city? She didn't expect them to meet so soon. Li's mother and Chi's mother looked at each other, it seems that they need to make some preparations. The time came to 10:30. Mu Feng's cell phone suddenly rang, it was Mu mother calling. Hey, Mom. Oh, you guys are here, good, I'm going down now, wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Mu Feng spoke to Li Shuyan. Li Shuyan also wanted to go down to pick up Mu's father and mother. Mu Feng had no choice but to follow her downstairs. Outside Jingye Yuan, Mu father and Mu mother carried a large bag and looked around curiously. Mu's father lamented, Mom, it costs a lot of money to live here, doesn't it? Mu's mother is too lazy to care about him, looking for her son's figure. Not long after, she saw Mu Feng and Li Shuyan standing at the entrance of the neighborhood. Seeing the two, Mu mother was surprised. Before Mu father could react, he shoved everything in his hand into his arms. Then, Mu mother quickly walked to the two and held Li Shuyan's hand. Shuyan, it's been a long time, look at you, you've lost weight, is it because Mu Feng didn't take good care of you? Li Shuyan shook her head, Mu Feng treats her well. Mu mother was satisfied, that's good, that's good. Mu Feng helped Mu father share the weight. After greeting, Mu mother looked at the surroundings and wondered. Little Winda, why did not you live in the previous place, the environment here is beautiful oh, how much a month to spend Mu's father is also puzzled, yes, if you don't have the money to tell mom and dad still have a little savings here. Li Shuyan smiled and explained, uncle and aunt, this house is not rented, Mu Feng has already bought it. Bought it? Shuyan, you said Xiao Feng bought it, he bought a house here? The old couple stared wide-eyed. This neighborhood is so beautiful, it is not cheap, Shuyan even said that his son bought it. You have to know that in their town, the price of a house is 6,000 or 7,000. In a big city like La City, with such a good location, the price of housing must be astronomical. Mu mother said uncertainly, Shuyan, you are not joking with auntie? Li Shuyan pursed her lips, auntie, why would I lie to you, Mu Feng bought it with full payment. We've already moved in. My mom and Auntie Chi both stayed up there for a night, is this still a lie? Mu's father and mother took a deep breath, seeing that Li Shuyan didn't look like she was joking, they believed it. At this time Mu father spoke up and looked at Mu Feng, really bought it? Mu Feng nodded his head affirmatively, Dad, he really bought it. Your son I bought a house in Liz City. Mu father's heart turned over, son he bought a house in the big city. What he hadn't done in his own life, the other party had done before he even graduated from college. It's incredible. His eyes were pleased, patted his son's shoulder, and did not say anything. Li Shuyan walked in front. On the way home, Mu's father was curious, buying a house with full payment, where did you get so much money? To be honest, he was worried that his son's money was earned by fishing for favors. Nowadays, there are a lot of news on the internet about people who have been arrested for fishing for a side door, and since my family has no background and no connections, and my son suddenly has so much money, it's impossible to say that I'm not worried. Seeing his father's concern, Mu Feng smiled and was about to explain. Mu mother's words interrupted him, looking at Mu father, ask so much why, son's character you cannot trust it, illegal and criminal things he certainly will not do. Everyone can earn the money they know, and the fact that our son can buy a house on his own shows that he has made progress. Mu's father wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. The wife is right, the son has grown up, he really should not care so much. So he walked on, and in a short while, he followed Li Shuyan back home. At the same time, Li Mother Chi mother was sitting in the living room. Seeing her daughter and Mu Feng's parents arrive, she got up to greet them. Li Shuyan introduced them to each other. Mom, Auntie Chi, this is Mu Feng's parents. Uncle and aunt, these two are my mom and Auntie Chi. Li mother smiled and waved. Mu Feng father, Mu Feng mother, how are you? I am Shuyan mother. This is my neighbor Auntie Chi. Mu father and mother responded warmly. Both sides finished their greetings. Li Shuyan called them to come to the living room to chat. Mu Feng took the local products that Mu's father and mother brought up today and put them into the kitchen, plus the ones he went to buy today. The refrigerator couldn't fit anymore. He picked out the ingredients he wanted to make today, and put the others he couldn't use in the refrigerator first. Mu Feng also took out the fruits, thinking to listen to them chat for a few minutes before starting to cook. Wash it and send it to the living room. In the living room, everyone was talking and laughing and having a good time. Mu Feng walked over to Li Shuyan and sat down. Just as he sat down, he was pushed away by Mu mother. With her son in the room, she couldn't play well. There was no other way. Mu Feng could only go to the kitchen to cook. After leaving, Mu mother happily chatted with Li mother. Hearing Mu Feng say that Shuyan's mom is beautiful and has a temperament, it's still true. No wonder she raised Shuyan so well. Our old Mu family is lucky that our son was able to meet such a good girl as Shuyan. In the future, when the child is born, people in the village will definitely envy them. Mother Li was surprised and asked, a child? Who are you talking about? Mu mother froze for a moment and nodded her head. Yes, Shuyan mom, didn't Shuyan tell you? She's pregnant, it's been more than 3 months. Hearing this news, Li mother's face completely blackened. Having a date and not telling herself, getting a license and not telling herself. She could tolerate all these. But now you have a baby and you don't tell yourself. This is to be angry with her. In her eyes, there is no such thing as her being a mother. Mother Li gritted her teeth in anger, and Mother Chi next to her was also startled. Shuyan is pregnant. It's too sudden. Just like when she got her license, there was no warning at all, and she dropped a king of bombs out of the blue. Chi mother suddenly thought of Li father, the other party does not know anything yet. When the other party does not know anything yet, he will know the news later. His face must be very wonderful. This side, Li Shuyan realized that her mom was forcibly holding back her anger and glaring at herself. She said aggrieved, Mom, I am afraid that you are angry, want to find an opportunity to tell you in. Finding an opportunity, this time what is the excuse? I don't want to tell you, but I'm afraid I'm going to get a chance to tell you, so what's your excuse this time? You've grown up, you've grown up, you've grown up, you've grown up. You've grown up, you've grown up, and you don't even see me as a mom anymore. Li's mother got angrier and angrier, looking like she didn't want to recognize her. Mom, I'm sorry. Li Shuyan knew she was in the wrong and said she was sorry, not daring to look at her. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly drop to freezing point. Mu mother hurriedly came out to spread the fire. Shuyan mom, this is not Shuyan's fault. If you want to blame, you should blame me. The matter of her and Mu Feng getting a license was something I let them do. The pregnancy is all Mu Feng's fault, nothing to do with Shuyan. Chapter 29. It's too late to say anything. Motherly compromises. Hearing Mother Mu speak for her daughter, Li mother held back her anger and calmed herself down. It's too late for her to say anything now. She had never thought that her daughter was pregnant. The key was that she knew it later than the other parents. How could she not be angry? But Mu Feng's parents were here, so if she got angry, it might affect her daughter's future family status. For the sake of this bad little cotton jacket, Mother Li could only try to restrain her emotions. Then she said expressionlessly, Mu Feng's mom, you already knew that Shuyan was pregnant, why didn't you tell me in advance? Do you think this is fair to us? Now my husband is still in the dark. Mu's mother apologized vigorously, sorry, these are all our faults, it's what we did that's wrong. Shuyan's mom, we accept the punishment, whatever you do to us is fine, we just hope you won't be angry with Shuyan. This is none of her business, so blame us if you are angry. Feeling the sincerity of Mu Feng's mom and dad, Li's mother lightly glanced at the two. Then what are you guys going to do now? Mu mother hurriedly said, Shuyan mom, don't worry, our Mu family will definitely be responsible for Shuyan and the baby in her belly. My son has already made plans to have the wedding when Shuyan graduates. Our Mu Feng has been a good boy since he was a child, and he will definitely treat Shuyan well. Now that he's bought a house and a car, he'll be able to give Shuyan a good life in the future. We still have some savings, so we can subsidize their lives in the future. Mu's father also said, Shuyan's mom, our family Mu Feng will definitely treat Shuyan well, if he dares to apologize to Shuyan in the future, see if I won't punish him. looking at the two couples making assurances to themselves, and then looking at her daughter who was guilty of making a mistake. Li mother finally took a step back. I hope you guys are true to your word and treat my daughter well. After saying that, a person went back to his room. Mother Qi was left to chat with Mu Feng's parents. She still hasn't recovered from the news of Li Shuyan's pregnancy. After calming down, seeing the two couples with a tense look on their faces, she went up to comfort them and told them not to think too much. In fact, Mother Li has a good impression of Mu Feng, but she just can't accept such a big thing for a while. When she adjusts her emotions, she will be fine. Mu Mother felt that Qi Mother was very good at talking, so it might be a breakthrough. So she enthusiastically chatted with the other party. Half an hour later, Mu Feng came out of the kitchen with the dishes, and he was in the kitchen listening clearly to what had just happened. When the dishes were served, Li Shuyan went into the room to call Li Mother. After a while, Li Mother came out of the room with red eyes and Li Shuyan. From the looks of it, it is not hard to guess that she had just cried in her room. At the dinner table, Mu Feng seriously promised, "Auntie, don't worry, I will be good to Shuyan. In the future, when the baby is born, I will do my best to take good care of the baby and Shuyan, and be a good father and husband. In the future, as long as I am here, I won't let them suffer, please believe me." Mother Li looked into his eyes and nodded, "I hope you can do it." Mother Qi on the side felt Mu Feng's sincerity. Thinking that Mu Feng, this child is quite good. Gorgeous looking, cooking is still so good, the key is so outstanding, buy a house and a car at a young age, with this ability and, I believe that in the future, I can definitely take care of Shuyan and the child. If Qihan had such a boyfriend, she could wake up in the middle of the night laughing. Although Mu Feng's cooking was delicious. However, Mother Li didn't have much of an appetite. She ate less than half a bowl and went back to her room. After cleaning up the dining table, Li Shuyan also went into the room. I don't know what the mother and daughter were chatting about in there. Stayed in the room for a long time. She didn't come out until 3:30 in the afternoon. When she saw Li's mother again, it was as if she had changed into a different person. She had a smile on her face and talked more. Seeing that Mother Li had accepted Li Shuyan's pregnancy, she also accepted her son at home. Mu's father and mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the purpose of this time was accomplished, they could go back without worry. Hearing that Mu's father and mother wanted to go back, Li Shuyan stayed. "Uncle, Auntie, stay a few more days, tomorrow I will take you outside to play, there are many interesting places here in Li City." Mu's mother smiled and shook her head, saying she would not stay. "Tomorrow, let her take Mom and Auntie Qi to go. I'm already happy to see Shuyan's mom this time. I was in a hurry to go out this time, and the chickens, ducks, cows, and pigs at home haven't been fed, so they're still waiting for Auntie to go back. Next time I will come back to Lu City to see you guys, and then Auntie will bring you good food." Mu mother patted the back of Li Shuyan's hand, "Bring your parents to the village to play at that time." And smiled at Li mother. Li mother also smiled, Sure, bring Shuyan down to play when you have time." After finishing lunch, Mu Feng sent Mu's father and mother to the village. Mu Feng sent Mu's parents to the station. Li mother stuffed them with the little specialties that she brought over, although not much, but the intention is on the line. On the way, Mu's mother urged Mu Feng, "Behave better, do not let people leave a bad impression, no. Tomorrow to take them out to play, to take the initiative point, take care of Shuyan. To regularly bring Shuyan to the maternity examination, do not forget." Mu Feng while driving back, "I know Mom, rest assured, I am such a big man, will pay attention to the proportion, you still do not believe in your son?" Mu mother smiled pleased, although the son has grown up, but in the eyes of the Mu mother, he is still a small child. With the passage of time, Li mother's anger gradually subsided. The relationship with Li Shuyan is slowly returning to harmony. In order to ease Mother Li's mood, Li Shuyan decided to take her and Auntie Qi out for a stroll tomorrow to take a break. Hearing this news, Auntie Qi raised her hands in favor. Originally, one of the purposes of coming to La City this time was to play tourist. The next day, several people woke up early to pack. Mu Feng had nothing to pack and went to prepare breakfast. The few people had made an appointment last night to leave at 8:30 a.m. After eating breakfast, Li Shuyan hurriedly ran back to her room to pack the things she would use later. A small fan is necessary, as well as sun hats, umbrellas, sunscreen, and rechargeable batteries through and through. Now it is already the end of summer, but the temperature in Lucheng is still not down. Several people dressed up exquisite out. In the car, Mufeng drove, Li Shuyan sat in the passenger side and gave water to Li's mother and Chi's mother in the back row. Mom, Auntie Chi, we will go to the zoo later. The zoo in Lucheng has a lot of animals, all kinds of animals, and the scenery is also very beautiful. Li mother took the water. A moment we take more pictures. Your father knows that today we come out to play, specially instructed me to take more pictures back to show him. Also want us to where to send him the location, reported safe. I'm convinced, go out to play which have time to look at the phone. Chapter 30 Li father, what movement, will not be the daughter's boyfriend. Li Shuyan joked, Mom, Dad is not worried about your safety, people are concerned about you. Li mother angrily glanced at her, you less tube, wait for you to shoot more, your father said also want to see his baby daughter, then send your father. Li mother also looked at the side of the mother of Chi, and you, did not say to come to travel, do not bring you here you still refuse to, shoot more. The three said and laughed. Chi mother spread her hands, well, people shall phone driving, do not affect people. Pay attention to safety. Mufeng laughed as he returned, letting them chat as they please, not affecting him. Arrived at the zoo. Li Shuyan several people at the entrance waiting for Mufeng to park. The three of them took a group photo at the entrance in between waiting for Mufeng. Li mother backhandedly sent the group photo of the three to Li father. At this time, the parasol came in handy. In the morning, it was already getting hot in Lucheng. Waiting for a while, the four lined up to enter the park. Tickets Mufeng has already bought online, scanning the two-dimensional code can enter the park. Before coming to have done a good strategy, see the panda people, so a few people go to see the panda first. Thought came early enough, the result is that there are people more rolled than them. Along the way, there were countless people taking pictures and videos. There are even people who open live broadcast. Not long after entering the park, the group attracted the attention of the people around them. Most of them were attracted by Mufeng's face value. Mufeng smiled lightly, this situation was something he was already accustomed to. Coming to the panda park. There were a lot of people standing outside, and it was hard to find a suitable spot. Seeing the panda, Li mother took out her cell phone and said she would shoot it for Li father to see. Just after shooting, Li Shuyan ran out, Mom, Auntie Chi, the scenery here is good, I'll take a picture of you two together. The two happily posed. Clicked and took a picture. In the photo the pair of old friends were smiling happily. Li mother looked at the photo and was very satisfied. Suggested that the four of you take one together. Li Shuyan was surprised, good, let's take a photo together, all of us should be beautiful yo. Mufeng seldom takes pictures, but with his face value, he can take pictures anyway, okay. Xiaofeng, you look good, you take the cell phone. Okay. The remaining three people stood side by side. Mufeng took out his cell phone, cut the lens to the front, and focused on the four, I'm going to shoot, 3, 2, 1, eggplant. Li Shuyan arched her eyebrows and smiled with a happy smile. A woman went up to ask Li's mother. This is your son and daughter, look really handsome really, good looking And close to Li mother's ear said quietly, your son has an object, do you want me to introduce my daughter to him? Li mother did not expect someone to dig their own daughter's corner in front of her, forced to endure discomfort. Squeeze out a smile, waved his hand, no need, he is my daughter's object, do not need you to introduce. The woman was embarrassed and slipped away in gray. Next, they took several more shots. Mufeng sent the photos to the three. Li's mother opened her phone and clicked on the photo, at first glance, she was stunned by Mufeng's face, welcoming and handsome. Next was her daughter, smiling sweetly with a crooked head. Lastly, there was herself and Mother Chi, the two of them were generous and yet looked elegant. Mother Li was satisfied. Mufeng really is a little photographer. When we take pictures later, we'll let him do it again. A few people walked around. They saw the northeast tiger, python, orangutan, elephant, giraffe and the super cute capybara. Many of the animals can be fed, just follow the staff's instructions. Mufeng took pictures of everyone along the way. Several people planned to eat and go to another place to stroll around. Between meals, Mufeng continued to send them all the photos taken today. The effect was beautiful, and Li mother planned to send it to her friends. But there were too many good-looking ones, she did not know which one to send, so she waited until she went back. After hesitating for a while, sent the group photo of the four to Li's father to see what his reaction would be. Anyway, Shu Yan had already gotten a license with Mufeng, so she would have to know sooner or later. As for the matter of the license and the pregnancy, wait to go back and talk about it. Taking another look at the group photo, how to look at how satisfied, his daughter and son-in-law is also too good looking. On the other side, Li Jianguo is drinking tea and chatting with Chihan's father. He is living a happy life. When his cell phone rang, it was his wife who sent him a photo. At the first glance, the compelling handsomeness was felt. That handsome face made him unable to resist looking at it a few more times. Who is this man? Is it a passerby? Behind is his own precious daughter, smiling that brightly, with a happy and sweet face. Further back is his own wife and the next-door family Lao Chi. The two face value is also very high. Even though there are three beautiful women in the photo who are extraordinarily beautiful, it is difficult to cover up the man's handsome. Li Jianguo felt that his position was threatened. If only he had known that he would have gone along to see his daughter. Look at the photo again. Still see a glance is not right, they are happy. Looking at him standing with his daughter, a thought rose in his mind. The two of them would not be a pair, right? Li Jianguo sent a message to Li's mother without even thinking about it. He asked uneasily. Wife, who is this man next to him, a little handsome, but almost better than me? And what's the relationship between this man and Xu Yan? Look at them so close. It will not be a boyfriend and girlfriend, right? After waiting for a while, I didn't see any message back. Li Jianguo anxious, wife? How will not message? A few people finished eating. Li mother took a look at the message. Pursed lips, do not say, first try not return the message. Let the opposite side dry anxious. Look at the fire almost, pick up the phone back, husband, I did not think you still have such a thick skin it, people are only in their early 20s, you will more than 40 is still with others than it. See his wife back to the message, Li Jianguo excited almost did not jump up. This is not the point, I admit that he is just a little bit more handsome than me. Quickly say, this man and my baby girl in the end there is no relationship up? It's really urgent for me. Mrs. Li is trying to whet his appetite. I'm not in a hurry. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I get back. Just tell me if it's Xu Yan's date. I can feel his anxiety through the screen. But at this time, Li mother is not going to tell him, you say Xiaofeng is Xu Yan friend only. Are you thinking too much? She understands her husband's character, now tell him that he may be over there thinking nonsense. To tell him may immediately buy a plane ticket to fly over it. Li Jianguo drank a mouthful of tea. Pressure shock hypocrisy. Where, I think this child looked kindly, thought it was the object of Xu Yan. Li mother also asked, old Li, you see the photo, think this little wind how? Wife suddenly asked this. Li Jianguo realized that this child is really not simple. Could it be that his wife wants to set up this kid and his daughter? Li Jianguo skimmed his lips, looks well with me then, slightly lose a chip, but also look past, as for character well, I do not know, I have not dealt with him. Wife, you did not say that good looking or scum? But except for me. I see that he looks quite handsome, a little dangerous boo, maybe really scum it, have to guard Chapter 31 Getting recognized, magical rewards, and winning the super prize. Hubby said so. She remembered that she had reminded her daughter of the same thing, not to be fooled by a man's handsome appearance. Motherly ignored what he said later. Her husband is satisfied with his appearance on the line, as for character, she feels satisfied as long as. Li Jianguo still feel a little wrong, wife he really just Xu Yan friend? Yes, just a friend. But why is it that the more I look at them, the more they look like husband and wife? My intuition tells me that there's something going on with them. Keep an eye on them. Don't let that kid take advantage of you. Mother Li pursed her lips. Old Li's intuition is quite accurate. You've got a license, you can't be a married couple. I am here you are still not assured, really. Li Jianguo told her to be more careful. Maybe they are having an underground romance. He also reminded his wife to keep an eye on them to see if they are really friends. The daughter will eventually have to get married, it is impossible to stay with them all the time. But Li Xu Yan object, the two can still help her to keep an eye on. Thinking of the future daughter to marry, Li Jianguo heart suffocated panic. Li mother back, well, I pay more attention, if there is any situation the first time to notify you. Li Xu Yan saw aside the mom has been playing with the phone, but also giggle from time to time. Curious, she went up and asked, Mom, what are you talking about with your dad? Nothing, just that your dad thinks that you and Little Wind have a couple. Li Xu Yan was stunned, really? Did you tell Dad about me and Mu Feng? Not yet. He'll kill me if I tell him. Mom just sent him the photo to let him see if you have a conjugal phase. Anyway, her daughter will not look at her own chat records, and Li mother talked nonsense. Hearing their conversation, Mu Feng rejoiced in his heart. In other words, Shu Yan's father also likes himself, so the future meeting and marriage will go smoothly. The more Mu Feng thought about it, the happier he became, as if he could see how a family of 3 would live in the future. Leaving the restaurant, Mu Feng's system voice rang in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for being recognized by the mother-in-law, rewarding props Little Lucky X2. Mu Feng was puzzled as to what Little Lucky was. It seems to have sensed Mu Feng's doubts. The system explains, using props Little Lucky and increasing the host's lucky value, lucky things happen. Mu Feng and the system mind communication, meaning that can make me become lucky is not it. The system replied, right host. Mu Feng is happy and thinks that this reward is quite interesting, and intends to find an opportunity to try to see the effect. Passing by the shopping mall, Li Shuyan saw a group of people scratching lottery tickets there. Instantly came to be interested. Asked Mu Feng if he wanted to buy. Mu Feng, so handsome, should be very lucky, and she had a strong premonition that she would win the lottery today. Seeing Li Shuyan's high interest, Mu Feng had no opinion. Li Shuyan held Mu Feng's hand and walked in front. Turning back, she asked her mom and Auntie Chi, "Mom, Auntie Chi, let's go buy some lottery tickets." Seeing that all of them have no opinion, Li Shuyan took the 3 of them to the place where they bought lottery tickets with great interest. Nowadays, most of the people who buy lottery tickets are young people. A single bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Seeing Mu Feng and Li Shuyan, the people around were stunned by their face value. Their eyes can't help but be infatuated, and they are talking out loud. "Wow, he's so handsome. What kind of immortal face value? I'm not as good looking as someone else's toes. Sloppy, I'm too sloppy looking, ooh. Handsome. Cool. The body is really good, this perfect body type, clear outline, it is difficult to let people do not like it. The girl is also beautiful, good exquisite face, the last life to save the galaxy, well, really love. Really good match, I'm going to cry, how can I find a girlfriend like him? Fast teach me, oh, wow. I do not know the handsome man, mind one more friend? I don't know if they're going to be able to win the lottery. I don't know if they will win. Someone has already won in front of me, so I don't think they will win again." Mu Feng and Li Shuyan went to the vending machine. Li Shuyan jumped at the chance and said to Mu Feng, "You're good looking, you buy it." Mu Feng was amused. But before he bought it, he mentally conversed with the system, "Can I use props now?" The system returned, "Can." Hearing the system's reply, Mu Feng's confidence increased. Mu Feng asked Li mother and Chi mother to buy. The 2 shook their heads, and the young man bought on the line. Li Shuyan also invited the 2, "Mom, you also buy it, try, very exciting." The 2 of them are very determined, "It all depends on luck, you can just come, we will not buy." They feel that the lottery is not that easy to win, and buying this kind of lottery is like wasting money. Mom has said so, Li Shuyan can only give up. When she came to the machine, Li Shuyan looked at Mu Feng expectantly and told him to hurry up and buy, she couldn't wait. Mu Feng bought 2 $5 bills. He handed both to Li Shuyan and let her choose first. Li Shuyan casually drew one, "I want this one." The moment she got the ticket, the feeling of winning the lottery became even stronger. Li Shuyan's heart was pounding. Scratch the winning number, 13. Li Shuyan took a deep breath. Li Shuyan took a deep breath. Li Shuyan took a deep breath. The second one. The second one. The third and fourth, all missed. Until the 8th. It's a hit. 100,000. They really did win. Li Shuyan's intuition was right. She had bought it twice before and didn't win, and then she never bought it again. This was the first time she had won. I didn't realize it was so much. This was $100,000. Li Shuyan excitedly grabbed Mu Feng's hand, "Mu Feng, I won, I really won, great." Jumping in place, like a child. Mu Feng pursed his lips and said she was lucky. Li Shuyan took the lottery ticket and showed it to Li's mother, Chi's mother. "Mom, Auntie Chi, look, I won the lottery." Looking at the lottery ticket in front of her, the 2 were incredulous. Unexpectedly, such a small probability Li Shuyan actually won the lottery, or $100,000. To them it was a lot of money and felt that the 2 were really super lucky. The surrounding people saw Li Shuyan winning the lottery. They cast envious gazes. Wow, winning the lottery so rashly? There was just a college student who won 80,000, why did she follow suit? Really hard to envy live, beautiful women's luck are so good, this is the chosen one, people beautiful even if, luck so good. Whoa, the heavens are too unfair, beauty and luck are divided to her, but I count what? Miss really lucky, casually a scrape on the jackpot, it is true that the people of the human beauty of the heart of the people's luck will not be bad, crying, when will I win the jackpot ah? Li Shuyan holding a lottery ticket, the heart of the beauty of the heart. She then looked at Mu Feng and told him to hurry up and scratch. She had a strong premonition that Mu Feng would also win the lottery. Chapter 32 Super Reward, Atmospheric Mu Feng scratched the lottery ticket in Mu Feng's hand. He won again. There are many more zeros after the 5. Individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. It's 50,000. Mom, I really won again. Li Shuyan's eyes were full of excitement. It feels surreal, today's luck is overwhelming. Although now opening a store can earn a lot of money every day, 150,000 will soon be earned. But winning the lottery was different, like picking up money. This joy was hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. The people around him were numb when they saw that Mu Feng had won the lottery again. Mad with envy. Unbelievable, the two of them actually won the lottery, what I bought all these years, wishful thinking. The people who look good and handsome can win the lottery? Otherwise, I first go to the hole, then the beauty of the money double harvest, a steady income. The golden girls why about the money have nothing to do with me, God I am so tired of the money annoyed? The good looks are just forget about it, winning the lottery altogether, kill me, when is my luck going to burst crying. Li mother chi mother incredulous. How did they win again? Both of them won the lottery, $150,000 in total. Jesus Christ, are they really not dreaming? This luck is truly amazing. Could it be that their daughter and Mu Feng are really a match made in heaven, and will always be happy and exceptionally lucky together? After cashing in the prize, 150,000 arrived. Li Shuyan excitedly blah blah blah. Haha, now there is money. Li Shuyan plans to buy something for her mom and Auntie Chi. Mu Feng didn't have a problem with it. He also wanted to buy a gift for his mother-in-law. Walking into the mall. Jewelry stores, clothing stores, all through the store. Li Shuyan first pulled Li mother to buy jewelry. Mom has been thrifty for so many years, usually cannot afford to spend money, even a decent necklace are not willing to buy. She looked at the necklace and the bracelet in the same style, and then she saw that the necklace and the bracelet were the same style. The necklace and bracelet are the same type of matching. Li Shuyan asked the waiter to bring the necklace and bracelet. Mom, see if this looks good. Li mother saw the price and shrank back. The price is too expensive for her to love. Baby, you just got a license with little phone, it is the time when you need money, jewelry can be bought at any time, when you have money then buy. Necklace and bracelet I do not lack, besides, there is no occasion to wear now. Motherly knows that her daughter is good to herself, and she likes the necklace very much. But she didn't want her daughter to break the bank, didn't want her to suffer. Even if they have opened a store now and can make money, they still feel very sorry for their daughter. Li Shuyan saw that her mom liked the necklace and knew that she was definitely not willing to buy it. She directly asked the waiter to wrap the necklace bracelet. Then checked out. Mom, I now have money, besides, Mu Feng and I earn money is not supposed to filial piety to you, money can be earned again, we just want to send you a gift, to express the heart. Mu Feng on the side of the concurrence, right auntie, you are not easy to come to a trip to the city, we have not had time to prepare it, this is a little bit of me and Shuyan's heart. Yes, parents' hard work to bring up their own, ate all the bitterness of life. Although the family is not very rich, mom and dad never let Li Shuyan go hungry. They have never let Li Shuyan go hungry. They always think of her when they have something good to eat or play with. Li Shuyan remembered her parents' kindness to her. When she had money, she would buy her parents a lot of things. Good food, fun, good use, good looking, buy everything. I just hope that everything will be fine with mom and dad. Mu Feng continued. I and Shuyan have planned to buy for you and uncle first, and then my parents will buy for them when they come. Li Shuyan pouted, Mom, just take it, this is your daughter and future son-in-law to buy for you, if you do not want it Mu Feng will think that you do not recognize him and will be sad. Li mother heard that both parents have, she is willing to accept. Thinking of the time to come do not know Li Shuyan has an object also did not prepare some gifts, and so the next time to come to Mu Feng to prepare gifts. After mom accepted, Li Shuyan continued to pick. She plans to buy one for Chi's mother as well. She is Chihan's mother. When she was a child, she took care of herself. What is delicious and fun to prepare too. Now there is an opportunity. Li Shuyan also want to offer a heart. Chi mother waved her hand and refused. I don't want to. Originally it was just to come to the city with your mom to stroll around and play for a few days, bothering you guys not to mention, but also wanting you to break the bank. You're too polite. The necklace is not necessary, and I usually don't bother to wear it. Besides, I am usually too lazy to wear it, so it would be a pity if I lost it. Li Shuyan didn't care. He waved his hand and let the waiter settle the bill. After buying the necklace, Li Shuyan took Li's mother to buy clothes. Li's mother is still worried about money. Lucheng belongs to the first-tier city, prices are high. In this kind of shopping mall to buy things must cost a lot of money. I have a lot of clothes there, don't need to buy, simply can't wear it. Oops mom, it's not like there are a lot of clothes that can't be bought. Buying clothes is to please yourself. We're good looking and then happy. I'll take you to buy. Last time I came here to see a lot of suitable for you are not in, and now certainly on the shelves of a lot of new products. Li's mother cannot argue, can only go with her to see. Come to the entrance of the store. The waitress inside noticed them. The line of sight stopped on Li Shuyan's several people. She whispered to another waitress next to her, look, that girl is so pretty, her body is so good, I envy her. Yes, look at her side of the aunt is also very beautiful, I'll look as mother and daughter. You do not say, indeed very similar, alas. Beautiful women look good in everything. Their natural clothes hangers. Wow, that man has such a nice demeanor. I wonder which family is the young master of the plutocracy. They have been in sales for so many years, but this is the first time they have seen such a handsome and elegant man, guessing that he must be the young master of a certain family. Several people entered the door, and the waiter came forward to greet them. You several, may I ask who wants to buy clothes? This site can be recommended, we have a lot of good-looking clothes here, tops, pants, skirts and everything. Oh. Li Shuyan pushed Li's mother forward. My mother wants to buy clothes, see what is recommended. Li's mother smiled helplessly. The attendant was very enthusiastic and introduced many styles to several people. After picking for a long time, Li Shuyan liked a black silk dress and a cheongsam. The waiter took both pieces down for Motherly to try on. Motherly didn't want her daughter to spend money recklessly and didn't want to try them on. But she couldn't talk Li Shuyan out of it, and was quickly pushed into the fitting room. Black silk dress, simple but not lose elegance, coupled with Li's mother's own body is also good, show the charm of mature women. The cheongsam is a light and elegant lotus root lotus color, embroidered with delicate patterns, silk threads and the light flashes with a delicate light, just like the old-time walk out of the beauty. Wherein Li's mother body elegant and dignified, show generosity. Chapter 33 Quadruplets, husband, stressful? After buying clothes for mom, Li Shuyan also joyfully picked out a few sets for Li's father. Of course, Auntie Chi's Li Shuyan did not fall behind. It was a full load. Good evening, Mufeng made a sumptuous meal for the crowd. The next 2 days, Mufeng and Li Shuyan took the two of them to all the famous attractions in the city. The third day, when it was time for the two to go home, in front of the station, Li Shuyan was reluctant to leave. Mom, stay a few more days, there are so many places we haven't played yet. I can't bear to let you go, but it's okay to play one more day. Li's mother shook her head and laughed, should go back to work, cannot play, was only 3 days of leave, have stayed for 2 more days, do not go back, cannot. Good boy, next time there is time, mom will come to see you and Mufeng, bring you good food. Li Shuyan hugged Li's mother, her eyes flooded with tears. She didn't like this feeling of parting. Li's mother stroked her hair, smiled and said, you are now a big child, why are you still crying? Now you are almost a person who is going to be a mother, you have to set an example for the baby in your belly, you know. Li's mother raised her hand and wiped Li Shuyan's tears. Good boy, don't cry, you become a civet cat. After saying this, Motherly looked at Mufeng, a good boy. You don't have to worry about Shuyan's father, I'll go and help you out when the time comes. Thank you mom, I will take good care of Shuyan, please don't worry. Mufeng solemnly returned. In the two people's unwilling gazes, the figures of Li's mother and Chi's mother disappeared inside the station. Li Shuyan's heart was empty. Seeing Li Shuyan's sadness, Mufeng's heart ached. Mufeng put his arm around her and comforted her, don't be sad, honey, I'll take you back to see them sometime. If you really want to see your parents, you can send them a message or play a video. Li Shuyan felt Mufeng's gentleness and relied on his arms to sob. Nodding her head, she felt a lot better. Mu Feng took her back to the store to make money in order to calm her down. Hopefully the feeling of earning money would make Li Shuyan happy. Time passed like this. Li's mother went back the next day. Mu Feng received a call from his mom, reminding him to bring Li Shuyan to the maternity checkup. Mu Feng slapped his head, such a big thing he had forgotten. Fortunately, there is a mom to remind. This matter should not be too late. After washing up, Mu Feng and Li Shuyan said to go to the maternity examination. Li Shuyan stayed for a while, obviously she also forgot. The two of them agreed to pack up and go out for a long time. Li Shuyan was pregnant for almost 4 months now. This time the routine pregnancy test, the items were physical examination, NT examination, blood routine, urine routine, and so on. Maternal and Child Health Center. The distance isn't too far, and it's a quick drive. In the car. Although also been to the hospital before, but at the moment Li Shuyan still some nervous. Mu Feng, I'm a little afraid of. Since small Li Shuyan is afraid to go to the hospital. Do not know why, as long as a step into the same smell of disinfection smell she is not comfortable. The hospital is so cool that it makes her feel insecure. Every time she gets sick, Li's mother has to talk to her for a long time before she is willing to do so. Mu Feng smiled and comforted, all right, don't be nervous, have me in it, I protect you. Li Shuyan all of a sudden and bottom up. Nodded. In the morning, there are a lot of cars on the road, but fortunately, Mu Feng's car skills are good, and he drove steadily to the hospital. Parked the car. Toward the gate. Li Shuyan saw many parents holding their babies to get vaccinated. From time to time, you can hear the sound of children crying. There were also many pregnant women with big bellies. Some came alone, while others were accompanied by their husbands or family members. The hospital was crowded with people in the morning. There were many people of all shapes and sizes in the hospital, and there were voices ringing out. Hubby, can you help me hold the baby? Hold all the way, I have some sore hands. Didn't you see that I am busy? Usually see you eat so much, now hold so a while on the tired, not useful at all. The man will be watching the female anchor cleaning the glass, but also from time to time to the other side of the brush gift. See, the anchor woman thanked himself, still their gorgeous smile. Usually call you more exercise, you do not listen, only know to lie down on the bed to brush the video, now hold a moment to shout tired. Here came a woman's aggrieved voice, and his husband's impatient tone. Heard the sound and looked, only to see the woman holding a crying baby. Perhaps there are too many people, the line is too long. The baby was crying and needed to be picked up and coaxed. And her husband did not care in the slightest, playing with his cell phone on the sidelines with a grin and a giggle. The child shrinks in his mother's arms and cries. The child cries and the man lashes out. What use are you, woman? You can't even coax a child, waste. Seeing this situation, Li Shuyan's heart ached for the woman. Turning her head to look at Mu Feng. In her heart, she was relieved, fortunately her husband is Mu Feng, will not be like that man who is idle and cannot help with anything. When the baby is born in the future, he will definitely be able to take care of the baby and himself. Mu Feng saw Li Shuyan's worry and touched her head to comfort her. In the hospital, Li Shuyan was really uncomfortable. Just stepped into the door and goosebumps all over her body. She felt so depressed and uncomfortable. Mu Feng put his arm around her, it's okay, I'm here, just relax, we'll leave after the checkup, it'll be quick. Li Shuyan took a deep breath and tried to relax herself. To set a good example for the baby, no matter where you are, you must remain calm. Restrain your emotions. For the hospital process, Mu Feng had already checked before he came. Scheduled to Li Shuyan. After understanding Li Shuyan's situation, the doctor said that she herself was in good shape. Seeing Li Shuyan was nervous. The doctor smiled and said that when the ultrasound results came out, they would know how many babies they were carrying. The two of them have a frighteningly high face value. Seeing how they were in love, the doctor couldn't help but chat with them more. Li Shuyan touched her stomach, her mood extraordinarily relaxed. Under the doctor's instructions, Mu Feng took Li Shuyan through all the tests. After taking the ultrasound, Mu Feng took the results and found the doctor again. Looking at the results in his hand, the doctor congratulated, congratulations, Ms. Li is pregnant with quadruplets. Quadruplets. Li Shuyan and Mu Feng's spirits were shaken when they heard the doctor's words. Quadruplets, doctor, are you sure? The doctor gave the two a look of certainty. There was no need for the other party to joke with himself. Li Shuyan was surprised. It was too unbelievable. She was pregnant with 4 babies, then the family will be lively in the future. After doing the examination, all the test results meet the health standard, and also know that they are pregnant with 4 babies. The 2 people were happy. Leaving the hospital, Li Shuyan smiled unabated, asked Mu Feng, husband, pregnant with 4, like it? Is there much pressure? Mu Feng is very happy, like now you are our Mu family married when my parents must also be happy bad. As for the pressure, not much, although it feels difficult, but I will try to let you and the baby live a good life. Chapter 34 Buying clothes for the baby in advance, the schoolgirl is going to give birth? Mu Feng was so excited that he kissed Li Shuyan on the street. Feeling that the world was really amazing, he had 4 babies all of a sudden. Simply incredible. As for the pressure, well, there is certainly no problem with the system. After checking to go to the jewelry store. Time to the evening. After closing, on the way home. Passing by a children's clothing store. Mu Feng's footsteps lurched, pulling Li Shuyan toward the store. Li Shuyan didn't react. What is Mu Feng doing? Only when she got closer did she realize that it was a children's clothing store. The boss's wife looked at the young couple in front of her, her eyes were full of envy, and she couldn't bear to go up and disturb them. The man's eyes are full of his wife. Lamenting such a young and high-value pair, when the child is born how good-looking Li Shuyan walked to the shelves and looked at the super cute and adorable baby clothes hanging in front of her eyes, and her heart melted. Pick up a set of small yellow duck style. Mu Feng, look at this, cute or not? Mu Feng nodded his head, cute, wife pick what kind of good-looking. When Li Shuyan heard this, she couldn't help but feel shy. She picked up one set after another and compared them. Nowadays, children's clothing design is so voluminous. One set looks better than the other. The patterns were also matched attractively. It makes people love it when they look at it. Mu Feng looked at the designs in the store and then touched the quality of the clothes. It was soft and of good quality. It should be comfortable for a little baby to wear. Li Shuyan loved these baby clothes. Asked Mu Feng, buy so many baby clothes in advance? Will it be too early? Mu Feng can see that she likes it very much, and he was planning to buy baby clothes. Yes, buy well in advance, otherwise it will be too late to prepare in a hurry. He knows that he will not be negligent, just to be attached to her. Li Shuyan took the clothes and said while comparing them, but we still don't know if the baby is a boy or a girl, how are we going to buy it? Mu Feng spoiled, what the wife likes, buy. Li Shuyan kissed Mu Feng, husband is so good. Li Shuyan usually discusses her expenses with Mu Feng, and no matter how much she spends on the baby, she won't be heartbroken. In the end, Li Shuyan and Mu Feng picked 3 sets each of male and female models. Come to the counter in front of the checkout. The boss's wife smiled kindly, oops, how many months now? Li Shuyan smiled lightly, 4 months. Congratulations by so much as pregnant with twins? Mu Feng and Li Shuyan looked at each other and shook her head. It's quadruplets. The boss's wife looked incredulous. Quadruplets. She couldn't believe what she heard. Yeah, it's also too happy. After settling the bill, Mu Feng took a look at the price. 6 sets of clothes actually cost 1,018, unbelievable that children's clothing nowadays is so expensive. So little fabric to so much money. Even more expensive than adult clothes. It is true that girls' and children's money is the best to earn. How many young people will be scared off by this? Thinking about when the child is born, milk powder, diapers, and other consumables. Just clothing alone will cost a fortune, and what about food, clothing, housing, and transportation? Later grow up to go to kindergarten, spend money, far more than these It seems that we need to work hard to earn money in the future. Otherwise, I won't have any money to buy milk powder or diapers. Right, I still have one more thing to fall back on. I believe that if it really comes to that, the system won't let it go. What do you say, system? Mu Feng's mind communicated. System. Ding, congratulate the host to accompany Li Shuyan to complete the maternity examination today, reward pregnant women solid capital cultivation liquid X1, cash 80,000 yuan. Note, the solid capital cultivation can improve the resistance of pregnant women as well as immunity. The cash is $80,000. Mu Feng is happy. With the system in place, Mu Feng has more confidence. Returning home. Returning home, Mu Feng intends to try the effect of the solid capital Peiyuan liquid. Read the instruction manual. Taking method, 2 spoons at a time, brew with warm water and take it. After reading the instructions, Mu Feng planned to brew a cup for Li Shuyan. But before giving it to the child's mother to drink, he could try the medicine himself. See if there are any side effects. Picked up the instructions and read them. Applicable people, pregnant women, moms. Thinking to himself, he is also an expectant father, a few sips should not be pregnant, right? In order to ensure safety. I cannot let the child's mom and baby have problems even if I have problems. System, please rest assured that the system rewards anything is safe, please rest assured that the host will not get pregnant even if he consumes it, so he can drink it boldly and safely. Mu Feng nodded his head. Immediately went to brew a cup. He was also thinking about Li Shuyan's safety. Mu Feng drank a few mouthfuls, the flavor was quite sweet, and there was no place for anything. Let's wait until bedtime to brew it for Shuyan. When the two of them finished their baths, they chatted about what happened today. Time slipped away from their fingertips. In the blink of an eye, in a little over 2 months, Li Shuyan will give birth. During this time, the jewelry store side has hired employees. Mu Feng put all the energy on Li Shuyan. Mu mother learned that her daughter-in-law was pregnant with multiples, not to mention how happy. Every now and then, she came to the city to send them native chickens and ducks, as well as a variety of fresh vegetables and fruits. Li mother was also not idle. Every once in a while she came to Luqing to see Li Shuyan. From time to time, she would call her daughter and tell her to pay attention, but she was a veteran, so she had to pay attention to all the bumps and bruises. In his spare time, Mu Feng will take Li Shuyan out for a walk. As time passes day by day, Li Shuyan could obviously feel the fetus moving more and more frequently. The hands, feet and legs also began to appear edema phenomenon, the number of times to go to the toilet also gradually more and more. In the past, she could still see her little feet even when she looked down, but now she basically can't see them anymore. The bath is also becoming more and more difficult. It has been raining for a few days and the weather is getting cooler. The beginning of the school year is approaching. The news that Li Shuyan was preparing to give birth was spread to the school by someone unknown. Did you hear? The school beauty is getting ready to give birth. Seeing the news, the school exploded. There were very jealous and envious ones. There were even those who cried in the toilet. Why isn't the baby's father me? Where am I inferior to Mu Feng? What's so great about Mu Feng? What's so great about being handsome? The school flower doesn't have any vision at all. My son is so rich, and he's a man she can't get in her whole life. Kneel down and beg them to break up. I am willing to be the receiver, no matter what I am willing. Woo. Also my school flower, why give that man a child I do not allow? People in the know continued to explode the melon, saying that the schoolgirl is pregnant with quadruplets. The people in the group are even more unable to sit still. Smells like a big melon. How painful it is to carry multiples, really heartbroken for my goddess. Why do this to my goddess, please let her go. Goddess, quadruplets lack of son, I can take over the door as a son-in-law. I recently picked up a chopper, who knows where Mu Feng lives, I want to go and give him some gifts. Chapter 35. The quadruplets were born and met their mom and dad. Giving birth to quadruplets is hard and it's also particularly dangerous. Jealous of Li Shuyan's people came out to bubble. Who told her to seduce our family Mu Feng in the first place? It was all her own fault. The freshmen who just enrolled in school smelled melons, and they all ventured out with confused faces. Pregnant? The school beauty is pregnant? And which one is so lucky? Just reported. Want to understand the school flower? The result told me that pregnant, the sky is falling. What does it look like? Just dare to let my goddess give birth to your child, don't want to die. Send out a photo to see what that man looks like to get the favor of the school flower. At this time, someone came forward. And sent out Mu Feng's photo. Mu Feng is the #1 schoolboy, with delicate features and a high nose. And deep eyes that seem to hide endless secrets. Hair black and thick, and some messy, with a few unruly. Looking at Mu Feng's handsome and compelling face, the people no longer say anything. How many kilograms of their own they know clearly. Li Shuyan's stomach is now so big that she does not want to move at all, and the pain caused by the quadruplets can be imagined. Walking was also wobbly, just like a little penguin. Now facing a serious problem is that Li Shuyan now has no way to take a bath with her stomach. She even had to be assisted to go to the toilet. Fortunately, the bathroom at home is a toilet, which can save a lot of work. Mu Feng is very distressed. Li Shuyan. After learning that Li Shuyan is pregnant with quadruplets, he has thought about her hardships. Honey, hold on a little longer. I know you're having a hard time right now. I'll take care of you and the baby when the baby is born. But your belly is so big now, it's inconvenient to take a bath alone. If you insist on washing yourself, what if something happens in the toilet then? Li Shuyan also knows her situation. She can't do a lot of things on her own anymore and needs Mu Feng's help. Okay, then it will be hard on you from now on. Honey, what are you talking about? What's so hard about it? Isn't that what I should be doing? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have to suffer at all. In order to facilitate the bathing of pregnant women, Mu Feng also specially bought a stool. The two cohabited, licensed, and even the child is almost born, but all this time are Ben. At first, Li Shuyan was still a little shy and covered her face with her hands. The latter recognized the reality and could only face it. Seeing the faint stretch marks crawling on Li Shuyan's stomach, Mu Feng was surprised too. There was also this big belly. It was hard to imagine how scary a belly with 4 babies in it was. Li Shuyan looked at her own stomach, and then looked at Mu Feng's unbelievable look. Her own belly. It was really big, ridiculously big. Fetuses develop quickly in late pregnancy. Li Shuyan didn't know that Mu Feng had used the system's rewards for her. Otherwise, with a big belly, she would have had a harder time than an ordinary mom to be. However, the plan didn't go as Mu Feng wanted. The day before the expected delivery date, Li Shuyan's contractions were increasing in frequency and intensity. Seeing this situation, Mu Feng panicked. Fortunately, during this time, Mu's mother came to the city to take care of Li Shuyan with him. She knew that the situation in front of her was a sign of amniotic fluid rupture. She quickly asked Mu Feng to send Li Shuyan to the hospital. Shuyan is going into labor, hurry up, send her to the hospital right away. Mother Mu took out the maternity bag that they had prepared in advance. After she finished, she went to the hospital with Mu Feng. Seeing Li Shuyan's uncomfortable appearance, Mu Feng was anxious and heartbroken. How is it different from what he thought? How is it still early? Honey, hold on, I will take you to the hospital now. Although Li Shuyan was in pain, in order not to affect Mu Feng's mood, he endured the pain and told him to be safe. He had already notified the hospital in the car that there was a pregnant woman in early labor who was going to give birth to a child, and told the doctors and nurses at the hospital to wait for them. Rushed to the hospital. Luckily arrived safely. If there is any accident on the road, Li Shuyan, how difficult it must be. To the hospital, the nurse pushed the bed waiting at the door. The nurse did not hesitate, pushed Li Shuyan to the maternity ward. Outside the maternity ward, Mu Feng was fidgety, walking around and looking at the time on the wall. Minute after minute passed. Mu mother was also worried about her daughter-in-law. Sitting for a while and standing for a while on the bench outside. Something can't be wrong with her daughter-in-law and her little grandson. They must be healthy and safe. Mother Mu kept chanting in her heart, blessing everything to be safe and smooth. Just as the two men outside were running around in a frenzy, the sound of a baby crying came from the delivery room. Mu Feng could hardly hide the joy in his heart. The baby was born. But his wife, how is she doing? He couldn't wait to rush into the maternity ward to see his wife and baby. Mu Feng's heart was burning with anxiety. Why has it taken so long for his wife to come out? Mu mother has been praying. God, our Mu family hasn't done anything wrong. Please bless my daughter-in-law and grandchildren and keep them safe and sound. Inside the maternity ward, Li Shuyan's face was white and she didn't have any strength at all. But out of the greatness of a mother, she still wanted to see how her baby was doing. Show me my baby. The nurse had already packed up the baby and put it in the bedding. Seeing Li Shuyan's intention, she pushed the little baby's crib over. The doctor and nurse smiled and congratulated. Congratulations, you gave birth to 4 babies, 2 male and 2 female, the children are all safe and sound, don't worry. The eldest baby is a brother, weighing 3.9 pounds, the second and third babies are princesses, weighing 3.8 pounds, and the youngest baby is a brother, also weighing 3.7 pounds. Li Shuyan wanted to hug the babies, but her body was just too weak. The nurse told her to rest first, it wouldn't be too late to hold them when she was rested. The nurse went out to report. Outside the labor room, Mu Feng and Mu mother anxiously came to her. The nurse signaled the two to relax. Congratulations, quadruplets, 2 boys and 2 girls. Prepare yourselves and come in with me to meet the babies. Mu Feng and Mu mother were unusually excited. Following the nurse, they walked into the delivery room. After doing the sanitation work, they soon saw a small bed. On it lay 4 little pink and jade figurines. There was an inexplicable feeling in his heart, and Moo Mother's heart was pounding. The nurse introduced them. This is the big baby, 3.9 pounds is a male baby. This is the second baby, is a bit of a little princess. 3.8 pounds of the third baby is also a little princess, the same as her sister, 3.8 pounds. And finally the little baby, is a little male childlet, the little baby 3.7 pounds. This is the basic situation of the babies. Moo Mother's loving gaze fell on them. Mu Feng's heart was also soft, but soon looked for Li Shuyan in the delivery room. The nurse told him, "Don't worry, Mr. Mu, the mother and child are safe. Ms. Li is sewing up the incision, and will be able to meet her later." Mu Feng's heart was tense to the extreme. How could he not be worried when his wife had walked in front of the ghost gate for himself? Chapter 36 Breastfeeding the baby. The little cuties have names. The newly born child is red and dry, like little monkeys, but the quadruplets paint a completely different picture. White and tender. Each one is exquisite. Mu Feng and Mother Mu were surprised and delighted, feeling that their own babies were very special. Particularly adorable. The 4 little ones seemed to detect the scent of their father and grandmother. In the swaddling clothes, they wailed at the top of their lungs. Don't look at them as small, but they had strength when they cried. The children are all healthy. Mu Feng is not to mention how happy. Asked the nurse if he could hold the children. The nurse nodded and taught him how to hold a newborn. According to what the nurse taught him, Mu Feng carefully held the children in his arms. It was a wonderful feeling. The 4 children looked a lot like Mu Feng when he was a child, and there were a few moments between their eyebrows that resembled Li Shuyan. Long eyelashes, big watery eyes. The children looked at Mu Feng suspiciously. It seemed to know that Mu Feng was their father. The little cuties didn't cry or make trouble, and were well behaved. Waiting. The wound was finally stitched up. Li Shuyan was finally pushed out by the doctor to meet the babies. Mu Feng let out a long breath. At this moment, her face was pale, her lips were bloodless, and she was extremely weak and tired. Before the other party could speak, Mu Feng understood the situation and carried Big Baby to the hospital bed. As if feeling his mom's breath, Debeo wailed. The effect of the anesthetic hadn't passed yet. Li Shuyan's lower body was still unconscious. Only the upper half of her body could move. Placing Debeo on the edge of the bed, Li Shuyan revealed a weak yet satisfied smile. "Little babies, mommy has finally met you." Mu Feng bent down in concern. "Wife, how is it now? Does it still hurt?" Li Shuyan shook her head. "Okay, not very painful." Mu Feng hugged Li Shuyan's head in pain. "My wife has worked hard." "It is not hard to come out of the maternity ward and return to the ward." Li Shuyan's hair is now messy, and Mu Feng helps her straighten it. This time, Li Shuyan has already picked up the baby. At this time, the baby in her arms rubbed against her arms, but also like the opening of the general positioning, hands and feet. The nurse saw this and laughed. The baby is hungry and looking for milk to drink. Li Shuyan suddenly realized. Due to Li Shuyan's good physique, she usually eats a regular diet, plus Mu Feng usually makes her pregnant meals. So Li Shuyan already had milk now, eliminating the step of prescribing milk. The nurse asked Mu Feng to find warm water and a towel. After wiping it off, it was time to feed the baby. Debeo held the ration and huffed and puffed happily, like a little piglet. The little guy just drank it, and the other babies acted like they sensed it. Together, they wailed and cried. This scene left Mu Feng at a loss for words. Turned back to the loudest crying of the second baby to pick up. Looking at the little baby who stomped his little feet and wailed. Mu Feng suspected that the baby was not colluding to make a mess together. Li Shuyan smiled. "Do not know, alas, carry over to see, is not hungry." Mu Feng carried the second baby to the side of Li Shuyan. "I am really hungry." The big baby and the second baby are one each. The second baby just came over, the small mouth a handful. Li Shuyan's brows tightened, some pain. Her bow's strength is so big, in the future it is estimated to be a female man. Seeing Li Shuyan's plumpness and material, the nurse fiercely envied her. Look at people's flat bottom and then look at her own flat horse. She really envied. Go back to makeup to see if there is any salvation. She also wants to be a plump person with substance. There are tears flashing in Mu Mother's eyes. The son became a family. She herself is going to be a grandmother. She took the time to tell Mu's father the news that the mother and son were safe. Li Shuyan looked at the babies with a loving face and then looked up at Mu Feng. Husband, you name the children. The children were born. As a father, he naturally had to name his babies. Li Shuyan looked at Mu Feng with an expectant face. Mu Feng thought about it and said the name he had thought of beforehand. The big baby will be called Jingyan. The little baby will be called Jingyan. The second treasure will be called Choryu. The third baby will be called Choyu. Honey, what do you think? Mu Feng's idea is very, very simple. Month after month, year after year, the babies are safe. Mu Jingan, Mu Jingyan. Mu Chuyue, Mu Chuyue. Month after month, year after year, peace. Li Shuyan murmured, the names are very nice. Let's use these as names. The babies have names. Mu Feng asked Mu's mother, Mom, what do you think of these names? Mu's mother is not highly educated, but she thinks it sounds good. No matter what, she will listen to her son. You think it sounds good, Mom thinks it sounds good. Wife and Mom both think it sounds good, then the babies will take these names. Li Shuyan looked at Mu Feng and continued to speak. The children's nicknames will be Nyen Nyen, Yu. Husband, what do you think? Mu Feng thought it sounded good. It can be simple and memorable. Mu mother also thinks it is good. Now the babies have both their big and little names. Li Shuyan spoke to the babies, Big baby, from now on you will be called Inen. This is the name that Dad gave you. There are also 2 babies, 3 babies, and 4 babies. The 4 babies were just born, and they look almost the same and are just as cute. When the 4 babies finished drinking milk, the nurse smiled and said to Mu Feng, Mr. Mu, you can leave the babies to me. I'm going to take them to get vaccinated. Hearing that they need to be vaccinated. Li Shuyan looked at Mu Feng with worry. The baby is still so small, can it withstand the needle? Mu Feng touched her head. Don't worry, wife, we have been here before, the babies are not a big problem. Besides, you gave me 4 healthy babies, vaccination is not a big problem, you have to trust the doctors and nurses. Mu Feng knows that newborn babies and infants have to be vaccinated with BCG in the first shot of hepatitis B vaccine. Let her not worry too much, it is all for the sake of their baby's consideration. After the vaccination, the nurse put the babies inside the crib and let them rest. The little baby is most capable of making trouble, crying for a while, coaxing for a while before quieting down. After coaxing the baby nurse to Li Shuyan and the babies tied bracelets, indicating the identity. In order to avoid the hospital crowd hold wrong. But Mu mother is still uneasy, has been guarding the baby side. His son is so handsome, his daughter-in-law is so beautiful, the baby was just born, the value of the face is so high, a look at it will cause people to love. Inch by inch, she guarded the baby's side, fearing that it would be stolen. Inside the maternity ward, the doctor saw the young couple and specially explained to them that the skin of the newborn baby is like this, and it will be rounded when the month is full. And if the babies have rashes or white spots on their skin, don't worry, they will disappear in a few weeks. It is also normal for babies to have fetal hair on their bodies, which protects their skin. Mu Feng Li Shuyan listened to the doctor's words and silently memorized what she said in her heart. Chapter 37. Li father just found out about his daughter and baby. The doctor said the baby was very healthy and energetic. The 4 babies she gave birth to were all healthy. Li Shuyan was happy and proud. After the doctor left, Mu Feng went to pay the bill. He said to Li Shuyan, Wife, you just gave birth to a baby, take a good rest first, I will go down to pay the bill first. Good. Mu Feng exhorted, Mom, you look after the babies in Shuyan, I will go and come back. You can rest assured, my own grandson and daughter-in-law I cannot look after it. Mu mother said that she would take good care of her grandson and daughter-in-law without her son's instructions. I'm not sure I'll be able to do that. Mu Feng is in an incredibly excited mood as he walks downstairs to the bill payment office. He became a father. He has his own son and daughter. Or double. This is the crystallization of his and Li Shuyan's love, the continuation of life. Mu Feng couldn't help but send out a circle of friends now that he had 4 babies. But still held back. It's important to go pay the bill first. Wait until everything is done. Mu Feng was in a good mood. When he came to the bill payment office, Mu Feng heard 2 nurses discussing something. Have you heard, a pregnant woman just gave birth to 4 babies? Ah. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her. Yes, and her husband is super handsome. I tell you, the body is good, sunshine handsome. His wife is good body, face value, and high, belong to the star level kind, a person can kill our hospital all the people, face value is so high pair of couples ah. Their baby is also white and clean, old cute. When I go to give the baby a checkup, I have to look at a few more eyes. The two nurses chatted in a low voice, but the name Mufong hearing is good. The content of their conversation was heard by Mufong. Hearing others talk about his and his wife's high face value, the corners of Mufeng's mouth unconsciously rose. The two young ladies have not yet had their fun. The nurse who initiated the discussion saw Mufong first. Gossip meets the main event. Give her 10 guts, she did not dare to stay longer, embarrassed to pull the side of the little sister to go away. When you leave, you still don't forget to look a few more times. The little sister is still confused. In the end, what happened? This man's two backs are so good looking, as if glowing hot, love. Inside the ward. Even though Li Shuyan's body and weak, before going to bed, she still wanted to see the babies. Mom, I want to take a look at the babies. After paying the bill, Mufong returned to the ward. Li Shuyan was already lying on the hospital bed, exhausted and asleep. The 4 babies were also lying on the bed, huffing and puffing. Mu mother, on the other hand, was kind enough to look at the babies from the side. Seeing Mufong return lightly, "How is it? Is it all done?" Mufong nodded. "All done, all the fees have been paid. Shuyan has just gone to sleep. She has worked hard, giving birth to 4 babies for our Mu family." Mu mother looked at her sleeping grandchildren. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. Mufong also walked to the side of the children, the feeling of being connected by blood. The eyes were full of tenderness and love. Mufong took out his cell phone and took a cool shot at the babies. Shallow record their growth. After shooting, Mufong sent it to Li's mother. When Li Shuyan was in labor, Mufong reported it to Li's mother. Now the baby was born successfully. Mother and child are safe. Mufong wanted to tell them the good news. Mom, Shuyan gave birth. The mother and child are safe, and 4 babies were born. 2 boys and 2 girls, all healthy and sound. The eldest baby is a boy, 3.9 pounds, the second and third babies are little princesses, 3.8 pounds, and the youngest baby is a young master, also 3.7 pounds. Mufong continuously sent several videos over. Mufong sent several videos in a row. On the other hand, Li's mother and father, who work in another city, are anxiously waiting for news. After receiving Mufeng's safe message, their hearts were finally put down. It is good that the mother and child are safe. Looking at the video of the babies that Mufong sent over, the two couldn't help but show a loving expression. To be grandparents. I didn't expect my little princess to give birth to 4 babies, both male and female. Congratulations. Mother Li couldn't suppress the joy in her heart as she held her cell phone. She couldn't wait to fly to the city right now and stay by her daughter's side. Mother Li's heart ached for her daughter. Xiaofoma, Shuyan has just given birth to a baby. Her body is weak. You have to take care of her during this period of time. During the period cannot have any accidents. If fall so sick, roots will not be good. Mufong let Li mother to rest assured that he can take good care of Shuyan and the babies, cannot have their own mom and let them not worry. After knowing that Mu's mother is beside her, Li's mother is also much more at ease. Although Mufong is very good at taking care of people, but is a boy, the heart may not be so fine. If there are only 2 children who have no energy, she is really not at all assured. After chatting with Mufong, Li Jianghuo's expression could not be seen emotionally. Asked Li mother, "When will we go to Luqing to see our daughter?" Today is possible. I don't think we can make it today, and even if we do, it will be dark, so we'll leave tomorrow morning. I'd like to see my daughter and the babies, too. What's the point of going to work? My daughter is having a baby. That's what they agreed. We'll buy tickets and leave tomorrow morning. After checking in with Mother Li, I told her that she and Father Li were coming tomorrow. Mom, tomorrow Shuyan's parents are coming to the city to see the babies. The in-laws are coming over. Tomorrow she is going to meet the in-law's mother, then she has to prepare properly. Mufong said, "Just now I also sent a message to Dad, and also sent a video over." Mu mother has already reported peace to Mu father, but did not send a video, fearing that her mistake operation will affect the babies. Now his son sent him good. Mu father who received the video. Open a look. White and clean, milk who rested there who sleep. Mu father stared at the phone for a long time, the video played over and over again, happy. Mu's father smiled from ear to ear and directly shared the video with the family group. He also went around the village proclaiming it, his mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Even the dog Wang Kai beside himself was so happy. Scampering around, tail wagging like a propeller, about to fly. The things that Li Shuyan had to prepare for the birth of her baby were all ready. Adults and babies can be discharged from the hospital in 5 days if there are no problems. But the doctor suggested going back after a week. 2 more days of observation. Mu Feng wanted to let his mom rest for a while. "Mom, you rest for a while first, I'll just watch the baby in Shuyan. I'll just take care of the baby in Shuyan. Okay, you can tell me to get up later, and you can rest instead." Mu mother lay down on a bench on the side to rest. She also purposely moved the chair to the side of the stroller, so that she could be the first to come forward to take care of the baby when it cried. Mu Feng looked at the sleeping Li Shuyan and felt that this woman was truly remarkable. Giving birth to 4 babies for him, this kind of thing is difficult for people in general situations to do, right? In his heart, he secretly said that he must take good care of his wife and babies and not let them suffer. Chapter 38. New father on duty, changing the baby's diaper. Mu mother didn't sleep for long before she woke up. Seeing that her son hadn't eaten for a day, she went downstairs to buy him dinner. Not long after Mu mother left, the babies made a humming sound. Li Shuyan was woken up by the cries of the babies. The 2 new moms and dads didn't know what to do and started to get nervous. Luckily, at this time, the passing nurse saw it. Reminding them, the 2 moms and dads don't need to be nervous, the baby should be la stinky. "Do you have diapers?" Li Shuyan suddenly thought, at first they have ton good diapers, but this time to the hospital emergency did not take. However, her thoughts just put down, Mu Feng took out the prenatal bag from the hospital cabinet. "In the front emergency, my mom ran the room to take it." Mu Feng took out the excess size diaper from the bag and came to the baby. But soon he was confused. In the maternity ward, the nurse taught him to hold the baby, but now it was a stinky diaper, and he didn't know how to do it again. The nurse saw that he was clueless and came over to help like timely rain. As she guided him, she couldn't help but snicker. "The baby should be held up like this, right? Hold the baby's buttocks, right? Relax, right? It's okay, the child is not as fragile as you think, as long as you don't bump into it, and move a little bit more gently, basically you won't get hurt. Take out the diaper, see the rabbit ears, pull him away, and then lift the baby's legs. Put the diaper under the buttocks." The nurse demonstrated to Mu Feng in the space and patiently explained it. Mu Feng followed suit, sweating nervously. Carefully following the nurse's request, but when he saw the dark green stink on the diaper, his heart panicked. "Why is it a green stinky odor?" He nervously looked at the nurse. Li Shuyan was startled by Mu Feng's words. "Green, why green? The baby will not be okay, right?" Knowing that the 2 are newbies and inexperienced, the nurse patiently explained that this is the baby's fetal stool, and will turn into a normal color after a few days of breastfeeding. After Mu Feng and Li Shuyan heard this, they let out a long breath. The nurse asked Mu Feng, "Have you bought the baby washing PP tools, such as pots if you have to go first to prepare warm water?" At this time, downstairs to buy food, Mu mother returned to the ward. When she saw the baby's stench, she put down her things and came forward to help. Mu mother answered the nurse while taking out the things they prepared in advance from the cabinet. "Go and get warm water. Wash the baby PP, then change the diaper." After finishing the big baby, Mu Feng was already sweating profusely. "Good guy, isn't this more tiring than running a marathon?" When you are done with the big baby, the other 3 little ones are also humming. Mu Feng changed their diapers one by one. Mu mother was anxious and stomped her feet on the side, but still wanted to let her son do it himself, and she couldn't follow him around at all times. Mu Feng once again went to change the water. By the time Xiaoba was done, Xiaoba was crying the most. No amount of coaxing worked. Started changing the diaper. Mu Feng followed the steps of the babies in front of him to wash Little Treasure's pages. The diaper has to be tied properly, not too loose, or Stinky will leak out, and not too tight, or the baby will be uncomfortable. Also, it is important to properly apply talcum powder to the baby. After changing the diaper, in a moment I will tell you where to take a bath. You remember to take the babies to take a bath, and remember to bring a change of clothes and diapers. Mu Feng's movements were unprecedentedly meticulous. After packing up the babies, Mu Feng wiped the sweat on his forehead and nodded with satisfaction. After being busy, sit down. At this time, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations on the successful birth of the quadruplets, rewarding the milkman with a startup capital of 400,000 cash. Congratulations to the host for changing the baby's diapers, completing the hidden task, rewarding the maternal recovery liquid. Note, when taken by a woman in labor, it can promote physical recovery. Mu Feng listened to the system's voice and didn't return to his senses. The nurse remembered that there was something else and proceeded to pull the curtain closed. The new father lifted the quilt. I want to look at the drainage and sterilize it. Li Shuyan lifted the quilt by herself. Ah! Let out a scream. Mu Feng hurriedly got up and came to Li Shuyan. Li Shuyan did not know whether to cover the quilt or cover her face. In the end, she chose to cover her face. Because of the analgesic pump and the anesthesia from the surgery, the lower half of her body was unconscious, so she was completely unaware of what was going on. Covering her face, Li Shuyan wanted to immediately pack her bags and escape the hospital and the city. Mu Feng was stunned by the situation in front of him. The impact of the picture was so strong that he didn't react for a while. The nurse was amused by the two youngsters and teased them, saying, "The child is so big, but still shy?" Li Shuyan scared the children with that scream. Humming in the crib. Mu Feng found an excuse to go to see the babies. That nurse, I will go to see the babies. Humming is not hungry? Should I feed them something? The nurse knew he wasn't used to this kind of scene, so she didn't keep him around much. You can feed the babies some warm water, and if the babies are really hungry, you can mix some milk powder for them to drink. Mu Feng came out of the curtain, trembling. On this side, the nurse pressed Li Shuyan's abdomen with moderate force and asked, "Does it hurt here? What does it feel like?" Li Shuyan back, feel up and some difficult. This is a normal phenomenon, I do this to help you discharge. There is also exhaust yet? Li Shuyan shook her head, not yet. The nurse instructed, even in the hungry also have to wait until after the exhaust before you can eat. No, at first can only eat some liquid food, later in slowly add. The nurse also increased the volume. Outside the new father, hear it? Mu Feng rushed back, no. With a swish, the curtain was opened. Li Shuyan met Mu Feng's eyes, her small face slightly flushed. The embarrassing scene just now reappeared in her mind. She was the school's flower girl, and these unseemly scenes were laid bare in front of Mu Feng. Li Shuyan wanted to die. Which knew that she heard the nurse's words again, making her die repeatedly. This is a medical diaper pad, your wife is going to discharge, later you change it for her, pay attention to change it diligently. The weather is still very hot and stuffy, don't let her cover so tightly, it is not conducive to the recovery of the wound, but also pay attention to bacterial infection. If a pregnant woman does not have colostrum, she should be given milk, otherwise the babies will not have milk to drink. The child's mother has just given birth to a baby and her body is weak, not to mention that your family has quadruplets, so you have to pay more attention to it. If the adults feel uncomfortable, call us immediately, okay? After saying that, the nurse went to the next door. Mu Feng's mind is a bit messy now, so he's going to take it one step at a time after clarifying his situation. Taking the cushion, Mu Feng pulled up the curtain again. I will first put a new pad on for you. Li Shuyan pursed her lips, stuttered, and could only nod helplessly. Then I will trouble you. Chapter 39 Mu Mother's Pride, taking little grandchildren for a bath. A newly born child's stomach is only as big as a fingernail cap. Most of the time, in addition to eating, is sleeping. Just finished changing the pad. There was a poof. A loud fart sounded in the ward. Turning his head, he saw Li Shuyan with a groundless expression, embarrassment written on every cell of his body. Her face was as red as a monkey's butt. Her hallowed school flower had been reduced to such a state. Mu Mother pursed her lips, exhausting, so she could eat. Then she instructed Mu Feng, you go home and prepare some food for Shuyan. Mu Feng asked while cleaning up, wife, what do you want to eat later? The doctor suggested eating some liquid food first. Li Shuyan had given birth to quadruplets. She used up a lot of physical strength during labor. She hadn't eaten anything at all up until now, and was now also starving. It was just that in her current condition, she couldn't eat many of her favorite things. Whatever, eat whatever you want. Mu Feng nodded his head, then I'll go back first, I'll be back soon. When her son left, Mu Mother spat out her heart. During this period of time, don't let Mu Feng that boy idle, more let him do something. Daughter gave birth to a child, the rest of the things are for him to do, cannot let him so easily become a father, to let him know that this father cannot be good. Li Shuyan's heart warmed and nodded. Mu Mother smiled with relief, just gave birth to a child, you first rest for a while, wait for Mu Feng to come back and then call you to get up. Half an hour later. Mu Feng brought meals from home. There was steaming hot thin meat porridge, radish and rib soup. Helping Li Shuyan up, she leaned slightly on the hospital bed. The lean meat porridge was first put aside to cool. Drink the rib soup first. Mu Mother gave her son a blank look, he just finished surgery, can't you feed Shuyan a little? She pulled a stool for Mu Feng and sat down to feed him with a small spoon. Be careful, don't spill it on Shu Yan. Li Shuyan was a bit shy and didn't dare to look at him. Mu Feng sat down and fed Li Shuyan in small bites, and blew on her for fear that she would get hot. If it's hot, let it cool again. Li Shuyan shook her head, not hot, just right. After the meal, the nurse informed the child that she could go to the line for the bath. The nurse notified the children that they could go and line up for a bath. Mother Mu asked Mu Feng to stay with Li Shuyan in the hospital room and took the 4 babies to the bath herself. You stay here with Shu Yan, I'll just take the babies to the bath. Mu Feng is worried that her mother will be too busy to do it alone. Mom, I will go with you. Mu mother smiled, Che, I have been there before, besides, there are still nurses around, you do not need to worry. You can stay here with Shu Yan, if she is not comfortable there is someone to take care of, then all gone Shu Yan how to do. Mu Feng did not say anything, let the mom look after the child. There are a lot of babies lined up to take a bath in the hospital. Mu mother pushed the stroller with 4 babies over to line up. The middle-aged woman in front of the queue turned around and saw Mu pushing the crib. Looking at the car full of little ones, the woman is shocked. The quadruplets rumored to be in the hospital today, 2 males and 2 females, it won't be your family, right? Mu mother smiled and nodded. The woman continued to open her mouth. I heard my daughter-in-law say today I still don't believe it, now I actually see the real thing, congratulations ah. My daughter-in-law also praised the girl as a college student, and beautiful, figuring good, can give birth to 4 really great, admire her. Hey! Is that your daughter or your daughter-in-law? Mu's mother has a proud expression, yes, it's my daughter-in-law. My son and daughter-in-law are both university students. Mu mother's way of thinking is different from others. If you were anyone else, and your child had a baby before graduating from college, the parents would definitely feel ashamed. But Mu's mother is different. Li Shuyan had given birth to quadruplets, and the other party was still the school flower. Ever since the babies were born, the smile on her face hasn't stopped. The middle-aged woman's gaze fell on the crib. Wow, your babies are so good, white and tender, their little noses are high, they will definitely look good when they grow up. Then the woman said to herself, my son's first child was a kid, originally wanted a little princess this time, did not think it was still a kid, alas, really envy you, grandchildren have. Mu mother smiled and did not say anything. The nurse told them to take the baby to the bath. The bath place is unified in a rectangular pool, several babies at the same time. Seeing the nurses bathing their children as if they were carrying piglets, the parents' hearts jumped into their throats. A pulling and pulling, want to go up and say something, but do not dare. After all, the nurse is a professional. They wash hundreds of babies every day, bathing experience, there should be no problem. Mu's mother was worried, the nurse asked her to bring the baby clothes over. After washing, Mu mother pushed the little ones back to the ward. Mu Feng saw the babies back, asked his mom how the kids behaved in the bath, well behaved or not. Mu mother would have liked to say something, but thought of the children in the bath with a little piglet-like. In the end, only said a very good. Mu Feng looked at the time and out the window. The sky was already darkening. Mom, it's getting late, you've been busy all day, go back and rest first, Li Shuyan and the babies have me here. After a busy day, I am indeed tired. I told Mu Feng to take good care of Li Shuyan and the babies, don't sleep too much at night, and keep the doors and windows closed so that bad people don't come in and steal the babies. Call me if anything happens. Mu Feng nodded and promised to take good care of Li Shuyan and the babies. After instructing her son, Mu mother walked to the side of the crib. Smilingly, she waved with the babies. Little boys, Grandma will go back first, be good here and listen to Mom and Dad, don't cry. Grandma will go back to rest first, and come back to see the babies tomorrow, remember to miss Grandma. The 4 little ones were confused, their long eyelashes blinking. Not to mention how adorable. Mother Mu's heart was so saddened. After chatting with Li Shuyan for a while, she left with 3 steps and 3 turns back. After Mu's mother left, perhaps too much energy was consumed in the bath, and their stomachs were hungry within a short time of returning. The couple breastfed them. Think of the overflow breast patch. It's a good thing that Mu Feng read the instructions a few more times, or else this thing wouldn't know how to use it by itself. After the operation, Li Shuyan's face looked like it was red. Completely unable to look directly at Mu Feng. Mu Feng sat down, so his wife likes to be shy so much. Li Shuyan was still unconvinced, such an intimate move, a normal person would be shy okay. Mufong looked helpless. If you are convenient, you can also come by yourself. I do not want to take advantage of you. Li Shuyan explained, I didn't think of you that way, just a little shy. After saying that, she lowered her head. The shy wife has some flavor, strange cute. Mufong does not intend to tease her. To bedtime, thinking of mom's words, Mufong locked the ward door. Before going to bed, the inspection doctor came over and they said, tomorrow over to pick up the analgesic pump, together with the pulling hush-hush tube. The single ward has a lot of space, and there is a companion bed next to Li Shuyan, so Mufong can sleep on it at night. Chapter 40: The arrival of Li's father, and the first meeting with his father-in-law. Mufong brought a thin quilt to cover his body and pushed the crib to his side to make it easy to check at night. After a busy day, just touching the bed, Mufong fell asleep in a daze in a short while. Li Shuyan had basically slept after the surgery, but now she didn't feel sleepy instead. Looking at Mufong and the babies, she fell into deep thought. Gradually, under the effect of the medicine, Li Shuyan also fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Mufong heard crying mixed with knocking on the door. It was the babies crying, plus the reason for the locked door. The inspecting nurses could only knock on the door when they realized the children were crying. Mufong woke up to check on the baby. Opened the door and thanked the nurse. Thank you, nurse. The first time to be a father has little experience. Sleep too dead, forget that he has a child. I thought I was dreaming of a baby crying, so it wasn't a hallucination. Li Shuyan couldn't help but laugh and cry. She was also woken up by the nurse knocking on the door. The nurse instructed them that the children should get up every now and then to feed them, and also to see if there was a stinky odor. Mufong went up to check, and there were indeed babies with diarrhea. After changing the diapers for the babies, a few little ones are still humming and not willing to sleep. Should be small belly hungry. Mufong found a hot towel to wipe Li Shuyan's rations, then held the babies and fed them one by one. After the first few times of operation, Mufong became more and more smooth. The woman in labor had a high body temperature and was prone to sweating, but the air conditioner couldn't be turned down too low, and besides, there were still the babies. Eating enough, the babies yawned and fell asleep again. They now sleep for more than 10 hours a day, nothing but eating and sleeping, no different from little piglets. But this is the way to grow a body. After the babies slept, the couple was sleepy. Mufong just laid down. The voice of the system suddenly rang in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning to breastfeed the babies, rewarded with 20,000 in cash and 2 boxes of health wine. Mufong touched his head. Alas, this system 2G network? Delayed for so long, or I fed during the day today than the standard. Took out his cell phone and looked at the balance, and there were 20,000 more. Heart happy. Healthcare wine just to give dad and father-in-law a box. Today a day are busy, heard that the father-in-law and mother-in-law to come also have no time to prepare gifts. Now the system is just ready for him health wine. What a thoughtful little tutor. Was happy, suddenly the cell phone vibrated. Mufong hurriedly answered the phone and walked to the corridor to talk to his mom to avoid startling Li Shuyan and the babies. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing, just afraid that you sleep too much, my precious grandchildren, no one to see. Have the babies woken up? Have they been fed? Mom has clairvoyance. She knows when the babies are fed. Mufong scratched his head in vain. He fed them. It was the nurse on patrol who heard the babies crying and woke us up. I knew that this child is unreliable. The baby is born and still do not pay attention. I do not know how to say you. If I had known that I accompanied the bed good. Mom, I'm too tired today. I wanted to squint a little bit, but I fell asleep. I won't do it next time. Then, you watch out. Tomorrow I'll go buy some vegetables, give Shuyan stew some soup over. After hanging up the phone, Mufong went back to the ward to lie down for a while. This time he did not dare to sleep too heavy. One night down, Mufong did not know how many times to feed the babies, change the diaper how many times. In the middle of the night, Li Shuyan also woke up in a daze, subconsciously holding the baby. Mufong watched the babies from the side, and when he finished eating, he put the baby back again. The next day, Mufong only woke up when the doctor came to check on him. Asking Mufong about the babies and Li Shuyan. How is the pregnant woman's discharge now? How much is it? Not a lot, not as much as yesterday. How is the lower half of her body now? Can she move around? She can bend her legs, she can move around. The doctor nods. So how are the babies drinking milk? Is the stinky color still normal? Do they cry at night? Drinking milk is quite normal. The color of stinky has also become light green, and at night also passes through will cry when hungry. The doctor listened to Mu Feng's answer and recorded it. I will come over later to get her analgesic pump and change the gauze for her wound, by the way. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it. Mu's mother carried breakfast to her son and daughter-in-law with great joy. After a night, she can't wait to see her little grandchildren. Mu's mother had just arrived at the hospital when Li Shuyan received a call from Li's mother, saying that she and her father had already arrived at the station. Li Shuyan is very happy and tells Mu Feng about this. Since Mu's mother has come over and his wife and children have someone to take care of, Mu Feng plans to go pick up his parents-in-law. Li Shuyan signaled him to be safe. On the other side, Mother Li and Li Jianguo heard that Mu Feng had come over to pick them up and were waiting outside the station. At this time, Li Jianguo had mixed feelings. Both angry and relieved. Angry that he was the last to know when his own precious daughter got married and had a baby. Even the person the other party married, he hadn't seen once. As an old father, how could he not be angry? Celebration and relief is that the mother and child are safe. The daughter successfully gave birth to quadruplets. Preparing to be able to see his daughter and little grandchildren. His heart was extraordinarily excited. At the same time, he was eager to see what kind of a man Mu Feng was, mesmerizing his daughter. Even his wife had to help him say all sorts of nice things. Mother Li was waiting. From time to time, she looked at her husband on the side. Afraid that the two would fight when they met with her son-in-law in a while. While waiting, Li saw a white Mercedes-Benz parked in front of him. A drop-dead handsome man came down from the car. He then looked at them and revealed a bright smile. Uncle and Auntie, how are you? I've come to pick you up. This was the first time Mu Feng and Li Jianguo had met. Li Jianguo recognized him at first glance. This was the guy who abducted his daughter without fail. No wonder his daughter was obsessed with him, so he was really a little handsome. In all conscience, the other party's face value was half as handsome as his own when he was young. This guy is threatening his own face value. Of course, this was just wishful thinking on his part. Even when he was young, he couldn't even look at the tail lights of a car in front of Mu Feng. Seeing his son-in-law walk up, Mother Li smiled and went forward to greet him. Xiaofeng, you are here, how are Shuyan and the babies? Mu Feng returned, Shuyan and the babies are fine, my mom is in the hospital with them. Then he took a deep breath and his eyes met Li Jianguo. Uncle, hello, I am Mu Feng. To be honest, at this time, Mu Feng is incredibly nervous. Mu Feng was incredibly nervous at this time. He was ashamed of Li Jianguo in regards to Li Shuyan and the babies. If you were in his place, you would definitely be angry too. At this time, he was already prepared to be beaten by the other party. He will not fight back if he is beaten or scolded. See Mu Feng's weakness. Li Jianguo laughed a fake smile. Chapter 41, Meeting with the little grandchildren, Mu father Mu mother's worry. Patted Mu Feng's shoulder, so you are Mu Feng, I want to see you for a long time. Mu Feng's shoulders ached, and he said with a sincere attitude, Uncle, I am sorry, Shuyan and the baby's matter is only told to you now, it is all my fault. Li Jianguo snorted coldly, of course it's your fault. He was still blocking a breath in his heart, and his hand continued to exert force. Her husband's behavior, Li's mother saw it in her eyes and hurriedly rounded up the situation. Xiaofeng, uncle, and I have arrived, hurry to take us to the hospital to see the child and Shuyan. After saying this, she took Li Jianguo's hand off Mu Feng's shoulder again and finally glared at him again. Eyes as if saying again, you can give me to stop, do not scare away son-in-law. Not giving Li's father a chance to be capricious. Pulled Mu Feng towards the car. Sitting in the car. Li Jianguo did not say a word. Surveying the car. He heard his wife say that this car was bought by Mu Feng with full payment, and it cost more than $300,000. Also bought a house for more than $1 million in full payment. The economic conditions are okay. As for people. Looks pretty good, more handsome than Yanzu, have a few of their own young style. I just pinched him hard and he didn't react, and his attitude is also quite good. Li's father did not say anything, Mu Feng also dare not say anything, focus on driving. Arrived at the hospital. Li Shuyan's side of the heart is also very apprehensive. She had kept it from her dad for so long, and now that she had blown up so much when they met, would she be scolded later? There was also Mu Feng, the two of them were meeting for the first time. Worried that dad would make things difficult for Mu Feng, afraid that dad would not be satisfied and hit him. He himself has a baby again, he does not like the little baby. How to do, the more you think about it, the more chaotic the heart. In Li Shuyan apprehension. The ward door was pushed. Then the three people Li Shuyan was most attached to appeared in front of him. The moment she saw her parents, Li Shuyan's eyes reddened. Mom and Dad, you're here. His daughter's voice made Li Jianguo tremble. Before seeing his daughter, he wanted to scold her face to face, but after seeing her, she was so emaciated and weak in front of him. Li Jianguo's heart instantly softened. How could he bear to murder his own daughter? He raised his head and looked at Li Shuyan with pain in his heart. Hey, Dad and Mom are here. How is baby, does it hurt? Tears overflowed from her eyes. Li Shuyan vigorously shook her head, with a sobbing voice, it does not hurt. Li Jianguo's heart was sour. Yes, how in heaven's name can there be a father who can't bear to be mean to his own precious daughter? If it doesn't hurt, then it's good. Dad came to see you and the babies. I'm sorry, Dad came late. Li Shuyan's crying became heavier. Guiltily said, I am sorry, Dad, it is my daughter who was sorry for not telling you anything. This moment. Li Jianguo was not angry, only heartbroken. A humming sound came from the crib. With Mu Feng's experience, the baby should be hungry or boo-boo. Rush to put down the things that Li's mother brought. Mu Feng walked to the crib and said with a gentle look, Aya, let Dad take a look, which baby is making noise ah? Agu, so it is the little treasure ah. Mu Feng picked up the baby and checked the diaper. It turns out that Nian Nian stinks ah. Dad, this will give you a change, okay, good boy, do not cry, do not cry. Then Mu Feng skillfully took over the warm water to wash the little baby's butt. After cleaning up the pee-pee, and from the cabinet to take out excess code diapers, open the rabbit ears, the baby's butt lifted up, in the adjusted position, affixed the rabbit ears, a great success. After finishing, I held the little guy and coaxed him for a while before putting the baby down. The whole process was a breeze. This is not like something a college student would do. Mu Feng's unintentional gentleness, and his love for the babies. These were feelings that came from the heart. Li Jianguo's impression of him got a few points better. This guy is quite attentive, looks patient and can take care of people, the rest still needs to be observed. After changing the diaper, Mu's mother received a call and said to Mu Feng that Mu's father had arrived at the hospital entrance. Let him here to greet Shuyan parents. He went downstairs to pick up Mu father. After saying that, she went out. Arrived at the hospital entrance. See the smiling Mu father, the other hand big bag carrying a lot of things. Seeing Mu's mother, Mu's father cheerfully asked, Shoha, how are Shuyan and the babies? Mu mother called Chen Shoha, usually Mu father called her Shoha. Mu mother back, adults and children are quite good, mother and child safe. Mu's father noticed that she looked abnormal and thought something had happened. What is it, is something happening? Chen Shoha frowned and sighed, no, it is just that Shuyan parents came over, but look at Shuyan father's appearance, it seems that he does not treat our son very well. This problem Mu father is also worried. He asked, so is Shuyan dad angry? Mu mother shook her head, no. Mu father breathed a sigh of relief, if he wasn't angry, there was still room for maneuver. Later, they will put the right attitude, and strive to let them accept their son. After his heart hit the right note, he followed Chen Zuho towards the hospital room. Babies, Grandpa is here. Stepping into the ward, besides his son and Li Shuyan, there was a middle-aged couple in the room, so they must be his daughter-in-law's mom and dad. Seeing mom and dad arrive, Mu Feng got up and introduced them. Uncle and auntie, this is my dad Mu Guoqing, this is my mom Chen Zuho. Mom and dad, this is Shuyan dad Li Jianguo, this is Shuyan mom Lin Hui. Li mother and Mu Guoqing two mouths have met before. After Mu Feng introduced her, she enthusiastically went up to greet them. After saying this, she tugged on Li Jianguo's coat corner, and her eyes seemed to say, don't make it difficult for your daughter. Mu Guoqing perceived the words and greeted first, Shuyan dad hello, I am Mu Feng dad, sorry, Shuyan and the babies, so late to tell you. Li Jianguo's expression was not happy. He is not angry with his daughter, it does not mean that there is no resentment towards the Mu family. But it is not good to say anything at this time, and responds with a nonchalant, hello. Feeling Li Jianguo's coldness, Chen Xiuhua hurriedly pulled the relationship. Seeing her husband's face all the time, Li mother was embarrassed, tugged his arm and said, Mu Feng parents you have seen, now let's go and meet the little grandchildren. The four little ones look exactly the same. Li mother called Mu Feng over and said with a warm smile, come on, Xiao Feng, introduce me to the babies. Have they been named? Mu Feng came over, picked up the big baby that was curiously observing, and said to the two men, I've taken it, this is the big baby, a male child. Called Mu Jingyan, nickname Anan. Wow wow, this is his own little grandson so cute oh. Pink carved newborn, very similar to his daughter when she was a child. Li Jianguo and Lin Hui's hearts were adorable, couldn't help but want to go forward to hug them. Mu Feng passed Debeo in front of Li's mother. Mama, auntie, do you want to hold Debeo? The little one was emotionally stable in Mu Feng's arms, curiously surveying Lin Hui, wondering who she was. Chapter 42. The babies are different, stubborn, fatherly. The vision of a newborn baby has not yet developed. Seeing things was blurry, and they could only see rough outlines. Debeo was emotionally stable and didn't seem afraid of being born. Lin Hui, with a smile on her brow, held the little one in her arms. Smilingly said, Debeo, hello I am grandma, so Debeo is called Mu Jingana, the name is so nice. And it looks so cute yo, grandma gives you a big compliment. The little cutie has a few similarities between her eyebrows and her daughter, and she seems to sense that Lin Hui has a similar flavor to Li Shuyan. Debeo stomped his legs and danced with his little hands, but he was happy. Lin Hui smiled, and has a lot of strength, what a healthy little baby. Debeo's attention shifts to Li Jianguo next door. Lin Hui introduced, and this is your grandfather, is mom's father, called Grandpa. You see, Grandpa is so fierce with his black face, isn't he? And let's ignore him, what if he scares Anan, isn't he? Li Jianguo was full of questions. Where is his black face, where is he fierce? Debeo turned his head and looked at Li Jianguo curiously. The little baby's curious expression was so cute, his heart was soft. He wanted to hug his little grandson but was embarrassed, after all, he had just made a face with Mu Feng himself. Mu Feng then continued his introduction. This is the second treasure, called Mu Chuiwe, age, the second most powerful, crying, very loud, a little weaker than the small treasure, age is also very strong it. This is the third treasure, the little princess, called Mu Chuiwe, month is more quiet, powdered in jade, the character is similar to the big treasure, the mood is very stable, will obediently lie, the future will certainly be a quiet little princess. There is also the last little baby, called Mu Jingyan, the most lively kinda, cried the most powerful loudest, every time to put the last one, Mu Jingyan, is the most annoying, cries the most and the loudest, and wakes up his brother and sister every time, and drinks milk the most anxiously, is the last to be born, and weighs the least. The four little ones are all loved by the people. Li Jianguo and Lin Hui thought that their daughter was amazing, giving birth to 4 babies at once must have been a very hard time. They could tell that Li Jianguo and Lin Hui loved the children. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan were completely relieved. Mu Feng asked Li's father if he wanted to hold the babies. Li Jianguo gave an expressionless took the little baby in his arms, and turned his body sideways with unconcealed tenderness. This is his own little grandson Li Jianguo satisfied, smiling, this is Nian let grandpa see. At first, the little treasure was quite good, with a milky expression. Father Li wanted to tease Nian. I did not expect that the next second Nian was scared and cried. The reason why Li leaned too close was infinitely magnified in the eyes of the child, scaring little treasure into wailing. Nian crying like this startled the other babies, and the few remaining babies began to grunt. Seeing this scene, Li Jianguo was at a loss for words. He hadn't done anything, why were they all crying? Lin Hui laughed at him, I told you that you have a black face and you still won't admit it, now you should admit it, Xiaoba was so good, but when it comes to you, it won't work. He must have cried because of your ugly face. Lin Hui looked at him with a look of disgust. You cried because you're ugly? Shouldn't be he was quite handsome when he was young, although now a little older, but also not to the baby scared to cry it. Mu Feng opened his mouth, give me to see if the baby pooped again. Li Jianguo handed Nian over to Mu Feng. Mu Feng gives Nian a diaper check, and it turns out that this time it was a boo-boo. Everyone was in tears, human cubs are quite good at managing time, first pooping and then booing, they will definitely be able to do great things in the future. Li mother also checked the big baby's diaper, clean and nothing, should be scared by the little baby's cry, the babies follow their brother to cry together. Mu Feng changed little treasure's diaper. Li Jianguo squatted down to tease the second and third babies in the stroller. Years and months, why are they crying too? Li Jianguo said narcissistically, is it because he misses grandpa and is excited to cry? Grandpa came just beside the babies, good boy, do not cry okay. However, the 2 little ones do not give face. In the perspective of the 2 little princesses, the crib came over a big head. Just like the attack of the giants, it is strange not to scare people. So the wailing cried even more. Li Jianguo panicked in his heart. How did he cry more and more? Could it really be that he was ugly and cried? This was the first time he was not confident in his face. It is good that Mu Feng's side has cleaned up for Xiao Bao and came over to comb the two little ones. Handsome is different, just came over the second treasure and the third treasure gradually stopped crying. Only the corners of the eyes are still hanging teardrops, that little expression of aggrieved yo, as if it is the most pitiful baby under the sky. Mu Feng's heart melted. Lin Hui had never held the second and third babies. Curious about the character of the second and third baby, she said to Li's father, try to hold the second and third baby, and see if they give you a hug. Li's father nodded his head, and now his mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Afraid of scaring the two little granddaughters again, he collects his emotions. Come on, little princesses, let grandpa hold them. Lin Hui skimmed her lips. She had just thrown her children's father a look, but now she was calling her grandpa. The character of the second baby and the third baby is completely different. The third baby is emotionally stable, no resistance to let Li Jianguo hug, obediently stay in his arms. The second treasure can have character, not give face. Grandpa just touched her, the little one will wow and cry. Big treasure, two treasure and small treasure are willing to get close to their own, but only the age of the year is not willing. This makes Li Jianguo anxious to scratch his ears. Seeing her eldest granddaughter unwilling to get close to her husband, Lin Hui was amused by being amused. Stepping forward to try, come on, black-faced grandpa is too scary, year-old, let grandma hug you, okay? After saying this, she gave Li Jianguo a smug look. Feeling that her granddaughter would definitely be willing to get close to her, however, she soon snapped her face. It was exactly the same situation as Li Jianguo just now. Erbao wailed when she sensed that someone wanted to hug her. Aside from Mu Feng and Li Shuyan, it was no good for anyone to come. The old couple didn't give up and variously brushed their presents in front of Erbao. Unfortunately, Erbao is a high-cool little baby, ignoring grandparents juggling. At this time the door of the ward was knocked, and a 25 or 26-year-old woman, holding a card, walked into the ward. Uncle and Aunt so good, I'm the staff of Momo Photography, our family is specialized in taking pictures of the little baby, you can take 3 pictures of the little baby free of charge. Oh. Wow, quadruplets, what a blessing, so cute. Lin Hui gave a hum and took the other party's business card and looked at it again and again. This was the most beautiful baby she had ever seen. After taking pictures of the children, the other party said a lot of words of blessing for the babies, and then went to the next ward. After the other party left, Mu's mother said that the free photos were actually mainly to promote their full moon photos. She hoped that the children would go to their place to have their photos taken after the full moon or the 100th day. Lin Hui agrees, she knows these marketing methods well. Chapter 43 The first step to becoming a baby daddy, cutting prices. With both sides' moms and dads present, Li Shuyan and the babies weren't short of people to take care of them. After lunch, Mu Feng made a trip out. Intending to buy a better crib for the quadruplet babies, it wasn't a good idea to keep sleeping in the hospital. There was a mother and baby store near the hospital, but the store didn't sell beds for quadruplets, the number of quadruplets was too small. Mu Feng ran outside in the sun for a couple of days and couldn't get one, so he was down to the last one, and if it wasn't there, he could only go to a farther away place to buy one. Obviously, the last place didn't have any. He ended up finding it at a place that sells strollers. I'm down to the last one here because there are so few and far between quadruplets left that they've been sitting around unsold. This quadruplet's crib would have taken up space, and very few people have quadruplets. The boss was afraid that Mu Feng did not buy all kinds of amenities. You see, this wood or logs can be strong, you can shake to coax the baby to sleep, there is this height, and so the babies will stand up, will not fall outside. And look at this, afraid of mosquito bites can also hang mosquito nets. It, the children's delicate skin to be mosquitoes out of a big bag, how heartbreaking. You say it is not. And look at this mat, the discerning person know that the quality of his, and soft, and resistance to manufacturing, and spacious, babies rolling around inside are no problem, and the baby can be a good choice. The baby will be able to roll around in it without any problem. Mu Feng looked at the crib, the quality is indeed very powerful. Thinking about asking, how much? 88.88, a price, cannot be lower. Mu Feng was shocked, now raising a small baby expenses are really big. The boss is too expensive, can it be cheaper? Still expensive. 8,888 really not expensive, young man, this is a brand name goods. In the internet can be searched for. The original price of people have to be 13999. I see you sincerely want to buy only to give you 88.88. Mu Feng took out his cell phone and searched online. It's exactly the same, and the event promotional price is also 11999. The boss really did not lie to himself. The sales are very good, and the positive feedback rate is also high. Mufeng intends to talk to the boss in grinding to see if the price can still be a little lower. Boss, see a baby a month to spend how much money on milk powder, diapers, I raise now to raise 4 babies is not easy, you say, is not it? And you see I am young, how can I have so much money The boss can also see that Mufeng is very young. After thinking about it, young man, I know you are not easy, so I will give you cheaper 200, you see how, cannot be any lower. What do you think about 8,800, boss? See Mufeng so cut the price, the boss was anxious, cannot young man, 8,800 is really too low price of goods or not to get, and then add a little line not. See Mufeng indifferent, the boss again to Mufeng recommended a few models of baby carriages. Look at this way, I also have a collection of quadruplets with the bed with the same brand of car, do you want to go and take a look? If you buy both, I will give you a discount. Good, take me to see. Then the boss led Mufeng to the stroller. The boss started to introduce his products again. Come and take a look at this as our store's treasure goods, 4 rows of baby carriages, environmentally friendly materials, strong and durable, non-toxic and non-polluting. The full canopy canopies can be switched to more than 10 shading methods, plus breathable skylights for easy ventilation. Inside there is a hardboard support safer, lining soft and comfortable, removable, washable, convenient and hygienic. Front wheel shock absorbers can be rotated 360 degrees, the implementation of smooth and flexible so that the baby has a good night's sleep, do not disturb the babies. The most important thing is that the rear wheel brake is reliable, safe, not slip, so travel assured that you say is not. After returning home, the car and fast does not take up much space. The boss explained the side to the Mufeng demonstration. Mufeng is also very satisfied. How much does this car cost? The boss took out his cell phone and searched for this car on the internet. The owner of this car has taken out his cell phone and searched for this car on the internet. Mufeng sincere buy, boss, so you see, okay, 2 I want, 20,000 you give me to send home. 20,000. The boss pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, deal. The other side so fast, Mufeng heart thumped. He is still too young. After paying the money, give the address to the boss, the crib will be sent to Jingya Yuan first, and the stroller will be sent to the hospital. Originally, he intended to take the crib to the ward, but it seems that the new crib is a little bigger, the ward will look crowded, finally decided to take it home first, wait for the child to be discharged from the hospital before sleeping. The mother and baby store is not far from the hospital, Mufeng returned downstairs just in time to meet the delivery staff. Take the stroller back to the ward. At the door of the corridor, he happened to run into Mother Li accompanying Li Shuyan to move around outside the door. The babies were also sunbathing next to each other, and Mufeng and Mother Mu accompanied them. Seeing Mufeng buying the stroller back, for the sake of the children's safety, Li asked him to check it over. Handing the stroller over to the other party, Mufeng picked up Lin Hui and assisted Li Shuyan to continue her maternal recovery activities in the corridor. Discovered that the next ward had moved in a new expectant mother who looked about 19 or 20 years old. This would be eating takeout. Along with her was a middle-aged woman, unable to tell if she was a mother-in-law or a mother. After eating, the pregnant woman also came out to walk around outside, looking at her like completely unlike the appearance of going into labor. The pregnant woman saw Mufeng and Li Shuyan's family lively. She opened her mouth and said, "Wow, quadruplets, so powerful." The quadruplets were born. The father is so handsome, the mother's temperament is superb and so beautiful, the future baby will surely also be very good looking. The pregnant woman did things in the wind and fire, I can see that it is a straight nature. Seeing Mufeng Li Shuyan's family are here, she is very envious, wow, your grandparents are here, really envious of you. Mufeng replied, the elders of the family are very concerned about the child mom and the babies, so they all have come. The pregnant woman's sound did not slip for a long time to go back to lie down, and again self-centered speech. My stomach hurts, today should be born, right? Born are good, this way I do not have to stay at home, can go out to work to earn money, every day to stay at home I am depressed to death. The middle-aged woman finished packing things, followed by a short, fat man in the ward. The man's hand carrying a newly purchased diapers and some baby products and a bag of milk powder, bottles. After the man put down the things, the middle-aged woman also instructed the man to buy pots and other supplies. The man went out again with a face of impatience. The man went out again with an impatient look on his face. It wasn't long after he went out that the woman's stomach started to hurt. The pregnant woman said to the middle-aged woman, "Mom, my stomach hurts so much, it feels like I am going to give birth. You quickly go and call the doctor." Chapter 44. Lee father cried, the battered father-in-law. The woman put down the work in her hands and rushed to find a doctor. The doctor finished checking, opened 6 fingers, "Wait a moment, can be born." The doctor asked the nurse next to him, "Now there is empty out of the maternity ward?" The nurse replied, "Yes, a pregnant woman has just given birth." The doctor nodded and signaled her to push the woman into the delivery room. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan looked at each other. Thought that this little girl would take a long time to give birth. After all, yesterday she gave birth from morning to noon. The time spent was quite a lot. In front of me, this little girl's physique is thin and small, her height is about 1.5 meters, and her bones are small. The birth of a child is expected to be even longer, and there is no chance that it will have to be a cesarean section. The doctor and nurse just sent her away. The next door husband to buy things back. Mu Feng told him that the pregnant woman has already gone to the maternity ward. The man was not in much of a hurry, and put down his things before going slowly to the maternity ward. An hour later, the middle-aged woman came back holding the little baby. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan were surprised. "This is the birth?" The woman smiled into a flower, gave birth, got a male child. It was obvious that she was happy that her daughter-in-law had given birth to a male baby. "The birth is so fast, ah." Mu Feng was surprised, but quickly sent his congratulations. Li Shuyan was also surprised, enviable speed, ah. Even if it was a smooth labor, people could even get out of bed and walk. The woman returned to the ward with the help of the nurse and the man. The woman was happy, it was good to have a baby, it was a big relief. Her state of mind is not comparable to that of a pregnant woman who also had a normal delivery. Her state of mind was very good, not at all like a pregnant woman who had just given birth to a baby. Not only can she walk and hold her baby, she can even sing and dance. There is no comparison between a cesarean section and a normal delivery. Li Shuyan thought that if only she could be this relaxed, she could be discharged from the hospital now. After the surgery, Li Shuyan's body had not yet recovered. After moving around for a while, Li Shuyan got tired. Yawning, Mu Feng helped her back to rest. Time came to the afternoon. Thinking that Lin Hui and Li Jianguo had come all the way here, Mu mother found Mu Feng and asked him to take the two back to rest. Mu Feng nodded his head. Li Jianguo didn't have a problem with it, he was thinking of visiting the house of the two. This would be when the babies were sleeping. Li Jianguo and Mu Guoqing came to the crib and looked at it for a while before they could leave. Mu mother stayed behind to take care of Li Shuyan. Soon returned to Jingye Yuan. Entering the neighborhood, Li Jianguo surveyed the surroundings. The neighborhood was beautiful and the greenery was beautiful. With such a beautiful house in the city, ordinary people would probably have to struggle for decades to afford it. To be honest, Li Jianguo was very impressed in his heart. When he came to the home, what met his eyes was the new Chinese style. This was Li Jianguo's favorite style. It is very advanced and cozy. The environment was very good, and in the future, the daughter and the babies would always live here. This condition was quite satisfactory to Li Jianguo. Mu Feng poured a glass of water for the three of them. Then he said to Li Jianguo, "Uncle, this is where Shuyan and I live, I'll take you for a tour." Li Jianguo let out a hum. After a set of visits, he was quite satisfied with the design of this house. Then Mu Feng called Mu Guoqing over as well. Taking out 2 boxes of healthcare wine and handing them over to the two. "Dad, Uncle, this is the health wine bought for you. It has the function of activating blood circulation, removing blood stasis and improving immunity. It's a gift that Shu Yan and I prepared for you." Lin Hui helped him from the side. "Look how thoughtful Mu Feng is. Not only is he capable of taking care of his children, but he is also so filial." "Old Li, don't you think so?" Lin Hui is right. Mu Feng's every move Li Jianguo saw in the eyes. His impression of him is getting better and better. "I accepted his gift without excuses, thank you, you have a heart." Mu Feng smiled, "Uncle, you are not polite." Mu Guoqing saw the other party accepted his son's gift, heart a lot of ease. It shows that he is gradually recognizing his son. Meal time. Li Jianguo's 2 families and Mu Guoqing were chatting in the living room. Mu Feng was cooking in the kitchen. Lin Hui had eaten Mu Feng's cooking, and when she went home, she kept telling Lin father that she had been thinking about Mu Feng's cooking. One after another, she gave him praise. "I tell you, Mu Feng, this kid is not only good at taking care of people, but his cooking is also very delicious." "Is it good?" How good can cooking be for young people nowadays? Some of them don't even want to enter the kitchen. To praise his face, Li Jianguo is convinced. But when it comes to cooking skills, he may not be better than himself. He was usually the one who cooked at home. Li Jianguo was very confident in his cooking skills. In his heart, he didn't believe it, but his wife boasted so much, and Mu Guoqing was still present, so he didn't say anything. Snorted, really? Then I must taste it later. Definitely I also very cheat you not, I idle on me. You will know that I have not lied to you if you taste it later. Mu Guoqing, since the last time I ate his son's cooking, he was impressed. His own son usually at home really rarely cook, but now the cooking is really good. Now he was confident in his son's cooking skills. Just as Lin Hui finished speaking, a burst of fragrance wafted out of the kitchen. Soon the meals were served. Mu Feng called the three to eat. Lin Hui couldn't wait to go up. She had been craving Mu Feng's rice for a long time and hurriedly greeted her husband and Mu Guoqing over. Hurry up, Jiangwo, come and try Xiao Feng's cooking, it's super special and delicious. Greedy wife like this. Li Jiangwo's eyes fell on the dining table, the color and fragrance, the selling looks very good, at a glance it is very appetizing. Couldn't help but go forward. Mu Guoqing also took a seat and said to him, "In-laws, try Xiao Feng's handiwork." Said he poured him half a cup of wine. Li Jianguo thanked. Next to him, after being polite with Mu Guoqing, Lin Hui ate with great gusto. Looking at her expression, she enjoyed every bite. Li Jianguo couldn't help but taste a bite as well. My yeah, this is too delicious. Is this the kind of rice a human can make? It's much more delicious than what he made himself. Originally, Li Jianguo was very confident in his cooking skills, but as a result, he was now suffering a blow. Face value is far less than the other side of the pretty boy, and now the cooking skill is also miserably hanged. Don't be like this, you have no advantage at all. Li Jianguo cried. Lin Hui looked up to see him crying. Surprise, said, "Oldly, I told you it was delicious, right? Look at all the eating you cried." Li Jianguo shed tears and was struck once again. Swallowing with tears in his eyes, he nodded his head vaguely and said faintly, "It's okay. It's a bit worse than what I did." Lin Hui gave him a breathless look. "Just keep your mouth shut." Then she said to Mu Feng, "Don't pay attention to your uncle, his whole body, the most tough talk. With his cooking skills, forget it. Your cooking is better, if only Auntie could have it every day." Mu Feng smiled, "Auntie wants to eat, I'll make it for you every day." Mu Guoqing was in a good mood. It seems that Shu Yan's mom has a particularly good impression of her son. He believed that his son was so good, it definitely wouldn't take long for him to gain Li Jianguo's recognition. Chapter 45. Li Shuyan's shyness, discharged from the hospital. After dinner, Mu Feng told the three to rest at home. He packed a dinner and went to the hospital. Returning to the hospital, he told Mu's mother to go back to dinner. Then it was time for Li Shuyan to eat. After feeding her, he cleaned up the dishes. Came back to see Li Shuyan, whose face was red. Mu Feng thought she was uncomfortable and went up to ask, "What is wrong? Where is it uncomfortable? Is the wound hurting again?" Li Shuyan was a cesarean section. It was normal that the wound would hurt after the anesthetic. She shook her head, her eyes looking towards the location of the toilet. The doctor had already pulled the boo-boo tube for Li Shuyan, so if she wanted to boo-boo now, she can only go to the bathroom. Mu Feng read her meaning. "Can you get out of bed now?" Li Shuyan nodded, yes. She covered the wound with one hand and helped Mu Feng to walk slowly towards the toilet with one hand. Mu Feng asked with concern while walking, "Does it hurt?" Li Shuyan frowned. "There is a little bit, but not very painful." Seeing her endure the pain, Mu Feng's heart ached. With his help, Li Shuyan smoothly came to the toilet. Outside the door, Mu Feng was uneasy. "Do you need my help?" Li Shuyan shook her head vigorously. No, I can do it myself." Mu Feng gave a hem and carefully closed the door. Li Shuyan could no longer calm down. She couldn't hold it in this journey. She started to mess up her hands. "I don't know if I pulled the wound," Li Shuyan hissed. Before it was all with the hush pipe, now it hurt Li Shuyan to the point of pain. Mu Feng heard the movement inside. Anxiously asked, "Do you need help?" No need, I can." "Stand up." Li Shuyan felt a dizziness, and waited to slow down before cleaning up herself. "The whole process is long and incomparable." Softly said, "I am ready." The door opened. Seeing Li Shuyan intact, Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Rolling up his sleeves, "I will carry you over." Li Shuyan secretly said, "Can he carry himself?" Since she was pregnant, she either ate or slept every day, rarely exercising, and had gained a lot of weight. Hurriedly waved her hand. "No, I can just walk back slowly by myself," the doctor said to walk more. Mufong did not listen, carefully picked her up. "Cannot see that she is difficult," Mufong toned some aggravation. "Do not move, wait for the wound and cracked." Mufong is more than 1 meter tall, sturdy body, pick up Li Shuyan easily, no pressure. Seeing Mufong's face relaxed, Li Shuyan breathed a sigh of relief. Carrying her back, Mufong asked with concern, "Just now did not pull the wound?" Li Shuyan was embarrassed. The reason why she had a boo-boo tube before, coupled with the fact that she had held it in for too long this time, she was a bit frazzled, and could only nod her head in a haphazard manner. Let him not worry about herself, these pains she can endure. Mufeng's chest, very strong, very warm, his body has a very good smell, let her feel at ease. Feeling Mufeng's temperature, unconsciously Li Shuyan's ears were dyed a rouge color. The child's mother was embarrassed again, shy of her lovely pinch. Mufong brought new pajamas and blankets. The one provided by the doctor was stained with sweat and milk. "There's still a little bit of bad dew, so I need a new one." Mufong closes the curtain and gives Li Shuyan a clean nightgown. When she was about to change the blanket, Li Shuyan pinched the blanket, not daring to look at Mufong. "My mom is at home chatting with your parents, I don't know when she can come. Changing it now will make it more comfortable." Li Shuyan bit her lip and tried to insist. "If you don't change now, your clean pajamas will get dirty." Mufeng's eyes on Li Shuyan. "I've already changed it for you several times, I've seen what I should see, it's nothing." Li Shuyan compromised, her hand slowly loosened the quilt. After changing, Mufong took Li Shuyan's clothes bathroom wash. The ward has a washing machine, but with the washing machine what people have, or hand wash more at ease. The ward has a wet and dry partition, and you can wash your clothes on the sink. Mufong used the soap that Li Shuyan picked out at the supermarket last time, and rubbed it twice to get a lot of foam. It is a light jasmine fragrance, very nice. After washing the clothes, Mufong took them to the balcony to dry. At this time, the inspecting nurse came. "See Mufong hand wash, this is rare in the hospital, most of the public washing machine to wash." She smiled and came up to greet Li Shuyan. "Girl, your husband is so nice, he will personally wash your clothes, he is sweet, good character and handsome." Li Shuyan watched Mufeng's every move. Mufong is indeed very good to himself. After drying his clothes and returning, Mufong sat down to observe the babies. It had only been a day, and the babies were already round and white with the naked eye. Mufong asked, "Can you tell the babies apart?" Li Shuyan smiled, "Are my baby, I cannot know it. This is the instinct and nature of being a mother. Based on the baby's milk drinking habits, you can quickly tell them apart. Normally, big baby Inan is emotionally stable, but likes to kick the covers when he sleeps and usually wakes up the earliest. The second baby, years old, is usually uncaring, doesn't give other people hugs, and cries slightly more. The little one seems to like shiny things, and when the nurses came to check on the babies, years old was curious about the jewelry they were wearing. 3 treasures month usually rarely cry, breastfeeding is also quiet, but sleep like to eat hand. Small treasure year the most headache, crying first place, breastfeeding is also very anxious very hard, usually sleep is not honest, like to toss brothers and sisters. Appearance, and an month hair are denser more black. The hair of Nien and Nien is a bit less, yellow and shaggy, but Nien has a signature feature, he has a tear mole next to his right eye. I heard the older generation say that those who have a tear mole love to cry, I don't know if it's true or not. The two shared their experiences with each other. The babies are still young, when they grow up the characteristics will be obvious. The two chatted and fell asleep without realizing it. In the company of Mufong and his family, a week passed in the blink of an eye. The doctor opened a series of lists, waiting for the results after the examination. If there is no problem, you can do the discharge procedures. Get the results of the examination. The doctor said, basically, there is no big problem, go home and pay attention to the conditioning can be, if there is any discomfort in the hospital immediately. Before the end of the day can be discharged, procedures can come back. Li's mother thanked the doctor for taking care of our Shuyan and the baby in the past few days, as well as the nurses. Thanks to you my daughter has recovered so well. The doctor smiled, these are all things we should do, no need to be polite. When he was discharged from the hospital, there were a lot of things, so Mufong called a nanny car in advance so that he could send a large family back to Jingye Yuan. Mufong and Li Shuyan led the way in the front, loading up the household goods. The 4 old men each held a baby on the nanny car. The driver's eyes widened when he saw so many babies. My God, did your family give birth to quadruplets? Mu's mother couldn't hide her happiness. Yes, 4 babies, my daughter-in-law gave birth to, both male and female babies. Chapter 46. Give the baby a bath, unexpected rewards. The driver heard, congratulations, you guys are really lucky, those 2 are the child's parents, right, they face value is so high, the child grows up must also be very good looking. A few people in the car laughed and chatted. The car was in the car, laughing and chatting. 20 minutes or so, arrived at Jingye Yuan. Before getting out of the car, Mu's mother gave the driver a 188 red envelope. The driver once again sent his blessings. Little children are insecure. Returning home to an unfamiliar environment, the 4 little ones grunted and cried. Mu's father and mother and Li Jiangwo's 2 families are all people who have been there. Knowing the reason why the children were crying, they coaxed gently and brought them to familiarize themselves with the home environment. Babies, this is the home, the baby's home. This is where mom and dad live, but also where you will live in the future. Good boy, don't cry, come and see the baby's home. The 4 little ones sobbed softly in the arms of the adults, and seemed to feel the breath of mom and dad at home. Their crying gradually stopped. Their family of 4 babies is more than the average family. The babies' appetites were now bigger than the time they first came out. Li Shuyan didn't have enough milk to feed all 4 at the same time. When the children were hungry, Mu gave them milk powder to drink. She realized that the children didn't like the milk powder, but they still drank a little. Seeing that the weather outside was nice, she could give the children a bath according to the doctor's orders. At the hospital they were washed by the nurses, at home they needed to do it themselves. As Mu Feng, who aspired to be a breastfeeding father, he said he wanted to personally wash the children, mom and dad they were guided by the side. The supplies for the baby's bath had been tuned up long before by Mu Feng and Li Shuyan. Rinse the bathtub with boiling water and soak the small square towel and the soft towel. In the preparation of the little yellow duck, body wash, bath towel, small clothes, cream, hip cream, talcum powder, and diapers through to find out. When you are ready, you can start to catch the water. The temperature should be controlled at about 37 degrees to 40 degrees, to be measured with a thermometer. This was Mu Feng's first time bathing babies, and he deliberately watched the tutorial online 2 or 3 times before he dared to start. Several parents were amused by his nervousness. After securing the tub, a soft towel was laid on top, and the room heater was turned on to prevent colds and chills. Which baby should be washed first? Mu Feng was caught in indecision. Let's wash the most emotionally stable 3 babies first. First of all, the little baby will be held in the arms to wash the hair. This time to pay attention to is to prevent the water into the ears. With a hand gently pinch the baby's ears. In taking a towel to wipe the hair, and when the hair is wet, one hand squeezed with a special shampoo for babies, one hand rubbed out the foam, and then wiped to the baby's hair, using the fingertips to massage the scalp. Finally, use a small square towel with water to wipe the foam on the head can be cleaned. After Mu Feng took off Yu's clothes and diaper, he first slowly tested Yu's fear of water. The babies have grown up so fast since they were born. Mu Feng first put Yu PP in to adapt to the temperature of the water. The little princess was struggling at first, using her own meager strength to resist. Mu Feng coaxed Yu, the small toy, to attract her attention. Coaxed Yu to laugh and giggle. What about the rock spreading its wings in the water, playing happily? The shower gel is put into the water in advance. Just take the small square towel and wipe your body. Mu mother guided from the side, don't be too hard, the baby's skin is very delicate, gently. Mu Feng nodded. After washing, wrap the little one in a towel, then dry the water on her body, and finally apply cream, buttock protection cream and talcum powder. Put on a diaper, and after doing so a fragrant baby came out. Hair is still half dry, still need to wipe a little. Mu style outside careful, the babies are still small, the head is also very fragile. After washing the 3 babies, Mu Feng is already tired and sweaty. Replace the water and start washing the big baby Anan. Anan is more resistant to water. When washing the head is still quite cooperative. When you take off your clothes, you start to struggle. Just touching the water, he cried out, struggling hard, every cell in his body is resisting. Mu Feng patiently comforted and coaxed Anan, good boy, do not cry, you are a big brother, it, to the younger siblings to set an example. No. If you don't take a bath, you're not a good baby, and you're not a young master if you don't have a stinky toot, so be good, and you'll be done in a minute. The baby is still so small, how can understand these, no matter, is to make trouble. Li Jianguo and Lin Hui at the side to see the fear of heart, want the next second directly rushed up to their own. In the Mu Feng side coaxing under the wash, finally washed. Change clothes and is still crying. Lin Hui had no choice but to hold in and coaxing, waiting for the most powerful crying years and years. The first time I saw them, I was so happy to see them. Just touching the water-year-old cried and lost his voice and even purple face. Mu Feng can only be coaxed at the same time. The age of not crying yo, you see just sister did not cry, sister cannot cry yo. Our family age so good how can be afraid of bathing it right, crying is not good. Mom and dad are not, crying is not a woman, do not cry, do not cry. Ego then cry mom and dad are heartbroken, do not cry, okay? The year-old where will pay attention to him, self-concerned about crying. Mu Feng was afraid that she would cry until she fainted, and hurriedly finished washing. When wrapped in a bath towel, the baby's crying came to an abrupt end. Good guy, the little one is really a little drama queen. Once she finished washing, she stopped crying. Li Jianguo and the others were amused. After getting dressed, it was placed in the crib. There was also the last little baby. Cried just as loud as the second sister. But he was honestly crying for real, big drops of tears like pearls slipping down. It was also coaxed and washed at the same time. After washing, the little treasure Mu Feng was really sweating, sitting in the bathroom to rest for a while before getting up. After getting up, he poured out the water and put away all the tools used by the baby. Seeing that his head was covered in sweat, Li Shuyan painfully poured him a cup of water and wiped the sweat off his face. Hubby, hard work. Mu Feng shook his head, not hard, this is what I should do. Packed up, for little pink babies lying on the bed, fresh and clean, stirring their little feet happily. Mu mother stood by the bedside happily teasing them. Look, this is the new bed dad bought for you, how does it feel? The little tykes couldn't understand grandma's words and looked at her suspiciously as if they were thinking. Such cute human cubs, can't get enough of them. Father and Mother Li were also teasing their little grandchildren. After giving the children a bath, Mu Feng was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for personally bathing the babies, rewarded with a nanny car and $40,000 in cash. Nanny car? This was exactly what he needed. After the kids came home, that Mercedes-Benz was no longer enough. When traveling with the kids in the future, a nanny car would be more appropriate. Mu Feng surprised, mind and system communication, system, when can I get the nanny car? System back, host please rest assured, nanny car will be delivered to the door in a reasonable way, please look forward to. Chapter 47 Leave, Li Father's complete recognition. For little guy's milk who very cute, simply everyone's dream love child. Deeply loved by grandparents and grandparents. The babies can't speak yet, naturally there is no way to respond. A few people took a lot of videos of the babies, and when they got home and had time, they took them out to watch them. After the babies were born, Li's father and mother came to Luqing to take care of a few days, out of so long unit urged to go back to work. The same Mu father and mother also have to rush back to the village to work. Before leaving, Mu's father and mother pulled Mu Feng aside and put $100,000 in his hands. This money is me and your mom's savings, you take it, take care of Shu Yan and the babies, okay? Now we have to raise 4 babies, expenses are high, the big city prices are high, this is our little heart. Mu Feng eyes red, $100,000 in the village parents to work hard for how many years to earn awe. But Mu's father and mother's attitude is resolute, Mu Feng had to accept it. Then Mu's mother said, do you want my mom to stay and help you take care of the babies, can you take care of them by yourself? No mom, I can do it myself. Mu's mother is still not assured, then do you want mom and dad to hire an aunt for you, so that you can also be a little easier? Nowadays, it costs about 10,000 yuan to hire a nanny in Lucheng, and even more to take care of 4 babies. Although Mu's father and mother don't have that kind of money, they can still hire an aunt for their son for 2 or 3 months. Mu Feng refused, Mom, really no need, I can take care of Shu Yan and the babies by myself, don't worry. If I'm too busy by then, I'll call you and ask you to come up and help, and I'll still have to trouble you to come up. Mother Mu sighed in relief, well, the child has grown up and can take good care of his family. At this time in the master bedroom. Ready to go, Li Jianguo and Lin Hui are also talking to Li Shuyan. Li Jianguo handed her a card. Baby, there's $150,000 in there. You need to take care of your health now that you're having a baby. Take good care of yourself, take care of yourself, mom and dad have to go back to work after being out for so long, they can't take care of you anymore. Li Shuyan is the only daughter of her father and mother, and they usually pamper her, and will buy her anything that is good and suitable for her. Li Shuyan looked at the bank card in her hand, and her nose suddenly soured. Mom and dad, this I cannot want, I and Mu Feng have money, this period of time earned a lot of money. Li Jianguo deliberately face, parents give you can be the same, this is a little bit of mom and dad's heart, cannot not accept no. Feeling the love of dad, hugging Li Jianguo and Lin Hui cried. Lin Hui heartbroken daughter, are so big and still crying it, are when the mother of the people. Do not cry when mom and dad have time in to see you and the babies. The couple and Li Shuyan said a lot. When they left Jingye Yuan, the four old men were full of reluctance for the children. One by one, they held the little ones in their arms and kissed them. In the end, it was only when the time was ready that they reluctantly left. Babies, grandma and grandpa have to go. When they have time to come back to you, promise grandma to remember grandma, okay? Looking at the little people in the swaddling clothes, how hard it is to leave them. But life is so full of helplessness. Finally, in the little one's ignorant and naive gaze, the four of them set off to the station. Mu's father, Mu's mother, and Li Jianguo's two families bought tickets 10 minutes apart, and it was the same station. After Mu Guocheng and Chen Xiuhua left, Li Jianguo stopped in his tracks. With a serious look, he said to Mu Feng, make sure you take care of my daughter and the babies, or I won't spare you. Mu Feng nodded his head vigorously, don't worry uncle, I will definitely take care of Li Shuyan and the babies. Li Jianguo got angry, still calling uncle? Mu Feng froze for a moment, after reacting, oh dad I know. Li Jianguo was satisfied, patted his shoulder and left. Li mother also explained for a while after Mu Feng, with a smile to catch up with Li Jianguo's back. Mu Feng waved his hand and watched them disappear from sight. When he returned home and told Li Shuyan's parents that they got on the bus safely, the other party nodded faintly. It could be seen that there was sadness written on her face. Even now that she had a child and became a mom, she still didn't like this feeling of parting. Mothers in labor are easily anxious and emotionally unstable. Mu Feng hurriedly went up to pacify her. Li Shuyan had only been back for 2 days, and now she had to hold the wall when she got up. Every time she goes to the restroom, she is very worried, and the toilet seat still squeezes the wound. Before going to the toilet with mom and Mu mother support, Mu Feng cannot always now can only rely on her own. This will be Li Shuyan and the babies in the master bedroom. Mu Feng is preparing dinner. In between stews, he went back to his room to look at the babies. The babies are still asleep. Finding movement in the bathroom, Mu Feng sniffed and looked. Seeing Li Shuyan closing the door in a mess, he came over, do you need help? Li Shuyan hurriedly refused, no, I can do it myself. Mu Feng was uneasy, can you really do it? Li Shuyan did not want to talk, her turtle speed had already made her suffocate. After giving birth to a child, the child stretched out the stomach, those meat cannot go back, squatting down will naturally press on the wound. Coupled with the fact that she had just walked too hastily, pulling on the wound, a burst of pain hit her, pain goosebumps. After settling and slowing down, holding onto the wall to try and stand up, she found that no matter how hard she pushed, it didn't help. Li Shuyan panicked. Mu Feng, who realized something was wrong, was still waiting for her at the door at this time. Through the frosted glass door, with the dark shadows, she could see that she had tried many times but could not get up. Mu Feng was worried about her and politely knocked on the door, I'm coming in. This time, Li Shuyan didn't try to be brave, she couldn't do anything by sitting here all the time, it wasn't good for her. Li Shuyan nodded her head, her delicate face was hung with aggression, I just seem to have pulled the wound, and now I can't stand up a little. Looking at her with a pitiful little expression, Mu Feng's heart ached, does it hurt a lot? Li Shuyan shook her head, not very painful, just do not know why cannot stand up. Then Mu Feng did not hesitate for a second, went around behind her and held her armpits to help her up. After standing up, Mu Feng helped her clean up. Oh look! Put Mu Feng startled. Although the last time before discharge, the doctor looked at the ultrasound, said that the situation of discharge is very good, but some residual is normal. This thing also needs to be changed regularly, or it will be easy to get infected. Li Shuyan was still analyzing her wound at this time. Pulled again, stitched 8 layers, just why would it hurt so much, will the thread inside collapse? Mu Feng hesitated and reminded Li Shuyan, do you want to change it? She blankly followed his line of sight to look over. Looking down screamed. She is now time and time again in front of Mu Feng to lose face, repeated death in general. Mu Feng is also the first time in his life to be exposed to this kind of inexperienced. Chapter 48 The milk is not enough to drink, the top pillar of the family. Li Shuyan silently took from his hand, you first tear this, and then paste on the line. Mu Feng no sound, bend down to give her sticker. After cleaning up, Mu Feng helped Li Shuyan to come and sit by the bed. You sit here first, I'll go get iodophor and cotton over. Soon Mufeng came over with a small medicine box with everything in it, which he had specially bought in the hospital. Li Shuyan's lower abdomen is still plastered with gauze. The doctor said that it can be removed in a few days, and covering it all the time is not conducive to the recovery of the wound. Carefully tearing off the gauze, it was full of iodine color. Mufeng saw the C-section wound for the first time, a very long one, very distressed her. Today is the second day home, you cannot need to paste it, right? Li Shuyan nodded. Seeing Mufeng's heartache, she looked at the wound and said, "This one is considered good. Last time I went to the maternity checkup, I saw a mother of a second child's wound, which was as horrible as a centipede." Si Mufeng did not say anything. She carefully asked, "Do you think it is very ugly, ah?" Mufeng shook his head. "No, why would I think it is ugly? I just feel sorry for you. Shuyan has done so much for me, is a great mother." Li Shuyan reddened her eyes. "I feel the same way." She doesn't feel ugly, instead she is great. If Mufeng felt ugly, she would be secretly sad. But it was good that he didn't. Mufeng helped Li Shuyan treat the wound and looked up after spraying iodine vapors and asked her, "Does it hurt?" Li Shuyan nodded her head and then shook her head. She just pulled the wound when she went to the toilet. It doesn't hurt much now. After rubbing the iodine, Mufeng also deliberately raised his pants above the wound to avoid touching the wound again. Mufeng touched Li Shuyan's head. "Then you take a good rest first. I'll go see if my soup is ready." Li Shuyan nodded. "Good." Mufeng's gaze was as gentle as water. The bottom of his eyes hid a fine gaze, as if he was carrying sunlight, gentle to the extreme. After the soup is simmered, fry a few more dishes and then it's time to eat. The pot crackled. Mufeng vaguely heard a baby crying. This time he was not wrong, it was indeed a baby crying. Turning off the fire, he washed his hands and went over to see what was going on. As soon as he entered the master bedroom, Li Shuyan was holding Xiao Baoan breastfeeding, and her other hand was still soothing the baby lying on the bed. "I will come." The budding babies are similar to the spirit of the rhinoceros, one makes a noise, and the others follow. Mufeng checks the cause of the children's crying. He put his hand on the PP to coax the yearling. Now that the baby's appetite has increased, Li Shuyan doesn't have so much milk. There wasn't enough to eat, so it could only be flushed with milk powder. After calming the little ones, Mufeng went to flush the milk powder. First coax the 3 babies and the little baby, and in you are more emotionally stable. There is no baby to take the lead and then no longer cry. When the milk powder is ready, the kitchen is just halfway through stir-frying the dishes, and the children on this side don't cry anymore. Mufeng handed over the milk bottle to Li Shuyan. "Take this time to go and finish the rest of the dishes." After finishing his work, he returned to the bedroom. "Have the children finished drinking?" "Finished, but they don't really like looking at the milk powder, but they still barely finished it." "That's good." Milk powder is not comparable to breast milk, but it's definitely not enough for 4 babies. "I can only be aggrieved to drink some milk powder." Mufeng washed his hands and took off his apron. In order to take care of the baby during dinner, Mufeng pushed the crib to the dining table. After placing the crib, Mufeng came over to burp the babies. Gathered up the babies, turned back to help her to the dining table. Looking at the colorful and fragrant dishes on the table, the aroma came out. Since she had eaten Mufeng's cooking, every time she ate, Li Shuyan was full of anticipation. Li Shuyan ate with relish. The speed was accelerating without realizing it. Mufeng looked at her while burping the baby. "You eat slowly, it's not like anyone is stealing from you." Li Shuyan beamed. "That won't do, I need to eat more, otherwise the babies won't have any milk to drink." Mufeng smiled dotingly. "It's okay to drink some milk powder, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Later, I will go on the jittery voice to search for the monthly meal recipes, and turn around to make a nutritional matching to give you a delicious meal. Or say what you want to eat and tell me, I will make it for you." Li Shuyan waved her hand. "There is no need to be so troublesome, just watch your mood, as long as it is the dishes you make, I love to eat." Mufeng favors her, whatever his wife says. After waiting to shoot the little treasure, Li Shuyan shouted at him, "You also quickly come to eat." Mufeng nodded his head, "Okay." He took off the square scarf with the baby on his shoulder. When he sat down, he was the first to give Li Shuyan some soup. When the 4 old men were still around, they usually ate at 12 o'clock, now they are all ready to start eating at 1:30. After lunch, the children were all asleep. It was just as well that Mufeng and Li Shuyan could rest for a while. Time unknowingly came to the evening. Just like the previous days, the baby had to be taken care of at night. However, it was almost always Mufeng who was busy, and Li Shuyan was only responsible for breastfeeding and sleeping. At this moment, she fell asleep in a daze and woke up to find no one around her. With difficulty, she walked to the living room. Saw that Mu Feng was tidying up in the living room. Li Shuyan yawned, "It's very late, let's clean up tomorrow, go to sleep first." "Good, I will go to take a shower first." Mu Feng was afraid to wake up the sleeping baby, so he went to the other bathroom to wash. Boy's hair is short, is good to wipe a few times, in a simple blow dry. When cleaned up, back to the master bedroom to lie down is already 12:30 in the middle of the night. Mu Feng lay down and took out his cell phone to brush the video. He is used to take out his cell phone every time before going to bed to look at the news, learn recipes and so on. Li Shuyan frowned at him, "You do not sleep?" At this moment, Li Shuyan is on her monthly cycle and can't play with her cell phone for a long time. Mu Feng silently put down the phone, sleep, charge the phone and go to sleep. Put down the cell phone, just want to sleep. The babies were hungry, grunting and crying. The two got up again and fed them with formula milk. Changing diapers, washing pages. After tossing and turning, it was almost 1 in the morning. This time Mu Feng fell asleep. This way drowsiness sleep to 6 o'clock the next day, the babies quietly sleep, in the middle of no wake up no noise. Mu Feng's spirit was extraordinarily good, and his body was relaxed. Seeing Li Shuyan and the babies sleeping, he tiptoed out of the room. Like last night, he did not want to disturb the babies, and ran to another bathroom to wash up. When he came out, Mu Feng cooked congee and eggs, and casually fried some vegetables. Li Shuyan was not a picky eater and ate everything. After making breakfast, Mu Feng first served the congee and let it cool, and then went downstairs to pick up the courier. It was the courier he bought online the other day that arrived. He bought hangers, garbage bags, cups, dishes and chopsticks for the baby, and socks and caps for Li Shuyan, who just gave birth to a baby and can't catch a cold. There are also some that he does not recognize, presumably bought by Li Shuyan in the past 2 days. After the courier sorted out all his deliveries, Mu Feng was surprised, so many. Chapter 49, What's Wrong with the Babies? Being scared of new parents. The courier boy smiled, "Your wife bought some things, I helped you to send it together." Looking at the pile of express delivery in front of him, Mu Feng did not know where to start. The courier boy saw him helpless. "I will help you," said, took out a large cardboard box, put the courier or put in. Fortunately, there is an elevator, otherwise it would be exhausted. To the elevator door, the two put down the cardboard box. "Thank you, handsome, hard work. Small problem, just a hand up." Back home, Mu Feng packed up the express. A look at the time is already 8:30. The sound of the babies humming suddenly came from the bedroom. The babies had woken up. I don't know if they are crying from hunger, or if it is hard to cry from pulling their stink. Go back to see them, and by the way, wake up Li Shuyan for breakfast. The bathroom in the bedroom is very spacious, giving the baby pee-pee and washing up is no problem. Now the babies usually don't sweat, but usually spit up or something. The soiled clothes still need to be changed and washed. What's going on here? Li Shuyan was sitting on the bed and booting up. She hadn't returned to her senses yet. Hearing Mu Feng's words, Li Shuyan was startled with a jolt. Flustered, she walked in the direction of Mu Feng and the babies. The little babies' armpits were red with a small piece of red. Mu Feng and the two of them were heartbroken. "I did properly put talcum powder on them, how could this happen? No wonder I woke up grunting today, so it is not comfortable." Li Shuyan is anxious to cry. What to do? I am afraid that she is overly worried. After Mu Feng calmed down, he calmed her down. "It's okay, it doesn't matter, I'll call the doctor now and ask to see what's going on." I'll call the doctor now and ask what's going on. It's not a big problem, don't worry, just use the comfort medicine to apply it. Now the weather is sultry and hot, baby's pee-pee, armpit red is no effect. Oh yes, when you buy the medicine back to apply it, you can also rub the baby's pages. Mu Feng asked, "Doctor, what brand of comfrey medicine is better to use?" The doctor thought, "This has nothing to do with the brand, you go to the drugstore to buy, the ingredients are safer, feel free to use." Then she asked, "You have been back for 2 or 3 days, have you given the baby a bath?" "I've washed it, just yesterday." The doctor said, "Go and buy some medicine first, and if it doesn't work, bring the baby to the hospital. If it doesn't work, bring the baby to the hospital." After hanging up the phone, Mu Feng took the key and went out. "Wife, I will be back soon, wait for me at home. There is a pharmacy near the neighborhood, a few minutes away. Comfrey medicine is very cheap, a bottle of less than $20. After buying medicine, Mu Feng immediately rushed home. Just downstairs in the neighborhood, Mu Feng again met the last meeting of the female students. Worry about the situation of the babies, Mu Feng did not say hello to him. After arriving home, the first time to wash their hands, and then take the medicine directly to the master bedroom. Li Shuyan suggested that we should first give the baby a bath before applying the medicine. Mu Feng thought it was okay. Then I'll go and put on the water first, and you take care of the babies here. After a series of preparations, Mu Feng held the baby and started bathing. After washing, he wrapped the baby in a towel, dried his body, and finally coated his armpits and pee-pee with the comfrey medicine. A small bottle is quite useful. I washed them one by one, and then applied them one by one. After giving the babies a bath, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Shuyan was worried about the babies and stayed by their side. After Mu Feng finished his bath, she picked him up and fed him. Looking at the children huffing and puffing in the arms of the milk-energetic look, Li Shuyan's heart is only solid. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 days passed. Mu Feng found that the purple herb medicine worked, the children's armpits were no longer red, and the pee-pee was not red either. It has returned to its original white and tender appearance, and the little baby's skin is bouncing, and they can't wait for people to want to take a bite out of it. It was also at this time that Mu Feng saw a small lump on his arm when he was changing in Anne's clothes. And what's even stranger is that every baby has such a pimple. What's going on here? Mu Feng took a picture and then called the doctor. Doctor, what's the matter with the bumps on the baby's arms? I'm sending you the photos now, help me take a look. The doctor looked at the photo and explained that this does not matter, this is a normal reaction after playing the BCG vaccine, all babies are in this situation, parents do not need to worry. After a period of time will form a pustule rupture in the back of the scab, and finally will leave a small reddish scar, do not believe that you see for yourself on your own arm, there is not. I know. Thank you, doctor. It's okay, if there's anything you can call me anytime, I'll get back to you when I'm free. He hung up the phone. Looking at his own arm, Mu Feng realized that he also had one, revealing a look of I see, that's how it is. Li Shuyan this time walked out from the toilet. Just heard you talking to the doctor on the phone, what did you say, is it what's wrong with the babies? Mu Feng calmly said, is that the babies have goosebumps on their arms after the BCG vaccine, I thought it was a big problem so I called the doctor. When Li Shuyan heard it, it turned out to be so. Took a look at the bumps on the baby's arm, pus will form after a while, we will be fine when we point it this way. The weather in Licheng is very abnormal, the rain a few days ago has turned cool, and now these days are hot again. It's so hot now that I don't turn on the air conditioner, and I can't even go a little while without blowing. Sitting on the moon Li Shuyan is even more difficult, originally breastfeeding body temperature would have risen, and cannot be down all day to blow the air conditioning. These days, Li Shuyan won't itchy, and sweaty, more itchy. If you want to scratch it, you can't, and you can only endure it. She was in a bad mood and couldn't be interested in anything else, like a wilted flower. Moreover, her hair has not been washed for several days, the oil is so shiny that it can be used to stir fry, and even itchy, her body is also, and if she doesn't wash it, the whole person will be rancid. See, Li Shuyan has not been in a good mood. Mu Feng proposed, how about I help you wash wash your hair, you just lie down, wash directly after taking a hair dryer, blow dry, bathing words with hot water to wash it. As long as the speed is too fast, the pain over will not be able to catch up. Li Shuyan thought about it, before in front of the social death is still less, now he is difficult to not, and then again the child was born how many days, but also shy what? Good. Mu mother has said before try not to wash your hair and take a bath. This thing should look at the individual physique reason, but still listen to the elder's words. Now forced to choose to take a bath. After putting the baby to sleep. Honey, you first lie here and wait for me, I'll go get you hot water to wash your hair, and wait for blow drying how to take a bath. Li Shuyan obediently lied down, then hard work husband-in-law. After saying this, she gently kissed him on the face. Chapter 50 out of the month, to the babies on the account. Mu Feng received water, prepare supplies, this situation Mu Feng light familiar. This kind of situation is familiar to Mu Feng. First help her wash her head. Li Shuyan washes her hair. She has a lot of hair. At least as much as 2 female college students, which is something that many people can't envy. Li Shuyan grabbed a handful of her own hair. Mu Feng, do you know how to cut hair? I want to cut short hair, hey? Before, she kept shoulder-length short hair, but then she didn't cut it to have a baby, so it got longer. She still likes the look of short hair, refreshing and easy to take care of. Mu Feng shook his head and said that he would not, on his skills with the dog gnawing cannot take the hand. He said that he would have time to take her out to cut it later. Li Shuyan happy smile, then later cut. After washing her head, Mufong wrapped her hair with a towel, several times unsuccessful. Not right, I see the barber is so wrapped, why I cannot. Li Shuyan was amused, she's simply a roll and a buckle on the line, it is true that women still understand women. After wiping her hair for a while, Mufong found a hairdryer. Be sure to blow dry your hair, you can't blow the air conditioner with wet hair. When blowing her hair, Li Shuyan looked at Mufong through the mirror, and he blew very seriously. Blowing very evenly, did not stop in one place for too long, and will not burn her. It took about 20 minutes before her hair was half dry. This is hair care essential oil, then help me, wipe some. Mufong took the essential oil, is Li Shuyan usually use, there is a light rose flavor. Hair care oil is only a little bit left, wipe this time will be gone. It took another 10 minutes for his hair to dry completely. After blowing out the hair, the next step is to prepare for the bath. Mufong wanted to help her put her hair up to avoid getting wet, but still overestimated himself, he tried several times but did not succeed. Perhaps there was too much hair. It made Li Shuyan giggle. She thought of a quick fix, let me do it myself. Okay, then I'll go prepare the things I'll use later. Li Shuyan nodded her head. Mufong found a bath towel and clean pajamas and went to the bathroom to test the water temperature just right. This time Li Shuyan also came to the bathroom door. There was some small awkwardness, the two stared at each other for a long time. Li Shuyan thought to herself, no matter what, she hasn't taken a bath in 10 days, oh, if she doesn't wash it, it's really going to be rancid. No matter what, how many times has she lost face in front of Mufong, back and forth, it's not bad this time. After washing, Mufong changed Li Shuyan into clean pajamas. Later, I'll apply iodophor to your wound. I can do it myself. Are you sure it's okay? It's fine, don't worry. After Mufong brought her medicine over, he went to the bathroom to clean up the mess. Put Li Shuyan's changed dirty clothes in the washing machine. After applying the medicine, Li Shuyan lay on the bed and lamented, finally not so uncomfortable, feel much more relaxed, now the body is dry and refreshing, the days without a bath are too bitter. The next day, the weather in La City was again a demon. The temperature is around 32 degrees, the air conditioner cannot often blow, easy to catch a cold. Every day, Li Shuyan's fan was never far from her hand, and Mufong was afraid that the children would be hot and moved the crib to the side of the big bed, fanning the babies from time to time. Unconsciously, the children have been home for more than a month, and Li Shuyan is also out of the month. A menstruation period usually lasts 42 days. The babies had already been in the world for more than 40 days. They had inherited Mufong and Li Shuyan's perfect facial features, and the little ones were getting cuter by the day. There was no one who didn't like them when they were brought out. Pink face, chubby little hands, big watery eyes, long eyelashes, simply adorable. After leaving the month, Li Shuyan could walk normally. This day she and Mufong discussed taking the babies to the household registration. The nearest police station is about 3 kilometers from Jingyuan, walking out just so the babies can see the outside world. Packing up their things, they pushed the stroller and set off. Mufong and Li Shuyan have long been surprised by the gazes of people passing by around them, and now that they are pushing the quadruplets, the turnover rate is even higher. To the household registration department of the police station. May I ask if the two of you are? Mufong took out his pre-prepared documents and handed them to the staff. We are here to give the babies a household registration. The staff glanced at the babies in the stroller, each one of them pink and big blinking eyes, and some of them were still eating their hands. How many babies are there? All of them are so well behaved and cute. Li Shuyan returned with a smile, 4 babies. Hearing this next to the staff, and the people in the household registration have cast their eyes. Everyone began to talk, envious. Giving birth to 4 babies, this mom is too great. I noticed when they came in just now, the couple's face value is so high, I'm really envious. If the mom and dad have such high values, the babies born from them will definitely not be any worse. And the babies are all lying obediently, not crying, not fussing, white, tender and chubby, compared to my son really cannot compare, ugly cry. I'm not the same, I don't even have the face to look at it. I can't even look at him. I'm sure he's a real dad. Any parent under the sun would want their baby to be praised, this is the greatest achievement of being a parent. Mufong would be so happy that the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. The staff looked at the babies while processing the documents, and also praised them one after another. After processing, everyone was reluctant to part. Can't wait for one person to take one home. Out of the police station. Mufong turned his head to look at Li Shuyan, how about we go shopping and buy some random clothes? Good, 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 good. After giving birth to the baby to the month of pregnancy until now, Li Shuyan did not have to shop, this time happy as a child. She came to the mall. Li Shuyan and Mu Feng wanted to buy some milk powder for the babies, and all the milk powder at home had been consumed by the babies. Seeing Li Shuyan and Mu Feng, who were pushing 4 babies, come in, the store looked like a big customer. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan discussed buying the brand they used to buy. Although the babies do not love to drink, but cost-effective, the babies did not reach 2 months to grow white and fat. Then buy some clothes for the babies. Thinking about how fast the babies are growing, the two plan to buy a few more sizes. If they can't fit into them, they will seamlessly fit into a bigger size. Raising 4 children has a lot of expenses, and the average family will struggle, but Mu Feng's situation is different, with the income from the jewelry store and the system rewards. He was not afraid to spend money on the baby. The shopper came towards them. Looking at Mu Feng and Li Shuyan, the shopper guide was surprised. God, the two face values are still so high, really envious. Going forward and asking, may I ask if you need anything? We here have just born to 3-year-old baby to wear clothes, the quality is 100% cotton, you can rest assured, and the fabric is very soft and skin friendly, and our family is a big brand, in the internet can be found. Chapter 51. Take a full moon photo. The babies of course want to take pictures to record it. Are you guys giving birth to quadruplets? The baby is so cute, yo. We hear boy baby girl baby clothes have can slowly pick. And this hat the weather is gradually cool, go out and wear a hat to avoid catching a cold, and socks are also essential, our family. I see your baby almost more than 3 months this way, want to give the baby to buy a little bit of this mittens, and now the babies are good to move after the love of scratching, which can be avoided scratching the little face. There is also this clothing set, very cute, quality and fabric and good, is a little expensive, but to ensure that the babies wear comfortable and lovely. We also have toys for babies here, there are touching can be jingling, and this will run in music, can distract the baby's attention. In the shopper a burst of sales, Mu Feng pushed the shopping cart full. All of these things are usually used. If you don't say that their business is good, the shopping guide is professional and enthusiastic, the main thing is cost effective and good quality. After checking out, Li Shuyan was a little confused. Originally just wanted to go in to buy a few clothes, how come she came out and bought a bunch of things and spent so much money? But these are all things that babies need, suddenly not so heartbreaking. As a parent, you want to give your babies the best. Mu Feng was also very happy, and added a lot of clothes and small things to the babies, especially those super cute clothes, he couldn't wait to change them now. Back home. The baby in the car went already huffing and puffing sleep, this will be all still not awake. Li Shuyan took all the newly purchased clothes to be washed. The next day, after the baby's little clothes dried in the sun, Li Shuyan dressed the children up. Putting the household account beside them, she took pictures and sent them to Mother Li to look at. The children were now also people with household accounts. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. This day Mu Feng received a call from his mom. The other party instructed him that although Li Shuyan is now out of the month, it is best not to eat spicy food to prevent it from passing to the children. There are also barbecues and such, try not to eat, easy to catch fire. The babies do not drink milk powder should be moderate to feed them more water, as well as to often rub the talcum powder. Mu Mother put her own very thought of all with the Mu Feng urged once again. Full moon wine doesn't necessarily have to be held on the full moon, your father has already set a time for you to see if you want to go home to hold it or hold it at your place. After Mu Feng thought about it and was about to answer, Mu's mother spoke up again and said, it's better to do it at your place, our village is far away from the city, and the children may not be able to bear the bumps on the road. Mu Feng immediately turned into a question mark style, in fact, the mother herself has decided to pinch. I'm just calling to let myself know. I'll send you the list of people who are coming to eat the full moon wine, and then you can find a good hotel and book the banquet. And you and Shuyan, those friends, can invite all invited again, when the crowd is also more lively. Mu Feng just hung up the phone, another call came in. It's the person from Meng Meng Photography. The first thing he said was to wish the babies a happy full moon, and said that he had gotten the photos he took in the hospital last time. Sir, you can have it delivered on your side. May I ask where you live? Unit 603, Block 8A, Jingya Yuan Community. Okay sir, are you guys free today? I'll deliver it to you now. I'm free, come over. Hanging up the phone, Mu Feng returned to the living room. Finished eating breakfast. Now that there is a big temperature difference between morning and evening, they moved the bed to the living room. Li Shuyan brought the babies to bask in the sun and replenish their calcium. Mu Feng told Li Shuyan what Mu mother said about the full moon wine, and about Meng Meng's photography. Mom said that at that time, we can invite our good relations to come over to participate in human affairs, and it doesn't matter if they don't come. Li Shuyan nodded. There's also more photography that will send over the photos taken when the babies were born. Li Shuyan gave a hum. Seeing that it was almost time, she went back to her room to change her clothes. Casual temperament dress, long dress, then organize her hair, less homey. At 10 o'clock, they came. There were 2 people in total, a man and a woman, each carrying a bag in their hands. One held a handbag, the other carried a bag of fruit. After entering the door, a few people said hello. Just saw downstairs and bought some grapes. Mu Feng polite, come on, but also buy what fruit? Too polite. Come and sit over here. Then poured a glass of water for the 2. The man chatted with Mu Feng, and the woman chatted with Li Shuyan while teasing the baby. The little ones are so cute, I wish I had my own children. After saying that, they also praised Mu Feng and Li Shuyan for their high values, and the future babies will definitely have high values as well, and so on. The next thing you know, there's a whole lot of rainbow farts. Then he took out their framed birth photos and showed them. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan can see their ideas, from the beginning of the delivery can be out of the other side of the intention, and then again this photo to delay until a month and a half to produce a finished product? As expected, the other party began to introduce their package activities. It's like this, sir, our full moon package price has 888, 1280, and 1680, 1999. Corresponding to the price of the corresponding set, the venue, and the number of photos, is this way. The electronic version is free to send. If you print frame, then there is a limit, and the size can also be selected by yourself. Said the man and took out a flat panel from the bag. This is our company clothing, as well as these are the photos of babies who came to our company to shoot. You can take a look at it. Li Shuyan has already taken the tablet to look through the beautiful photos of the babies. Mu Feng asked again, so is this price for our 4 babies as well? The man nodded with a smile, all for the same price. On the other hand, Li Shuyan praised one after another. Husband, look at this, too cute, adorable, and this looks so good. Mu Feng felt good about the price and was satisfied with the effect. They now want to see the effect of the babies photographed. Finally ordered a set of 1999, and gave 4 children's clothing store 100 yuan coupons. We have cooperation with this children's clothing store. The clothes used in the photo will be taken in their place. The photos have a favorite can also be bought. Mu Feng also asked, when can we start shooting? I can start later. I now call back to the company, so that the staff will send the costumes and props over. Now you can use the flat panel to pick the costumes. Set of tools in the car, we now go down to get. The big company group has a clear division of labor and is very efficient. Soon the tools are ready, and you can take cute pictures of the babies. Chapter 52 Rewards, Benefits for Wives. Soon, the people from the photography company sent over the selected clothes and props. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan went up to check the quality of the clothes. If the material is too poor, just don't stab the baby. The workman told them to rest assured that the clothes on our side are sterilized at high temperatures, and the fabrics are also very good, so there will be no problems. And you can feel the quality by touching it. It's very soft and skin-friendly, and won't pierce the baby. We shoot a lot of babies, and parents are very relieved. Set up, Mu Feng and Li Shuyan change clothes for the little cuties. Usually the best state of shooting is to wait for the babies to fall asleep. The babies relax and rarely make noise. And try to shoot in a sunny place, so that the photos will not be too dark. Pacifiers and toys for the babies are essential for emergency use. The first set is a soft and cuddly rabbit style, a soft and sticky velvet beige and white onesie, 2 rabbit ears on the hat, and a small tail on the buttocks. Laying out the scene is very simple. Beige scene in the bottom of the padded cushion and the same color suede cushion, so that the baby lying is also very comfortable. The props have a blanket and carrots and rabbit dolls. The problem of the soft bones of the babies was taken into account when the shooting started. The dangerous action is not necessary, just shoot the simple action. The stylist posed the most comfortable movements for the babies, and the ladies' movements were very gentle and the babies were very cooperative. Little tits lying on the soft cushion to reveal the rabbit tail, no difference with the real rabbit. Soon the first set of shooting is over. Change the background theme and change the clothes. The second set of forest elves, the scene to the forest as the background, props with forest huts, fake trees and fake plants and so on. There is also a small nest wrapped in cashmere. Padded cotton package is not too hard. Another change of clothes for the babies. The clothes are a little elf suit with 2 wings on the back. At this point, Younger and Inan were already awake, and after a little while of having a bottle in their mouths, they fell back to sleep. Then it was time for the photo shoot, and we caught you eating her fingers, which is not a good habit, but still looks quite cute. The babies are all very good, lying quietly. After the second set, it was already 11:30, time for dinner. The staff exported the pictures of the first 2 sets to Li Shuyan and Mu Feng to see, if there is no problem, the props will be removed. The couple looked at the effect was very satisfied, looking at the baby's obedient and lovely appearance. Li Shuyan smiled happily. The staff smiled and said to the two, then we go to eat first, wait to eat in the continuation, there is still the last set. Mu Feng politely said, stay and eat together, I will cook for you later. The staff waved their hands, packed up the props that had been photographed in front of them and left, and came back after 2 o'clock. The staff came over to take pictures after 2 o'clock. The afternoon shoots were all relatively relaxed and comfortable, with no deliberate movements. Mu Feng and Li Shuyan also participated, and the family's face value is very high, making people envious. At this point in time, the babies are very spirited, squinting from time to time to see, can't see clearly, but also first vigorously open their eyes to see what is going on with so many people. Babies yawning, beeping, biting hands and other actions are captured by the photographer, the shutter button to press crazy. After the busy work, the photographer let Mu Feng and Li Shuyan look at the photos are not satisfied, if not satisfied to continue to shoot. The two of them came to the photographer's side in a hurry. They had a great time picking out the photos, and the effect of each photo was adorable. The more Mu Feng and Li Shuyan looked at them, the more they liked them. Can these be backed up for us? Yes, we will send you an electronic version. It's hard to choose a photo frame because there are so many styles and they're all beautiful. Let's go with this one. Look how happy the little ones are smiling. And this one is not bad, and this one. Ha, husband, look, this one is not bad, you eat finger this, too cute, right? Mu Feng also thinks it's cute, then we have to pay this price for our family. Moon has personality. When the selection is almost done, Mu Feng intends to choose a family photo to hang above the bed. This staff will give a discount. If you booked our company's 100-day photo, we can give you a free family photo to hang in the bedroom, and we will choose the most suitable size for you. The photographer also gave them to choose the most suitable. Look, this one is the most suitable. The babies are also very cooperative, one by one, all obediently lie down. This photo Mu Feng and Li Shuyan also noticed. The two were full of love and looked at the babies, smiling, as well as the babies also smiled adorably. They knew that this was a marketing tactic of the photography company, but the staff had a good attitude and the service was very good. The photo-taking technique was unmatched, and Mu Feng and Li Shuyan were very satisfied. That's how the two booked the 100-day banquet shoot. Delivery deposit. After the photography staff left, the little ones fell asleep with a whimper. Li Shuyan accompanied them and at some point, she also fell asleep. Just at this moment, the system's voice rang in Mu Feng's head. Ding, congratulations to the host for accompanying the babies to finish taking full moon photos, and for taking a step further on the path of a baby daddy, rewarded with a bottle of skin repair liquid. Note, this product can repair any skin problem, no matter how traumatized it is, it can be restored as before. Can repair any skin problem? Mu Feng thought of Li Shuyan. Although his wife didn't say anything, he knew that the other party cared about the incision after giving birth to the baby. Although it was stitched up, it still left a scar. This reward was just right for her. Thinking of this, Mu Feng rejoiced in his heart. Before going to bed at night, Mu Feng took out the skin repair liquid. It was a very small bottle filled with emerald green liquid. Li Shuyan was curious, husband, what is this? Mu Feng smiled mysteriously, wife, you will know in a moment. Said he came to the bedside and sat down, reaching out to pull up her clothes. On Li Shuyan's white and snowy stomach, there was a small and long scar that stood out. Li Shuyan thought that Mu Feng was going to do something, and her complexion dimmed. Mu Feng sensed her loss and didn't say anything. Opening the potion, he rubbed it onto it. Soon magical things happened. Li Shuyan only felt that the place of the C-section wound was warm, and in her astonished gaze, the wound on her stomach was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, half a trace of it was no longer visible. She stared wide-eyed and incredulously said, my scar is gone, it's amazing. Hubby, what kind of medicine is this? It's incredible. What kind of miracle medicine is this? Li Shuyan was shocked beyond words, and at the same time incomparably excited. Which woman likes to have scars on her body? Mufong also did not expect the effect to be unexpectedly good, so quickly eliminated. Smiling back, I also do not know what kind of medicine this is, trust friends to buy. Wife, this effect you still satisfied? Satisfied, quite satisfied, Li Shuyan nodded her head vigorously. Chapter 53 Nanny car arrived, vaccination again. The scar on her stomach was gone, Li Shuyan was happy and couldn't sleep. The next day just after making breakfast, Mufong received a phone call. It was a middle-aged man calling, saying that it was from a Ford store. He understood that the other party was a tool person arranged by the system to send himself a nanny car. After cleaning up the kitchen, Mufong went downstairs with joy. When he came to the garage, he really saw a middle-aged man in a suit, and there was a brand new black nanny car parked next to him. Deluxe Edition Buffett S. Priced at 2 million. Mufong did not expect the system to reward this car so generously. He often swiped this car online. What about one of the ceiling of the nanny car? The appearance of the Louvre diamond front face, inlaid with 282 Daliao diamond fluorescence, BUFLTS intelligent light control system, with the car can be effectively automatically adjusted to prevent glare on pedestrians. Get the keys and get in the car to visit. Inside the car, the aviation seat 160 degrees to fit the body mechanics comfortable ideal sitting feeling, microfiber mink leather package, 2500 plus natural breathing vents, cooling, massage, heating and other 5 modes. At any time to enhance the comfort of the first class. The BUFLTES full car with deep sea level mute noise reduction, the used high-performance damping sheet, sound-absorbing cotton, aviation shock-absorbing plate, for the film and television system to provide a quiet space. Automatic climate control system, you can adjust the airflow characteristics according to their own preferences, ride experience feel more comfortable. Sitting up and feeling it, the buttocks are soft. And the system is very considerate, but also prepared for safety card seats on the seat, specifically for babies to sit when traveling. Mufong tried to feel it, fixed very stable, full sense of security. Heart happy. Later on, I will give my wife a surprise. Back home Li Shuyan just woke up, Mufong let her wash and eat breakfast. He gave the children to change diapers. Xiaobao is the first to wake up, the little guy does not cry and does not make noise curiously surveyed the surrounding. When he saw his father come over, he looked at him blankly. Nian Nian's eyes are very much like Li Shuyan's, and they seem to harbor a sea of stars. Mufeng's heart melted, reached out to hug him, the little guy's little hand held his fingers and smiled at him. Is this sure it's not an angel baby? Seeing that Four Treasures was very excited, Mufong teased him. Four Treasures just woke up in front of him, and the 3 little ones opened their eyes one after another. The Munchkins were different from their brother, the first thing they did when they woke up was to cry. But when they saw Mufong, they froze for a moment and stopped crying, and they were trying to summon their mom and dad, but they didn't think that their dad was already in the side. Li Shuyan was outside eating breakfast. Mufong moved the children to the living room. While feeding the babies, he said to Li Shuyan, after breakfast in a moment, you'll come downstairs with me. Li Shuyan nodded her head, feeling that he was being secretive, guessing that he wouldn't have prepared any more surprises, right? But she didn't ask much. After breakfast Mufong and Li Shuyan took the babies downstairs. Seeing Mufong pushing the baby stood beside a nanny car. Seeing this, Li Shuyan felt that the speculation she had just made was 9 times out of 10 true. But she was still unsure and asked, husband this is. Mufong opened the car door and asked with a smile, do you like this car? Now that they have 4 babies, it will be more convenient to travel in the future with a nanny car. She likes it very much, when the children go to kindergarten in the future can also pick up and drop off the babies. But with their economic conditions, to buy this car will have to wait for the jewelry store to turn almost 2.5 years before they can buy. Mufong brought Li Shuyan up to feel it. The experience was good and she was satisfied. I didn't expect to just have a nanny car to come in handy A while ago to the babies on the account, the vaccine book also arrived at the time of the children's vaccination. The couple discussed taking them to the hospital on this day. The weather outside turned cold, before going out, the two dressed the little ones warmly, but also put on the last time to buy a hat. Li Shuyan packed up her things and took the vaccination book. Mufong pushed the stroller over. Let us go. Mufong took the bag in Li Shuyan's hand and carried the babies to the stroller. Going downstairs, Mufong planned to drive the nanny car. After settling the babies down, started and set off. Soon arrived at the hospital. Carry the babies to the stroller. There were already a lot of people when we arrived at the hospital. Wait here, I'll register. Good. After Mufeng left, the mom on the side looked at Li Shuyan and asked in surprise, "You guys became parents so young, or college students, right?" The mom was holding a 5 or 6 month old baby in her arms and said, "For babies must be very tiring for you to bring up, and college students must be inexperienced. I'm tired of a baby." Li Shuyan saw her yin and yang, did not want to pay attention to her, but still politely gave a smile. "Okay, my husband with more, he took good care of the babies." "Oh my god, your husband brings up the kids?" "Your husband also takes care of the kids, what a great dad." "The baby daddy takes care of the kids, so what do you do?" "Usually I don't have to do it, I just play around at home." "That mom is very envious, your husband is also too good at, also willing to bring the child. I this cannot, since the birth of the child, I have been at home every day to bring the child, the work also quit." Li Shuyan did not say anything, just quietly watched her performance. At this time, San Baoyu suddenly grunted. Li Shuyan hurriedly picked up the little one. "Ouch, what is wrong with our family, Yu? Is it hungry? Don't cry, don't cry." Feeling her mother's gentleness, Yu gradually calmed down and stopped sobbing. Li Shuyan took out the pre-prepared bottle and put it in front of her. The little one immediately whimpered. The woman next to her saw that San Bao was so beautiful, she couldn't help but open her mouth. "Wow, your baby is so cute, with big eyes, it will definitely be beautiful when it grows up in the future. Do you think it's okay? How about we get married?" "No, it's not. She doesn't want this kind of nagging woman to be her daughter's mother-in-law." Seeing that Li Shuyan didn't say anything, the woman sent her son towards Li Shuyan. Startling Li Shuyan, she took a few steps back. "Look at this, is my son, chubby, now 6 months, our family has 2 suites and a car, local account. My husband is a manager of a company, 15,000 a month, you see if you want to consider it?" Li Shuyan hard to squeeze out a smile. "No, the children are still small, I cannot make decisions for her." "It's okay, let's leave a contact first. Do not do in-laws can also be friends, you say, is not it?" The woman has never seen a baby with such a high face value in such a long time, so she can't miss the opportunity to help her son to fight for it. For this mother's enthusiasm and eagerness, Li Shuyan is rejected. Seeing Mu Feng back, this is a sigh of relief. "Husband, you are back, done?" Mu Feng saw that she did not look right. "Well, it is done." Seeing the child's father come over, the woman turned her gaze to Mu Feng. No wonder the child's face value is so high, so it is inherited from the genes of parents. Ouch, this is the child's father, right, handsome and young, no wonder the children's face value is so high. Chapter 54, Kid, do you want to come and stay at Auntie's house? Mu Feng glanced at the baby in the woman's arms, a tiger's head and a red face. Your family's baby is not bad. Once the woman heard this, she introduced her family conditions again. Mu Feng listened attentively. Li Shuyan was worried that Mu Feng would really agree to a baby marriage, and gave him a wink from the side. The woman looked at him and thought he was in for a treat, and laughed and said, "How about it?" Mu Feng did not half consider, immediately shook his head. "Do not consider, our family conditions are not bad, have a house and a car, do not need to set what doll marriage. Besides, with my daughter's condition is so good plus good looking, and later grow up do not worry about no one to chase her, conditions then you're good countless." A few words down, the woman is speechless. Hearing this, Li Shuyan almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Mu Feng squatted down to check if the babies had boo-boo. Seeing the big baby boo-boo, Mu Feng immediately found a diaper, the whole action in one breath, skillful. The surrounding parents were stunned, and all of them cast envious gazes at Li Shuyan. Most of the parents present were baby moms, and when they saw how easy Li Shuyan was, they envied her fiercely. How could the same woman be so different? Li Shuyan's aura was absolutely beautiful, and the quadruplets were so elf-like that the gazes of the surrounding people couldn't help but be attracted to them. A little boy ran to the stroller. "Mom, come see how good and cute the younger brother is, can we take him home? And this sister is also cute, still eating hands, Mom said eating hands is not good, sister cannot eat eating hands in the future." Reaching out, he carefully removed Yu's hand. Everyone was amused by the little boy's words, and then the moment he stretched out his hand, everyone held their breath. The little boy moved so gently that Yu didn't cry and smiled at the little boy, then stomped on his hands and feet again. Everyone around him was so adorable. The boy saw that Yu was so cute, and looked at his mom with bated breath. "Mom, when are you going to give me a sister? I like my sister, so I can play with her in the future. A younger brother can also be born, I will protect him in the future, but you have to be good, not good, do not." The boy's mother squatted down to comfort her. "Good, but you just took the initiative to pull the sister's hand away is not right, to get her mom and dad's consent and can no? After saying this, she apologized to Mu Feng and Li Shuyan. Li Shuyan smiled and shook her head, it's okay. At the same time, seeing the babies so popular, the woman who wanted to book a baby marriage had a look of regret. It seems like there is no chance. The sound of the nurse calling the number came. Mu Feng's number was 9. It wasn't their turn yet, but they could already get ready. The children who had had their shots were scared as soon as they saw the doctor and cried and clamored to go home. I don't want it, I don't want the injection, they are bad people, mommy want the injection, I want to go home. Those unknown 5 or 6-month-old babies went in still smiling. When they came up they wailed and cried, with bean-sized tears sliding down their cheeks. There was a little boy in front of Mu Feng who ran away when he saw the doctor, and his mom chased after him. Come back, give me back, you little brat. I don't, wait for another injection, I'm not going back. This child usually do not often do this. Parents see all the crying and laughing. Some baby moms saw this scene, early prevention, choking the child's fate, as if to say, do not give me shame, honest. After the boy ran, the nurse could only call the next number first. Number 9. When she finished, she looked down and saw 4 babies lying obediently in their strollers. And smiling at themselves. Woohoo, her heart was going to be adorable. How could there be such cute babies? She had seen quadruplets in all her years of work, but she had never seen such adorable and pink quadruplets. Learning that the babies would have to get 2 vaccinations, one on the left and one on the right, Mu Feng and Li Shuyan were heartbroken. After matching the information, Li Shuyan held the big baby and undressed him, revealing his chubby arms. An's mood has always been stable, 2 shots down without crying or fussing. On the contrary, Li Shuyan's eyes reddened first. However, in the end, Debao still cried out. Li Shuyan hurriedly dressed An. Comforting him, the baby is fine and on, the shot is done, no more crying. Li Shuyan held second treasure in her arms again. Erbao already has a special character. Just after taking off his clothes, he started grunting and not cooperating at all. It took a long time to finish the beating, and Ya cried the most heartbreakingly. The 2 of them were heartbroken. Holding the little princess comforted for a long time, the mood only stabilized. Li Shuyan did not dare to hold the babies for the injection. The remaining Yu and Nian handed over to Mu Feng. Yu pre-okay, holding in the arms giggling, simply do not take the injection and just brother and sister crying seriously. When Mu Feng saw that she was heartless and unaffected, his heart felt better. After the first injection, Yu realized the danger, and her smile slowly solidified, but she was still able to endure it. After the second injection, tears were already welling up in her eyes. Then she twisted her head to look at Mu Feng, pulled a throat and cried out with an ow. As expected, once an emotionally stable person breaks out, they can't hold it back. Li Shuyan and Mu Feng both wanted to cry when they watched the situation. Xiao Bao was frightened by her crying. Seeing her sister cry, there must be something wrong. Xiao Bao had already cried before she started to fight. Li Shuyan hurriedly picked up and comforted, Xiao Bao do not cry, alright, do not cry, do not cry. She took out the toys she had prepared in advance and started to tease Xiao Bao. Nian really ate this set, not a moment later stopped crying, and also interacted with his mom. Soon it was his turn. After the first injection of the little guy still do not know what happened, a face of innocence looking at the doctor. After the second injection finally realized that it is in the injection, super pain. Li Shuyan once again took out a toy in front of him to shake. See the toy the moment and not cry, is really the future of love and hate, clearly a cute baby. The nurse was adorable by the little guy. This is quadruplets, hey, then the baby on the New Year's painting is even more beautiful and festive. She worked in the hospital for so many years, she has seen countless babies, but still the first time to see such a cute. She had seen countless babies over the years, but this was the first time she had ever seen such cute babies. After the injection, Li Shuyan pushed the babies to the side so as not to block the other injected children. Perhaps because she was bitterly tired, it wasn't long after the injection that big baby fell asleep. Second baby grunted and soon fell asleep as well. Third treasure was still beaming, with tears in his eyes and an aggrieved look on his face, which made Mu Feng's heart ache. Little treasure fell asleep in Li Shuyan's arms, hugging the toys and not letting go. Mu Feng secretly thought, when the babies grow up, to buy a lot of good food, fun, cannot aggravate them. Then carefully put Nian into the stroller. Then pushed them to leave the hospital. Chapter 55. Leaving the babies, the school grass is still so stunning. Ding, congratulate the host to accompany the babies to finish the long vaccine again. In view of the host's careful care of the babies, the performance is excellent, rewarded 80,000 yuan in cash. Hearing the reward, Mufeng planned to save all this money and leave it to the children in the future. Back home, Mufeng sent a few videos about the babies to his old mom. Clicking on the videos of the little grandchildren, Chen Xiuhua smiled from ear to ear. I want to hug my little grandchildren so much. Watching the children grow up day by day, she was suddenly a little sad. Her son has his own family, and he has less and less time to spend with him. But then she realized that life seems to be like this. Since Li Shuyan got pregnant, she took a break from school, but Mufeng did not. Only his good academic performance, usually do not go to class, is not a big problem. You can focus on home to take care of Li Shuyan and the babies. But he had to be there for the important exams. This day he received a message from his roommate, Chang Chun, saying that he would take the exam tomorrow. Let him remember to go back to school to take the exam. Mufeng nodded and said that he would definitely return to school on time tomorrow. In the evening, he talked to Li Shuyan about the exam. Li Shuyan told him to take the exam at ease and not to worry about the babies, she would take good care of them. A new day. This was the first time Mufeng had left them since the babies were born. Before leaving the house, he hugged the babies and kissed them one by one. With all the reluctance, he still had to leave. Li Shuyan escorted him to the door. The two of them just hugged. Mufeng said, just one day, wait for me to come back to the examination, I am not in the time, you have to take care of yourself and the baby. Oh. Li Shuyan told him to play well. Husband, I will take care of myself and the baby, don't worry. I'll take care of myself and the baby, don't worry. Have a good time, I'll wait for you at home with the baby. Good, if there is an emergency, give me a call. Li Shuyan nodded. No husband, you can rest assured to go. Mufeng looked at the master bedroom from time to time, still wanting to see the babies. Li Shuyan saw his thoughts and pushed him out the door after giving him a kiss. Okay, if you don't go out later, you will be late. Mufeng raised his hand and looked at his watch. Wait for me to come back. Returning a kiss from Li Shuyan, he left. Mufeng just stepped into the school and attracted a lot of students to gather around. He was the school bully, but hadn't been back to school for a long time, and some of the new students didn't recognize him. Who's this? He's so handsome, I haven't seen him for so long since I came to school. Wow, his face value is so high. Come to this school for so long for the first time to see a handsome man, so ought to go up to ask for WeChat. This is not our schoolboy. I came to the school before checking out the back to the school to look for, still did not meet, and now finally see, oh. This face value, this body, this temperament, have to say when the school grass deserved. This kind of scene, Mufeng has been accustomed to. On the way back to class, he met Mr. Deng, who had taught Mufeng math. Mufeng's math performance is very outstanding. Mr. Deng is very interested in him, before also took him to participate in the competition. Mufeng politely greeted, Mr. Deng, long time no see. Mufeng, I heard that you have a child? Mufeng smiled and nodded, yes. Are they quadruplets? Well, when the time comes, if the teacher is free, come and drink the full moon wine. Oh. Teacher Deng said that he will definitely go when he has time. Exam time was ready to arrive, and the two exchanged a few pleasantries before saying goodbye to each other. Mufeng came to the classroom. Just entering the door, the originally noisy class gradually became quiet. The students looked at him in unison. Curious about who this big handsome guy was? It turned out to be the school grass who had returned. The students' gazes couldn't help but be attracted to him. Mufeng raised his head and swept towards the crowd, his eyes so handsome they could kill. Some girls' faces unconsciously reddened. Mufeng seems to be more handsome than before. Yes, it's become handsome again. People with good bases are comfortable, they are handsome even if they are long. I'm so envious. Crying, jealous, why I am not the school flower, why the school grass is not my boyfriend, God I hate you. Mufeng is quite handsome, the only drawback is that his face did not grow on my boyfriend. When I was a freshman, there were often many girls who came to the class to find him, what to WeChat, send breakfast to send gifts and love letters countless. But Mufeng are not interested, all refused, and then the internet are rumored that he is cold and ignore people, many people gave up. Roommate Chang Chun gave him a punch in the chest, line a few months have not seen more charming, what secret to tell? Pu Xingwang, come on you, wind brother, this is called maturity, manliness, stability but also secret, tell you have no use? Oh, tell me useless, as if to tell you useful, old sun bottom than you. Chang Chun all of a sudden angry. Pu Xingwang, you quickly go to pee. A few people just chatting. 5 minutes before the exam time, the counselor, Mr. M.O., walked in. There was instant silence. The students returned to their seats. The class monitor took roll call. In between the class president's roll call, she saw Mu Feng in the corner. He's back, everyone should be here. Mu Feng's grades in the class are very good, behind him often do not come to school, the teachers did not care much, the test can be on the line. The class president finished the roll call, the teacher arrived. Mr. M.O. nodded lightly, today's test is more important, the test will fail to repeat can only be with the next schoolmates. I also do not want you to fail, try to answer, do not leave blank, will not also give me hard to make up down, the teacher will be good discretion to give points. Pay attention to the neatness of the paper, do not have nothing to do in the test paper scribbling, respect the test and invigilator teacher. The first subject happens to be supervised by a counselor. Mu Feng finished writing in an hour, check once no problem waiting for 30 minutes to hand in the bell early. Once the bell rang, Mu Feng directly got up and handed the paper to the podium. The teacher reminded Mu Feng, there will be another subject later, don't forget. Mu Feng nodded, got it teacher, I'm going to the restroom. Teacher M.O. looked at his test paper and was satisfied. After leaving the classroom, Mu Feng came to the small pavilion of the artificial lake on campus, took out his cell phone and called Li Shuyan on the video. On the other side, Li Shuyan had just fed her babies well. Seeing that it was Mu Feng calling, Li Shuyan answered it in seconds. Just after connecting, a clear voice immediately came from the opposite side. Did my wife miss me? I missed you. Haha, missed you. How did the exam go so fast? Mu Feng scratched his head, there will be another subject, I turned in the paper early and ran out. I miss you and the babies. I'll go home to see you after I finish one more subject. How are the babies? Are they good? Are they asleep? I want to see them. No, they've just finished their milk. They're playing in bed now. Come on, show me. Chapter 56. Sorry, it's late, I'm already married. Li Shuyan pointed her cell phone at the baby. Mu Feng will be happy, let's see if this is a little princess or a little prince. Egu, so it's Nian Nian, the little prince. Nian Nian, this will be holding toys, heard is the voice of the father directly hard stare, smiling. Nian Nian is so excited, mom and dad bought toys like it or not, when you grow up and then buy you a bigger okay. After teasing the little baby, wife, I also want to see other babies. Li Shuyan took a picture of another baby, look at this one, do you recognize it? I definitely recognize it, how can I not know my own baby, let's see which baby it is. This baby obviously does not give face, the phone just pointed at her does not give the camera a good face, turned his head to look at the other side. The two of them were amused. This is definitely the second baby who is so stubborn. Is it Erbawa, why ignoring dad, miss dad yet? Daddy misses you. Let me see if you've been good to your mom. Is it true that Erbao doesn't listen to his mom? Dad is sad, I will go back to see what's going on. The camera moves to San Bao. Yu is chewing on her fingers, and when she hears her father's voice, she keeps her eyes on her cell phone. Yu's most obvious feature is her finger chewing, Mu Feng recognized her at once. You see dad is not it, Yu how to start gnawing fingers again, fingers are not good, do not bite oh. Dad in the phone is not good to play, later dad will change out, wait yo. The wife then looked at Debeo. Li Shuyan immediately pointed the phone at Anan. Or big brother is stable, stay quiet. Anan, have you behaved yourself at home? Did you listen to your mom? Have you had enough to eat? Anan grunted, Mu Feng responded to every word. At this time, some of his classmates came over, so he could only hang up the phone reluctantly. He wanted to kiss the baby so much that he couldn't wait to fly home and hug his wife and children. Two women walked towards him arm in arm. They had been watching Mu Feng for a long time. Quickly go wait for people to go, you will not have the opportunity, is now. Or forget it, just now he did not know and who was on the phone it, smiled at his doting. Sister, what are you afraid of? Look at your face and body, you are one of the most beautiful women in the University of Science and Technology, okay? Take the initiative, or there is no chance. The girl with the long hair, face value, and body in the University of Science and Technology is also a rare beauty, but in Li Shuyan then, almost. That's fine. Mu Feng has been handsome since he was a child, and he has seen this situation many times, so he got up and walked away in big steps. It's over. Did he hear us? What are you afraid of? Two girls jogged in front of him. The girl with long hair lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing that she could not hold back a fart, her friend took the initiative to speak. "Little brother, can you add a contact? My sister is interested in you." The girl next to her ears are red. Many people in the surrounding area saw it and threw gazes this way. Mufong raised his left hand and showed a bright ring. "Sorry, I'm already married and have a wife." "A wife? Have a wife?" In the eyes of a college student, a wife might as well be a girlfriend. "Friends are still not dead, then we can be friends. Leave a contact information?" The girl tugged on her shirt, signaling her to stop talking. "I'm sorry to bother you." In the end, the friend still pulled away. "What are you doing? Are ready to ask to?" People have girlfriends, don't make it difficult for them. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? It doesn't necessarily mean you'll go all the way. Each is based on their own abilities in fair play. He seems to like his girlfriend. Forget it, let's go. They are both freshmen at the University of Science and Technology and do not know Mufong. After the other party left, Mufong set out to prepare for the second exam. The invigilator of the second exam Mufong did not recognize. Speaking tone is very serious, I tell you. I am most jealous of the examination cheating, if there is this small-minded students to bring things up, or just hide it. Your small movements I have seen in the eyes, do not let me catch, or I will report to the school to give you a demerit. And no one is allowed to hand in their papers early, wait until the bell rings. When Mufong heard this, the sky collapsed. This exam is simply no difficulty for him, half an hour is almost finished. Unfortunately, he was not allowed to leave. The teacher said so. The students are more peaceful, obediently write their own paper. After the bell rang, everyone handed in their papers. Mufong is not an exception, because sitting closer to the podium, almost a rush up. Out of the classroom could not suppress the joy in his heart. Immediately can see his wife and babies. This morning Mufong is driving to the car is not allowed to enter, only parked outside the school. I'm so excited to be back. The car drove up. Back home, push open the door, Li Shuyan and the babies in the living room sunbathing it. Put down your things and change your shoes. Daddy is back, did the babies miss me? After changing shoes, I rushed to the stroller and picked up Aegir. The little one wasn't sleeping and was dancing on the bed. Is it because you, my baby, are ignoring me? You don't even listen to me when I talk to you, are you angry? This time, year-old responded to him, perhaps year-old is not interested in the cell phone. Li Shuyan smiled and asked Mufong, how was the exam this morning? It's not bad, it's all small problems. That will be fine. Mufong asked, if you haven't eaten, I'll make it for you. I don't need to work so hard. I'll just order takeout. What takeout to order? How unhealthy. I made the rice and soup this morning, and then fry a few dishes on the line, wait for me. Li Shuyan heart warm. Put the year-old down, dad is going to cook for mom, babies be good oh. Come to the kitchen, tie on the apron. Check the rice insulation, it is still hot, the soup will be good when it is hot. Not half an hour meal is ready. After eating, I fed the baby and changed the diaper. The family fell asleep. Mufeng's afternoon exam is at 3:30, so he is not in a hurry, just go out at 3 o'clock. After arriving at the point, Mufong has to go out for the exam again. Another separation scene began to be staged. The babies are still sleeping, and the two are discussing in whispers. What do you want to eat? I'll go grocery shopping tonight. It's all right, as long as it's what you make I like it. Good. Finally kissed Li Shuyan on the forehead and lightly left the bedroom. I said I would leave the house at 3 o'clock, but I dragged it out until 10, and I was almost late. In the afternoon, there is only one subject, the examination is finished at 5:30, you can hand in the paper half an hour earlier. Exactly 5 o'clock. After handing in the paper, I don't know how the babies are doing at home. Hurriedly went to the supermarket. Buy the usual dishes that Li Shuyan likes to eat. Chapter 57. The baby's big day is ready to begin. Back home, Mufong went straight into the kitchen to fry vegetables. Li Shuyan was in the living room feeding the babies. By the time he came out, the little baby was not full. Mufong brought a square towel and put it on his shoulder, picked up the little ones and burped them. Li Shuyan held the little one and continued to feed him, playing with his hands while feeding him, and found that the baby's fingernails had grown long. Hubby, do you want to cut the nails of the babies? Mufong leaned over to look at the baby's nails. It's time to cut them. I haven't cut their nails since they were born. If we don't cut them, they might get hurt if their nails get long. Mu Feng had already bought a set of nail cutting tools for the baby in advance. It was placed in the family medicine cabinet. You can use it when you find it in a while. The babies were still burping, and the first and second babies were normal in front of them. When it came to the third baby Yu, the little princess spit up a mouthful of milk. Mu Feng worried if something was wrong and turned his head to call Mu Mother. Mu Mother answered in a second. What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Is not enough money, no mom to transfer you? No, Mom, it's just that Yaya is spitting up. Is something wrong? Is it normal for Moon to eat normal milk and Stinky to eat normal milk? Yes, she eats the most, and Stinky is normal too. Then you should dress her more, keep her warm, and cover her up when she sleeps. Does the fact that Moon loves to eat her hands have anything to do with this problem? Although it is a bad habit, you can't intervene too much and ask your baby to quit it slowly. If it's not a gastrointestinal problem, it's that she's eating too much. You continue to observe for a few days to see if Stinky is normal, and if she is normal, she should be drinking too much. Every time Yu eats the most. She is really the chosen one for dry food. After cleaning up Yu, Xiaobao has already eaten enough. Mu Feng continued to give him a shot. After burping, you think that's the end? No, it's not. Next, cut the little guy's nails. The children's hands are pink, fragrant, delicate. Mu Feng carefully cut them. Time passed like this, in Mu Feng's busyness and the baby's cuteness. The time for the full moon wine was finally ready, and the couple had already made reservations. The night before, Shihan was the first to arrive. She loved seeing the little ones. This was her godson's goddaughter's full moon wine, for which she had prepared 4 big red packets. Li Shuyan was so touched that when her best friend got married and gave birth to a baby, she would also prepare a super big red packet. This is the first big day since the babies were born. The couple paid extra attention. The next day, Mu Feng and Li Shuyan face written full of joy. After eating breakfast with the babies to play for a while, Mu Feng began to pack out things. Diapers, talcum powder, wet wipes, small clothes and so on. These things are usually commonly used when going out and are placed in the bag. Just check if the things in the bag are complete. And keep spares in the car too, just in case. The babies are now wearing diapers that are one size larger, and the previous XS size is no longer appropriate. After finishing packing, Mu's mother called. Xiao Feng, we will probably arrive at 10 o'clock, at that time we will meet at the restaurant on the line. Mu Feng nodded his head. Good mom, our side also clean up not bad. When I arrive, I'll ask them to prepare the meal first, so as not to keep the relatives and friends waiting too long. Good, listen to you, by then you can also eat after the start. After hanging up the phone. Today's weather is very good, the occasional cool breeze, there is sun. The mood can be beautiful all day. Mu Feng packed up the things used by the babies. Li Shuyan would be in the check room picking out clothes. She wanted to leave a good impression on her relatives and friends. Because of breastfeeding, all those dresses and stuff were not considered. Light-colored tops were also inappropriate, so if she wasn't careful when breastfeeding, it would rub off on her and cause embarrassment. Pick and choose, and finally chose a black modified version of the cheongsam, collar and waist with buttons, hem open design beige and white splicing, plus a pair of black high heels, gentle in temperament. Li Shuyan thought about buying cosmetics that can be used even if she is pregnant, but she didn't buy them later for the safety of the babies. In the end, she simply used a whitening and brightening liquid wet compress. Li Shuyan's own foundation is good, and she doesn't need to be overly dressed to show her beauty. Li Shuyan and other baby moms are different. Some mothers when pregnant skin is dull and yellow, and even will grow stretch marks. But not only did she not grow, her skin became more moist and glowing. Usually just do a hydration at home. But still need to fix the eyebrow. The feeling came up after drawing a light eyebrow. She was now fully restored to her pre-baby state, even so rounded that she could squeeze out water. After simply tidying up a bit, she circled around in front of the mirror, revealing a satisfied smile. After cleaning up, she called her best friend Shihan. Have you finished cleaning up? We will come over to pick you up later. Because it is for the babies to hold a full moon wine, Shihan is afraid that some relatives will come to their house in advance to visit, so they come outside to live in the hotel. Li Shuyan thought about it and agreed. Today, Shihan is a good example. Knowing that there is a big event, he did not stay in bed. Immediately, we'll wait for you in front of the hotel. Li Shuyan nodded. Good. Just after saying this, Mu Feng walked in. His eyes were attracted by Li Shuyan. Wife, you are very beautiful. Wife, you are too beautiful. She didn't deliberately dress herself up, but her face value and temperament still floated like an immortal. As Mu Feng surveyed himself, Li Shuyan was also attracted to him. "Hubby, you are so handsome." In Li Shuyan's eyes, Mu Feng was wearing a suit with a collar and black shoes, with a straight body, a jade tree, and handsome. Simply handsome. Woohoo, today's husband is extraordinarily handsome. Then the two of them changed clothes for the babies. Wearing red festive clothes, similar to the babies in the New Year's paintings. The babies are all pink, smiling brightly, as if they know that this banquet is organized for themselves, dancing with their little hands and feet can be happy. After packing up and pushing the babies downstairs to the hotel door, Shihan this will have been waiting at the door. At this time, she is casual and generous, carrying a bag, hands also carrying a large bag of things. Today is not their own home turf, the highlights are left to girlfriends and babies. She lowered her head to play a small game, and every now and then looked up to see if they had arrived. Not long after, Mu Feng parked the car in front of her. Li Shuyan rolled down the window, "Quickly get in." When Shihan walked over, a wave of perfume hit her face. Li Shuyan sniffed and looked at her frowning. "You spray perfume?" Shihan scratched her head. "Well, I forgot." She usually has the habit of spraying perfume. Today she sprayed before remembering that babies are not used to the smell of perfume. "I'll take a taxi and follow you." "It's okay." After saying that, she handed the thing in her hand to Li Shuyan. She then called a cab, pointed to Mu Feng's car, and said to the driver, "Master, you can just follow them." Li Shuyan took the things in Shihan's hand and opened it. Inside were big and small toys and clothes for the babies. What hand rattles, small cars and so on are all there. Chapter 58. Relatives and friends arrive, the big day of the human cubs. There are also clothes, hats, and socks for the babies. Shihan is usually staggering, but he is quite meticulous when it comes to getting things done. Li Shuyan was touched and her heart warmed. Arrived at the hotel. At this moment the welcoming staff was already waiting at the door. After getting out of the car, the little ones were carried out in turn. The banquet for the full moon feast, he had already booked in advance. It was a large private room with a quiet environment, suitable for holding events. Just as they arrived on the front foot, Shihan also arrived on the back foot. The other party got off the car and quickly walked to the front of several people. "Shuyan, I will go to the bathroom first, and we'll go up later." Li Shuyan didn't forget to remind before she left. "Good, don't go to the wrong private room later." Shihan nodded his head and went towards the waiter behind the door. "Hello, may I ask where the bathroom is?" The waiter was very enthusiastic. "Miss, over here, I'll take you there." In the box, the babies stayed with Li Shuyan. This time the babies had already woken up. Li Shuyan turned sideways to breastfeed them. Mu Feng and the waiter docked. "The meal we ordered can be served now." Mu Feng and the waiter docked. "The meal we ordered can be served now." After saying that, he went out to prepare the food. Mu Feng glanced at the time and picked up his cell phone to call Mu's mother. "Mom, where are you guys?" "We're in the car now, and it will probably take us another 15 minutes to get to the hotel." At this time, Shihan entered the box and sat a little farther away. "The others haven't arrived yet?" Mu Feng said, "No, we'll be there in about 15 minutes. What would you like to drink?" "Shihan, anything, as long as it's not wine. When I went out, I fed the babies and changed their diapers, so the babies don't have much to drink now." Seeing the babies behave themselves, Mu Feng went to pick up his relatives and friends. When I came to the door, my roommate Cheng Chun came in a group of 3 and bumped into Mu Feng. "Wind brother, congratulations, congratulations." Then, the 3 of them, in turn, stuffed Mu Feng with red envelopes and blessings. "Wind, this is for the children's full moon red packet, a small token of appreciation. You do not think it is too little, ah?" Mu Feng did not excuse himself. "Thank you, when your children full moon, I will also give your children red envelopes." "Brother Feng, you come less, we have no girlfriends, not to mention children, I do not know how long it will take. You guys go up, I'll go back up after picking up my relatives and friends. They know he's busy, so they're not polite. We'll go up first." "Brother Feng, which box is it in?" "Full of riches." After greeting, the 3 went upstairs. As soon as they entered the box, they saw Li Shuyan with a beautiful woman. "How are you, sister-in-law?" "How are you?" Li Shuyan introduced, "This is my best friend, Shihan. These 3 are Mu Feng's good brothers and roommates. This is Cheng Chun, Pu Xingwang and Shang Xingxin." Li Shuyan often heard Mu Feng talk about the 3, they have been in the same dormitory for a long time, the relationship is very iron. Although Chihan was not as stunning as Li Shuyan, she was also one of the most beautiful women in the world. Chihan smiled and greeted them, "Hello." Cheng Chen Xinyo, like a familiar face, "Hi, how are you, beauty, really beauty around the beauty or beauty?" Because it is the sister-in-law's best friend, Pu Xingwang and Shang Xingxin also greeted enthusiastically. "The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty." Shihan shook his head, "No, I'm over in Jing City, this time I came to attend the baby's full moon wine." Shang Chun asked again, "So you are also a junior now?" Shihan nodded her head, "Yes, when the next semester is finished, she will graduate." Don't look at her simple dress today, but the impression is very special, big waves of hair with a pretty face, let Cheng Chun 3 hearts fluttering. Good lord, it's a beautiful woman. It would be nice if it was his wife. The baby's full moon wine, how can there be less grandparents? Over here, Li Jianguo and Lin Hui and the others also arrived. In addition to the two, Chihan's parents, the Li family also had quite a few relatives come. Aunt Li Shuyan and her aunt chatted about Mufeng as they walked. Shuyan got married without saying a word. Looking at the photos, the boy is very handsome. I heard that he bought a house and a car in Lucheng by himself. Great, 2 cars, a Mercedes and a nanny car. He's got a house and a car, and I hear he's got a jewelry store. Shihan's mom says he earns thousands a day. On the Li side of the family, she's one of the younger ones who married well. Going to college is different from not going to college. The people they meet are also very different. The aunt and uncle were secretly surprised. It seems that studying is very useful. It's hard to believe that the university is full of people like Mufeng. One by one, they were all very good and outstanding. The two of them said that they would send their daughters to university even if they had to sell their iron. At this moment, Shihan's father was holding Shihan's mother's hand, curiously looking left and right, looking for Mufeng's figure. However, Mufeng didn't find him and was the first to see his daughter greet him. "Mom and Dad, you guys are here." Shihan smiled and went forward to pamper her. Mother gave her a blank look. How old is she, still acting like a child? Shu Yan has become a mother, when am I going to have grandchildren? Originally she wasn't in a hurry, but after seeing her good sister become a grandmother she was fiercely envious. She couldn't wait for her daughter to get married and have a baby right away. Shihan shrunk her neck. "I can't afford to mess with you." Turned the direction, and old Shi pampered to go. More than a month has not seen, Li Jianguo and Lin Hui want to die little grandchildren. Just entered the box, straight to the baby carriage. The face smiled into a flower, stooped down to look at the baby car, smiling open, small grandchildren, want a grandma and grandpa did not Agu, and grew up it. Babies know what today is the day is your full moon feasto. Aya, want to die grandpa, let grandpa hug okay Li Jianguo smiled like a chrysanthemum. The 4 little ones' expression is richer than before, a look of surprise look at him, as if thinking about what he is. Ouch, the curious looks were all so cute. Worthy of being his own little grandson, so healing. Wow, this is cousin's child, so beautiful. At this moment, Li Shuyan's several cousins were also attracted by the babies and walked over. A few people's eyes were glowing, they had heard that their cousin's husband had a high face value. They really wanted to see him in person. Hearing his relatives and friends praise his little grandchildren, Li Jianguo smiled even more happily. Today, coming to attend the children's full moon wine, the Li family was specially cleaned up. The dress-up was festive and beautiful. Li Shuyan went forward to greet them, "Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt, Auntie Chi, thank you for coming. Let me introduce to you, these are my 4 children." After listening to her introduction, the relatives and friends had a better understanding of the quadruplets. The 4 children looked too much alike, right? The relatives and friends let out a groundhog squeal in their hearts. Looking at the exquisite little babies, Aunt Li Shuyan rubbed her hands together excitedly and asked, "Shuyan, can I hold the babies?" Chapter 59. Mu mother also wanted to show off. The babies were surrounded by a cheerful atmosphere and were emotionally stable. Relatives and friends loved their own babies. Li Shuyan could not mention how happy she was, indicating that any time is fine. In front of the hotel, Mu Guoqing and Chen Zuho and other people also arrived, followed by the Mu family's uncles and aunts, relatives and friends and people with good relationships in the village. Most of them are old people who came up together with their children. Chen Zuho's face was not very good. She was already carsick, squeezed the bus up, and now she is dizzy and wants to vomit. Seeing that his mom was not feeling well, Mufeng greeted the crowd inside. Mufeng came out to greet them, "Mom and Dad, Aunt and Uncle, you're here, quickly go in, the banquet will soon begin." The banquet will start soon. After greeting all the people inside, Mufong went up to show his concern. Mom, what's wrong with you? Where are you sick? Mu mother waved her hand. Nothing, just a little bit of motion sickness, rest for a while will be fine. Chen Xiuhua specially dressed herself today. She is very good looking, just usually lazy to dress up in the village. Now she is very different. Finding a place to rest, she poured water for Mother Mu. After resting for less than 5 minutes, Mu mother couldn't wait to see her little grandchildren. Entering the box, it was hot and lively, talking and laughing. Li Shuyan had already greeted the relatives and seated them. Only there were still relatives and friends gathered around the stroller to see the baby. Mu Guoqing and Chen Zuho came to the baby, bent down to look at their little grandchildren. Babies, have you missed Grandma? Grandma misses you. Mu mother took care of the babies more time. The babies heard her voice as if sensing it, they all giggled. Mu Guoqing introduced the relatives to Li Shuyan. Those who are the same age as Mu's mother are called aunts, and those who are the same as himself are called uncles. This is your daughter-in-law, good-looking, temperament is really good, like a star, but also gave birth to quadruplets in your Mu family, blessed oh. Look at your daughter-in-law, she's a good husband. I envy your Mu Feng for marrying such a good wife. Mu Feng and his daughter-in-law are both very good-looking, and when the babies grow up in the future, they will definitely look good too. After seeing the babies, the relatives took their seats one by one. On the projector, there were pictures of the children, which had been taken by Mo's photography company last time, as well as the daily pictures that Li Shuyan usually took of the children, with blessings written on them. The box is also very warmly decorated. With a red theme, there are many balloons and ribbons. The children are fascinated. The people on the Mu family's side chatted about Li Shuyan's family as they ate. I heard that their family is in good condition, and both the Li family couple work in the organization. They have stable jobs and will have a pension in the future. This condition is something they can't envy. This month or so, Mu mother would call her son almost every day, concerned about Li Shuyan's diet and health. She asked Mu Feng if she had taken good care of her daughter-in-law and little grandchildren. Now that she saw that Li Shuyan's color and spirit were very good, even more rounded than before, she was relieved that her son really did have 2 brushes. Seeing Mu mother looking at herself, Li Shuyan touched his chin. Auntie, quickly eat otherwise the food is cold. Mu mother laughed. This child of yours, the babies are a month old, and you still call me auntie It is time to change your mouth. Li Shuyan froze for a moment and shyly shouted a mom with a red face. The crowd was amused. Mu Feng's daughter-in-law's personality seems to be very easy to get along with. Mu mother is amiable. Shuyan aggrieved you. In the future, your father and I will give you the money to change your name. The hotel that Mu Feng ordered is very famous in the city. The signature dish, sea bass, is famously delicious. Mu Feng helped Li Shuyan pick the fish spines. Xi's mother joked, look at how much Xia Feng cares for his wife, he's trying hard to give her food, afraid that she'll be hungry. Then she said to Cheng Shun, who was at the next table, you guys should learn that you must be gentle when you talk to girls, and you must be nice to them. Girls do not want you what, if you are willing to give her a true heart, love her well, she is willing to eat chaff and swallow food or willing to follow you. The next table is the children's table, sitting Chihan, Cheng Chun 3 people, there are a few small children. The age of about 5 or 6 years old, are in elementary school, naughty is really naughty. A few kids didn't eat properly and ran around with balloons. Several times Chihan left her position and was bumped into by the children, she really couldn't stand it and caught the children's arms and squatted down to teach them. She smiled but didn't laugh. Children, don't run around with balloons, eat properly, there are too many people here, you won't be able to find your mom and dad later, listen to me. One of the little children was frightened and ran to the grandmother to complain. The next moment the grandmother's eyes met Chihan. There was nothing she could do but smile and nod. Not long after sitting down, the kid brother started to run around with a couple of kids again. The parents of these two couldn't control their children at all. Seeing these kids start to fight again, Chihan was helpless and rubbed his temples. She had never been so speechless in her life. If it was her brother, he would have been honest long ago, but these kids were all relatives and friends of Mu Feng and Li Shuyan, so she couldn't afford to lose her temper. Chihan was distracted. Cheng Chun noticed all this. Why don't I switch places with him? His position was in the corner, behind which there was a cabinet with dishes, plates, and cups. Chihan drank water to calm his mood, and his eyes, which were originally dull, were filled with hope again. Aha! Thank you. After changing the position, letting the little kids mess around couldn't affect her anymore, instantly her heart was happy. Cheng Chun said with a smile on the side, now the age of the children is like this, parents are not at home, grandparents cannot control, more naughty, parents cannot control them. I used to be so small when also naughty, and then mom chased after me with a wooden bar to beat. You are not aware of how much I cried at that time, the tears with cannot stop the faucet water like. With a poof, Shihan laughed his ass off at the side. This would be the time when everyone had pretty much eaten, just waiting for when they had finished the conversation, so they could go home. A relative suddenly said, I heard that Mufong bought a house in La City, beautifully decorated. Oh. I wonder if it is convenient to go and take a look. Everyone in the village knows that Mufong bought it with full payment. He spent more than $1 million on a one-time purchase and wanted to see the world. Then a relative asked Mu's mother, Shoha, can we go see the house? Mu mother nodded cheerfully, later after dinner we'll go. She couldn't wait for her relatives and friends to go, so that she could give her a hand. She is so outstanding son, not show a show, she suffocated hard. Relatives and friends have been happy. I heard that Mufong also opened a jewelry store. I do not know if there is a chance to go and see. Chapter 60 Li Shuyan's Love. Relatives and friends just finished. The door of the box was suddenly knocked. There were two young women aged 25 or 26 standing at the door holding a love donation box. Is it the babies having a full moon feast? Congratulations. Li Shuyan frowned and looked away, wondering what they were doing by appearing here. One of the women laughed and walked up to Li Shuyan and said, This mother, we are from the Children's Protection Association, specializing in raising medical funds for disabled children and helping families in need. May I ask if it's convenient for you to offer a little love for the children? The relatives and friends around us were talking, all of them thought it was a fake, maybe it was a scam to get money. Just like the ones at the station who pretended to be deaf and mute with their little red books and love boxes. The woman obviously heard the murmurs of her relatives and looked at Li Shuyan with a slightly embarrassed expression. They weren't the ones who were cheating, but it was only human for relatives and friends to think this way. After all, no one's money came from the wind, and there were so many social scammers nowadays. It wasn't the first time the two had been told by others that they were scammers. Li Shuyan could feel her sincerity and believed that the other party was really contributing to disabled children. Looking at the babies in her arms, she thought of other people's children, who were also their parents' heart. How can parents bear to see their children suffer? So asked, must cash? Originally, the woman had no hope, but heard Li Shuyan words, suddenly surprised, said, not necessarily cash, you are convenient if the code is okay. Li Shuyan took out his cell phone to scan the code. Donated $120,000 in the name of the babies. The woman's eyes widened with a look of surprise. She then thanked Li Shuyan and the babies and sent her blessings. Li Shuyan smiled and said there was no need, hoping that all the babies in the world were safe and healthy. After the love fundraisers left, the relatives and friends of both sides shook inside. Mom, yeah, 120,000 was given just like that. Without batting an eye, Shuyan and Mufong had really made a lot of money. So much money, I can't even save up for a year's work. Isn't Shuyan afraid of being a crook? Rich people are different. Waving their hands is astronomical. Lin Hui and Shen Zuho were also shocked. Putting so much money on them, they would not dare to give it. Li Shuyan didn't care about the surrounding murmurs and came to Mufeng's side and asked, Hubby, I donated money to them without consulting you, you won't blame me, right? Mufeng smiled and shook his head, touching her head, how could it be, I am not happy enough wife, I am proud of you. Said smilingly teasing the little treasure in her arms. Relatives and friends in her OS have a new perception of their economic conditions. Amidst the murmurs of the relatives on both sides and the school teachers and classmates, the full moon wine of the quadruplet babies came to a successful end. Sending off the other friends. Mother Mu took people to visit the house. The bus that brought the relatives and friends is still parked outside the hotel. Coming to the parking lot. Everyone wanted to see what kind of car Mufong had bought. In curiosity, the crowd saw a nanny car appear in front of them. A relative couldn't help but open his mouth. Wow, this car can be it's spacious and beautiful, this car must cost a lot of money, right? Last time I saw old Wang's son's boss is driving this brand of car, people worth more than 100 million big boss also with Mufong to drive the same brand, I heard to be more than 2 million it. Yes, I also see, last time I saw on the internet is this car. Ching brother, your family Mufong really good luck, not graduated from the university has a house and a car, by the time our family a kind of grown up, there is an opportunity for you to let the small win to bring him. Mu Guoqing smiled from ear to ear, then I and small win to talk about. After seeing the car, the group wanted to see the house even more. Arrived in the neighborhood, relatives and friends one after another under the bus. Looking at the immediate environment of the neighborhood, full of amazement. God, so beautiful, so high, great house. Oh, this is the most beautiful neighborhood I have ever seen. Look at this green, this flowers and plants, too exquisite. I'll look at the flower bloom, a lot of money. So this is the flower bloom rich. Not only is the scenery good and beautiful, there are fitness facilities. This material is more advanced than the gym. The house price here is certainly not cheap. I heard that the house in La City is a few thousand, tens of thousands. Moo mother walks back, take relatives and friends to visit her son's house. She has an indescribable feeling. Listening to Xiao Feng said that the houses in the neighborhood are at least 10,000 square feet. 10,000 square feet? The lowest? The lowest? Auntie Seven pinched the middle of the human body. 10,000 square feet, all my belongings can sell a toilet at most. The neighborhood is so beautiful, relatives and friends are looking forward to the house. Just entering the elevator, the babies began to hum, presumably hungry. From this morning until now it has been a few hours without breastfeeding, and the diaper should be changed. After arriving home, Mu Feng and Li Shuyan took care of the babies, changing their diapers and feeding them. Mu's father and mother took the relatives to visit the house. Once inside, the new Chinese style came into view. The village people were fond of Chinese style and new Chinese style. The moment they entered, the crowd was amazed by the decoration. At this time, Mu Feng's little nephew was the first to rush in and could not hide his excitement. Wow! Mom, this house is so beautiful. In the future we will also buy such a big house, okay? This you have to work hard on your own. Want to live in a house like your brother, so you can study, and in the future go to college to earn money. You can buy and live in the same house as your brother. In the future, I want to study hard. I will definitely get into college, and then earn money for my mom to spend. The little boy's words, the surrounding people were adorable. The crowd continued to visit. This house is well decorated, good lighting, north and south penetration, the living room dining room are separated, this kind of I only saw on TV, and this big balcony. You look at this TV and TV cabinet, this TV is more than twice as big as the one in my house, and the TV cabinet, it looks like it is privately customized, or how can it be so fitting? And this floor, so bright that it can be used as a mirror, and what are these shiny corners? Mu mother took them to visit each room. All the furniture is well matched, and all the furniture that should be there is there as well. Shoha, such a beautiful house, it must have cost a lot of money, right? Mu mother smiled, full payment, probably spent about $1,200,000. $1,200,000? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. However, thinking about the car is more than $2 million, this house is more than $1,200,000 should be very easy for Mu Feng. Most of the relatives on Mu's side of the family work in the village, or they work in factories. Not to mention $1 million, even $500,000 is an astronomical figure in their eyes. Some people were whimsical. If they had $1 million, what would they use it for?